Elvis Presley, his looks, mannerisms, or style. Presbyterian, one who follows the cult of Elvis Presley, especially in the southern United States. Presbyterianism, the cult of Elvis Presley, especially in the southern United States. Presbyterians, plural of Presbyterian. Preslyset, to slice in advance. Preslyset, sliced in advance. Preslyses, third person singular simple present indicative of preslyse. Preslysang, present participle and gerund of preslyse. Freset, slit in advance of use. Presly, a substance injected into water contaminated with oil to facilitate the subsequent process of recovering the oil from the water. Preslogged, simple past and past participle of preslog. Preslogging, present participle and gerund of preslog. Preslogs, plural of presly. Presmoked, having been smoked in advance. Presmoking, before smoking a cigarette, etc. Presmolt, a very young salmon that has not yet become a smolt. Presmolts, plural of presmolt. Frisboo, to smooth in advance. Frismooth, simple past and past participle of presmooth. Presmover, a process or algorithm for presmoothing. Presmovers, plural of presmoother. Presmoving, present participle and gerund of presmooth. Presmovings, plural of presmoothing. Presmooths, third person singular simple present indicative of presmooth. Presnap, before the snap passing of the football from the center to a back. Presnal, a surname. Presnals, plural of presnal. Friso, presentation. Frisoak, to soak in advance. Frisoaked, simple past and past participle of presoak. Frisoaking, present participle and gerund of presoak. Frisoakings, plural of presoaking. Frisoaks, third person singular simple present indicative of presoak. Presocial, not yet taking an active part in society. Presocialism, that social order preceding socialism, the transition to socialism. Presocialists, preceding socialism, before a socialist revolution. Presocialists, plural of presocialists. Presocialize, not yet socialized. Presocidal, before the development of society. Presocratic, any ancient Greek philosopher who preceded or was roughly contemporaneous with Socrates and whose methods and views were influenced neither directly nor indirectly by Socrates or his primary student, Plato. Presocratics, plural of presocratic. Presoften, to soften something in advance or prior to another operation. Presoftened, softened in advance. Presoftening, present participle of presoften. Presophens, third person singular simple present indicative of presoften. Presolar, older than the solar system. Presolve, simple past and past participle of presel. Presoldier, a termite that develops into a soldier termite. Presoldiers, plural of presoldier. Presolidify, solidified prior to some other operation. Presolubilization, alternative form of presolubilization. Presolubilization, solubilization prior to some other process. Presolubilize, to solubilize in advance. Presolubilize, simple past and past participle of presolubilize. Presolubilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of presolubilize. Presolubilizing, present participle and gerund of presolubilize. Resolve, to transform a mathematical problem into an equivalent problem that is hopefully easier to solve. Resolves, simple past and past participle of resolve. Resolves. Third person singular simple present indicative of resolve. Resolving, to transform a mathematical problem into an equivalent problem that is hopefully easier to solve. Presomatomotor, anterior to the somatomotor area of the brain. Presomites, prior to the formation of somites. Presomitic, able to form somites and express segmentation. Presaw, a form of fragmentary bird song in young birds that are still developing. Presonize, plural of preson. Presonication, sonication prior to some other process. Presonications, plural of presonication. Presophomore, before the sophomore level. Presorb, to absorb or adsorb prior to some other process. Presorb, simple past and past participle of presor. Presorbing, present participle and gerund of presor. Presorbs, third person singular simple present indicative of presor. Presort, to sort in advance. Presorted, simple past and past participle of presort. Presortedness, the quality of being presorted. Presorting, present participle and gerund of presort. Presort, third person singular simple present indicative of presort. Presas, plural of preso. Wishav, a city in eastern Slovakia. Presowing, prior to sowing. Prespa, a geographic region of southeast Europe shared among Albania, Greece, and North Macedonia. Prespace, of a civilization having yet to develop space travel. Prespace, having already been spaced or set some distance apart. Prespacetime, prior to the existence of spacetime. Prespawning, before spawning. Prespecific, prior to specification. Prespecification, specification in advance. Prespecify, specified in advance. Prespecifies, third person singular simple present indicative of specify. Prespecify, to specify in advance. Prespecifying, present participle and gerund of prespecify. Prespeculation, before financial speculation. Prespeech, before speech. Prespermatagonia, plural of prespermatagonium. Prespermatagomial, relating to prespermatagonia. Prespermatagonium, the precursor of spermatagonia. Prespenoi, situated in front of the sphenoid bone. Presphenoidal, of or pertaining to the presphenoid bone. Presphenoids, plural of presphenoid. Prespike, a presynaptic spike. Prespikes, plural of prespike. Prespill, before the occurrence of a spill. Prespin, before a spin stage. Prespinal, vertebral. Prespiracular, in front of anterior to a spiracle. Presplenomalak, before the onset of splenomegaly. Presplicesomal, relating to prespliceosomes. Prespliceosome, a collection of proteins that is the precursor of a spliceosome. Prespliceosomes, plural of prespliceosome. Presplit, to shape the outcome of an explosive blast by forming cracks in advance. Presplits, plural of presplit. Presplitting, present participle and gerund of presplit. Prespore, destined to become part of the spore of a fruiting body. Presporogonic, prior to the development of sporogonia. Presporulation, prior to sporulation. Prespotted, spotted in advance of use. Prespray, sprayed prior to some other process or operation. Prespring, before the season of spring. Presprinkle, to sprinkle in advance. Presprinkled, simple past and past participle of presprinkle. Presprinkles, third person singular simple present indicative of presprinkle. Presprinkling, present participle and gerund of sprinkle. Prespun, spun in advance. Presqualing, a metabolic precursor of squalene composed of two farnesyl moieties. Presque-Isle, a city in Aroostook County, Maine, United States. Presque-Isle County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Rogers City. Presque-Vu, a failure to remember something, with the sense that recall is imminent. Plus, an instance of applying pressure, an instance of pressing. Press agencies, plural of press agency. Press agency, an organization that gathers and distributes news. Press agent, a person who organizes the publicity for a firm or organization and acts as an intermediary with the press and other media. Press agents, plural of press agent. Press ahead, to continue towards an objective. Press avail, clipping of press availability. Press availabilities, plural of press availability. Press availability, an event at which a politician is made available for questioning by the media. Press avails, plural of press avail. Press box, the section in a stadium or arena set aside for the press, or specifically for sportscasters. Press boxes, plural of press box. Press brake, a machine used in cold forming sheet metal or strips of metal into desired profiles. Press brakes, plural of press brake. Press button, synonym of push button. Press buttons, plural of press button. Press cake, a mass of material after pressing it to obtain liquid, such as from peanuts, linseed, olives, and grapes pomace. Among its uses is for animal feed or in making gunpowder. Press cakes, plural of press cake. Press card, a press or media credential issued as identification to newsers who work professionally in media. The principal occupations covered are reporters and writers, photographers, film and video camera operators, and crews and other broadcasting workers such as producers and researchers. Press cards, plural of press card. Press charges, to formally accuse a person of a crime, especially by an ordinary person. Press conference, a question and answer session with members of television, print, and other media. Press conferences, plural of press conference. Press corps, a collective term for all the press members. Press cutting, synonym of clipping an article clipped from a newspaper or from a magazine. Press cuttings, plural of press cutting. Press down, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see press down. Press F to pay respects, used to convey that credit, recognition, or sympathy should be given. Press flesh, to shake hands. Press forward, to proceed or move forward with more urgency, especially when facing adversity. Press gaggle, an informal off-camera briefing given by a spokesperson or politician. Press gaggles, plural of press gaggle. Press gallery, a part of parliament in which members of the press can overlook the events. Press home, to build upon an advantage. Press into service, to make someone perform a task or duty, especially one they are not prepared or willing to do, to make something serve a function, especially when it was not designed or intended for. Press junket, a promotional event for a film to which media representatives are invited. Press junkets, plural of press junket. Press kit, a packaged set of promotional and news materials to inform the media about a person, band, or product. The kit will often include a CD or demo along with reviews, photos, and background information. The kit is distributed to media sources such as radio stations and newspapers. Press kits, plural of press kit. Press money, alternative form of pressed money, money paid to enlisted men. Press office, a department within a company or organization with responsibility for dealing with the press. Press officer. Press secretary. Press officers, plural of press officer. Press offices, plural of press office. Press on, to persist, to continue to advance. Press one's case, to repeat or redouble one's arguments for something. Press one's luck, alternative form of push one's luck. Press out, extinguish by crushing as a cigar. Press pack, synonym of press kit. Press packs, plural of press pack. Press pass, a card or document which grants some type of special privilege to journalists. Press passes, plural of press pass. Press pause, to temporarily stop a process. Press pool, a group of news organizations pooling their resources in the collection of news. A pool report is then distributed to members of the pool, who are free to edit it or use it as they see fit. Press pot, a cafetiere, a French press. Press pots, plural of press pot. Press proof, the last proof for correction before sending to press. Press proofs, plural of press proof. Press relations, the tasks of building, maintaining, and exploiting good relationships between an organization and print and broadcast media organizations. Press release, an official written statement that is sent to the media so that it can be publicized. Press releases, plural of press release. Press revise, a proof for final revision. Press revises, plural of press revise. Press roll, a type of heavy roller, especially as used in paper making. Press rolls, plural of press roll. Press run, alternative form of press run. Press runs, plural of press run. Press secretaries, plural of press secretary. Press secretary, a senior advisor who provides advice on how to deal with the news media and helps the employer to maintain a positive public image. Press someone's buttons, alternative form of push someone's buttons. Press stud, a snap fastener. Press studs, plural of press stud. Press the flesh. To shake hands and socialize, especially in a political gathering. Press the panic button. To start to panic. Press time. The time when a publication, typically a newspaper, is sent to be published. Press times, plural of press time. Press tits. To initiate a startup sequence. Press wheel. A wheel affixed to a press drill, a seed drill to compact soil in the seeded furrows. Press wheels, plural of press wheel. Quest, simple past and past participle of press. Press bang, a body of men employed to force others and press them into military service, especially naval service. Press banged, simple past and past participle of press gang. Press ganging, present participle and gerund of press gang. Press gangs, plural of press gang. Press on, a fake nail that can be applied on top of one's real nail. Press to talk, synonym of push to talk. Press to transmit, synonym of push to talk. Press up, synonym of push-up exercise. Press ups, plural of press up. Pressable, capable of being pressed. Press back, a wooden chair of the Victorian period, having a pattern pressed into the crest rail and slash or splat by means of a steam press. Pressbacks, plural of pressback. Pressboard, a kind of highly sized rag paper or board, sometimes containing a small admixture of wood pulp. Pressboards, plural of pressboard. Pressbox, alternative spelling of press box. Pressboxes, plural of pressbox. Presper, former name of Bratislava, the capital city of Slovakia. Pressburger, a surname. Presscake, alternative form of press cake. Presscakes, plural of presscake. Pressdom, the world or sphere of the press, journalism generally. Pressed, simple past and past participle of press. Pressed ahead, simple past and past participle of press ahead. Press down, simple past and past participle of press down. Press duck, a traditional French dish consisting of various parts of a duck served in a sauce of its blood and bone marrow, which are extracted by way of a press. Pressed for time, in a hurry, without spare time. Pressed glass, a form of glass made by plunging molten glass into a mold to produce designs. Pressed glasses, plural of pressed glass. Pressed ham, a formed meat product made from ham offcuts pressed together into a loaf of meat. Pressed hams, plural of pressed ham. Pressed into service, simple past and past participle of press into service. Pressed on, simple past and past participle of press on. Pressed out, simple past and past participle of press out. Pressed pause, simple past and past participle of press pause. Pressed rice, synonym of flattened rice. Pressed the flesh, simple past and past participle of press the flesh. Pressed the panic button, simple past and past participle of press the panic button. Pressor, a surname. Presser beam, alternative form of presser beam. Presser beams, plural of presser beam. Presser feet, plural of presser foot. Presser foot, the part of a sewing machine which rests on the fabric and presses it down upon the table of the machine and against the feed dog. Pressers, plural of presser. Presses, plural of press. Presses ahead. Third person singular simple present indicative of press ahead. Presses down. Third person singular simple present indicative of press down. Presses into service. Third person singular simple present indicative of press into service. Presses on. Third person singular simple present indicative of press on. Presses out. Third person singular simple present indicative of press out. Presses pause. Third person singular simple present indicative of press pause. Presses the flesh. Third person singular simple present indicative of press the flesh. Presses the panic button. Third person singular simple present indicative of press the panic button. Press us. Second person singular simple present indicative of press. Pressa. Third person singular simple present indicative of press. Pressy. A surname. Pressies, plural of pressy. Pressvat. Alternative form of pressvat. Pressvats, plural of pressvat. Pressfeeder. A person employed to feed material into a printing press. Pressfeeders, plural of pressfeeder. Pressful, enough to fill a press. Pressfuls, plural of pressful. Pressgang, alternative spelling of pressgang. Pressgang, simple past and past participle of pressgang. Pressgänging, present participle and gerund of pressgang. Pressbangs, plural of pressgang. Pressy, epesdeuien. Presses, plural of pressy. Pressa, pronunciation spelling of pressing. Pressing, needing urgent attention. Pressing ahead, present participle and gerund of press ahead. Pressing cloth. A cloth used to protect textiles from forming a shine when ironed. Pressing cloths, plural of pressing cloth. Pressing comb, synonym of hot comb. Pressing combs, plural of pressing comb. Pressing down, present participle and gerund of press down. Pressing into service, present participle and gerund of press into service. Pressing on, present participle and gerund of press on. Pressing out, present participle and gerund of press out. Pressing pad, synonym of pressing cloth. Pressing pads, plural of pressing pad. Pressing pause, present participle of press pause. Pressing the flesh, present participle and gerund of press the flesh. Pressing the panic button. Present participle and gerund of press the panic button. Pressez-moi. With a sense of urgency, because it is very important. Pressingness. Urgency. Presses, plural of pressing. Pressometer. A device used to measure the stress in soil under pressure. Pressometers, plural of pressiometer. Pressiometric, relating to pressiometry. Pressiometry, measurement with a pressiometer. Pression, pressure or an act of applying pressure. Pressions, plural of pression. Presserostro, a word pertaining to the order Presserosters, a group of wading birds with flattened beaks, including bustards, plovers, and cariamas. Precipitant, gravitating, heavy. Pressa, pressing, urgent. Presskit, alternative form of press kit. Preskits, plural of Prescott. Pressler. A surname. Presslers. Plural of Pressler. Pressless. Without a press. Presley. A surname. Presley. A surname. Presleys. Plural of Presley. Pressman. A surname. Pressman's hat. Synonym of printer's hat. Pressman's. Plural of pressman. Pressmanship. The state or business of a pressman printing press operator. Pressmark. The logo of a publishing press. Pressmarks. Plural of pressmark. Pressmaster. A person in charge of a press gang who is authorized to press recruits into the Navy. Pressmasters. Plural of pressmaster. Pressman. Plural of pressman. Presnell. A surname. Presnells. Plural of personnel. Pressum. A surname. Pressons. Plural of presson. Presser. Synonym of vasopressor. Pressor beam. A device that generates a beam that repels other objects or the beam itself. Pressor beams. Plural of pressor beam. Pressorceptor. A baroceptor. Pressorceptors. Plural of pressorceptor. Pressors. Plural of pressor. Pressotherapy. A form of physiotherapy in which external pressure is used to aid the circulation of the blood. Pressback. Any of various types of packaging that are sealed using a mechanical press. Pressback. Simple past and past participle of pressback. Pressbacking. Present participle and gerund of pressback. Pressbacks. Plural of pressback. Presspaple. Plural of pressperson. Pressperson. A member of the press, a journalist. Presspersons. Plural of pressperson. Pressroom. The room in a public building where press conferences are given. Pressrooms. Plural of pressroom. Pressrun. The number of copies of a publication printed at one time. Pressruns. Plural of pressrun. Pressed. Obsolete form of pressed. Simple past and past participle of press. Prestine. Alternative form of prestime. Prestines. Plural of prestine. Prostitute. A person or media entity that misleadingly tailors news to fit a particular partisan agenda. Prostitutes. Plural of prostitute. Prostitution. Biased reporting that serves a particular agenda. Fresherage. Fresher. Fresherages. Plural of fresherage. Pressural. Of or relating to pressure. Pressurant. A gas used to drive a fluid through a fluid system. Pressurants. Plural of pressurant. Pressure. A pressing, a force applied to a surface. Pressure altimeter. A device which measures the altitude by performing measurement of the ambient pressure and comparing it against a reference pressure at a known altitude to give a pressure altitude. Pressure altimeters. Plural of pressure altimeter. Pressure altitude. A measure of altitude inferred by the measurement of ambient pressure in differential with a reference pressure at a known altitude. Pressure altitudes. Plural of pressure altitude. Pressure bandage. A tight-fitting or tightly wrapped bandage for reducing swelling or blood loss from a wound by applying pressure to the injury. Pressure bandages. Plural of pressure bandage. Pressure bomb, a type of pressure chamber used to build up and hold extreme pressures, pressurizing samples with high-pressure fluids. Pressure bombs, plural of pressure bomb. Pressure cabin, a pressurized cabin, for example in an aircraft. Pressure cabins, plural of pressure cabin. Pressure canner, a large pressure cooker capable of holding jars used in canning. Pressure canners, plural of pressure canner. Pressure cooker, a sealed cooking vessel that allows cooking in greater than atmospheric pressure and at a temperature above the boiling point of water. Pressure cooker bomb, an improvised explosive device made by inserting explosive material into a pressure cooker and attaching a blasting cap into the cover of the cooker. Pressure cooker bombs, plural of pressure cooker bomb. Pressure cookers, plural of pressure cooker. Pressure cuff, a sphygmomanometer consisting of an inflatable cuff that compresses the forearm. Pressure cuffs, plural of pressure cuff. Pressure gauge, an apparatus used to measure pressure in a tire, pressurized tank, boiler, etc. Pressure gauges, plural of pressure gauge. Pressure gradient, the rate of decrease gradient of pressure in space at a fixed time. The term is sometimes used to denote simply the magnitude of the gradient of the pressure field. Pressure gradient force, the force resulting from a pressure gradient. Pressure gradient forces, plural of pressure gradient force. Pressure gradients, plural of pressure gradient. Pressure group, an advocacy group. Pressure groups, plural of pressure group. Pressure hull, a secondary hull in a submarine, inside the main outer hull, that withstands the outside pressure and has normal atmospheric pressure inside. Pressure hulls, plural of pressure hull. Pressure injuries, plural of pressure injury. Pressure injury, synonym of pressure ulcer. Pressure makes diamonds, a situation where the pressure that a person is under makes them demonstrate their potential. Pressure of speech, a proclivity to speak with rapidity and intensity without apparent motivation, commonly seen as a marker for a manic episode of bipolar disorder. Pressure pad, a piece of padding used to relieve soreness caused by constant pressure, such as bed sores. Pressure pads, plural of pressure pad. Pressure point, a point, spot where pressure is applied. Pressure points, plural of pressure point. Pressure retarded osmosis, alternative form of pressure retarded osmosis. Pressure ridge, an oceanic or coastal area composed of ice fragments within pack ice, forms as sea ice flows accumulate due to convergence. Pressure ridges, plural of pressure ridge. Pressure sore, synonym of pressure ulcer. Pressure sores, plural of pressure sore. Pressure suit, a sealed, full-body garment, usually with an attachable helmet, which maintains air pressure or mechanical pressure around the body of an astronaut or aviator to compensate for the low density of the air at high altitudes. Pressure suits, plural of pressure suit. Pressure switch, a switch that operates an electrical contact when a specified fluid pressure is reached on its input. The switch may be designed to make contact either on pressure rise or on pressure fall. Pressure switches, plural of pressure switch. Pressure ulcer, an ulcer caused by prolonged pressure on the skin as a person lies in a bed or sits in a chair or wheelchair, preventable with sufficient nursing care. Pressure ulcers, plural of pressure ulcer. Pressure valve, a valve designed to open when subjected to a given amount of pressure, also used figuratively. Pressure valves, plural of pressure valve. Pressure vessel, a container designed to maintain a volume at a significantly different pressure to that of ambient. Pressure vessels, plural of pressure vessel. Pressure volume diagram, a diagram used to describe corresponding changes in volume and pressure in a system, commonly used in thermodynamics and physiology. Pressure volume diagrams, plural of pressure volume diagram. Pressure wash, alternative form of pressure wash. Pressure wash, simple past and past participle of pressure wash. Pressure washer, a mechanical device that uses a pump to generate a high-pressure stream of water up to 5,000 psi residential/commercial and up to 70,000 psi for commercial/industrial uses to clean surfaces. Pressure washers, plural of pressure washer. Pressure washes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pressure wash. Pressure washing, present participle and gerund of pressure wash. Pressure wire, any of a set of wires leading from various points of an electrical system to a central station, where a voltmeter indicates the potential of the system at those points. Pressure wires, plural of pressure wire. Pressure cooker, alternative spelling of pressure cooker. Pressure cookers, plural of pressure cooker. Pressure retarded osmosis, the salinity gradient energy retrieved from the difference in the salt concentration between seawater and river water. Pressure sensitive, of a material or a device that responds to applied pressure by adhering, sealing or activating without the need for an external factor like heat, water or a solvent. Pressure wash, alternative form of pressure wash. Pressure washed, simple past and past participle of pressure wash. Pressure washer, alternative form of pressure washer. Pressure washers, plural of pressure washer. Pressure washes, third person singular simple present indicative of pressure wash. Pressure washing, present participle and gerund of pressure wash. Pressure, simple past and past participle of pressure. Pressured speech, speech that is pressured, as in pressure of speech. Pressureless, without pressure or the use of pressure. Pressurelessness, absence of pressure. Pressurometer, a meter constructed to measure the at rest horizontal earth pressure. Pressurometers, plural of pressurometer. Pressurimetric, relating to pressurimetry. Pressurimetry, measurement with a pressurometer. Pressureproof, resistant to pressure. Pressurer, one who or that which exerts pressure. Pressurers, plural of pressurer. Pressures, plural of pressure. Pressure some, characterized or marked by pressure. Pressure wash, to clean a surface or area using a pressure washer. Pressure washed, simple past and past participle of pressure wash. Pressure washer, alternative form of pressure washer. Pressure washers, plural of pressure washer. Pressure washes, third person singular simple present indicative of pressure wash. Pressure washing, present participle and gerund of pressure wash. Pressuring, present participle and gerund of pressure. Pressurings, plural of pressuring. Pressurization, the act or process of increasing pressure within a space. Pressurizations, plural of pressurization. Pressurized, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of pressurize. Pressurize. Simple past and past participle of pressurize. Pressurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pressurize. Pressurizing. Present participle and gerund of pressurize. Pressurizable. Capable of being pressurized. Pressurization. The act or process of increasing pressure within a volume of space. Pressurizations. Plural of pressurization. Pressurize. To put physical pressure on. To put under pressure. Pressurize. Under pressure. Pressurized water reactor. A type of nuclear reactor which uses pressurized light water as a neutron moderator and coolant. Pressurized water reactors. Plural of pressurized water reactor. Pressurizer. A person or thing that pressurizes. Pressurizers. Plural of pressurizer. Pressurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pressurize. Pressurizing. Present participle and gerund of pressurize. Pressurin. A hypothetical scalar particle that couples to both gravity and matter. Pressurins. Plural of pressurin. Press vat. A vat used in winemaking to collect the pressed juice. Pressvats. Plural of pressvat. Press wheel. Alternative form of press wheel. Press wheels. Plural of press wheel. Presswoman. A female pressman. Presswoman. Plural of presswoman. Presswood. A surname. Presshoods. Plural of presswood. Presswork. The operation of a printing press. Pressworker. A person employed to press or draw with dies or presses. Pressworkers. Plural of pressworker. Pressworks. Plural of presswork. Pretty. Alternative spelling of pressy present. Pressed. A surname. Pressed money. Money paid to men when they enlisted into the British service. Presta. A surname from Italian. Prestability. Prior to a state of stability. Prestabilization. Prior to stabilization. Prestabilizations. Plural of prestabilization. Prestabilize. To stabilize prior to some other operation. Prestable. Hevel. Breast high. Before stacking, in the context of seismic migration. Prestack. Stacked in advance. Prestax. Plural of prestack. Prestige. A surname. Prestigious. Plural of prestige. Prestained. Stained in advance. Prestaining. Staining prior to some other operation. Prestock. Destined to become part of the stalk of a fruiting body. Pressed out. To stamp in advance. Prestamped. Having been stamped in advance. Prestebbing. Present participle and gerund of prestamp. Prestamps. Third person singular simple present indicative of prestamp. Prestandard. A draft document that may later become a standard. Prestandardization. Prior to standardization. Prestandardize. To standardize in advance. Prestandardize. Simple past and past participle of prestandardize. Prestandardizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of prestandardize. Prestandardizing. Present participle and gerund of prestandardize. Prestandards. Plural of prestandard. Prestart. prior to the beginning of a race. Prestarts, plural of prestart. Prestarvation, prior to starvation. Prestar, starved prior to some other operation. Prestas, plural of presta. Preste, prior to status as a state. Prestates, plural of prestate. Prestation, a payment of money, a toll or duty. Prestatistical, before the development or use of statistics. Prestatant, a coastal town and community with a town council in Denbighshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SJ 0682. Prestbury, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 9077. Presta, a town in Western Region, Ghana. Presteam, to steam in advance. Presteamed, simple past and past participle of prestine. Presteaming, present participle and gerund of prestine. Presteamed, third person singular simple present indicative of prestine. Prested, simple past and past participle of prest. Prestage, a surname. Prestages, plural of prestige. Prestale, before steel. Prestingy, a town and community in Powys, Wales, and formerly the county town of the ancient county of Radnorshire, situated on the south bank of the River Lugg on the border with England. The community is served by Prestingy and Norton Town Council. OS Grid Ref SO 3164. Presteller, describing the matter and conditions involved in the formation of a star. Prestinate, prior to the formation of a stenosis. Prester, a priest or presbyter. Prester John, a legendary Christian king of a distant Eastern or African kingdom. Presters, plural of prester. Presteralize, to sterilize in advance. Presteralize, simple past and past participle of presteralize. Presteralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of presteralize. Presteralizing, present participle and gerund of presteralize. Presterna, plural of presternum. Prestermal, of or relating to the presternum. Presterni, synonym of presternum. Presternites, plural of presterni. Presternum, the anterior or upper part of the sternum, the manubrium. Presteroid, before taking steroids. Presteroidal, in the before steroids were available. Presters, plural of prester. Prestella, a painting technique which uses a series of fast brushstrokes to create the impression of faces and objects rather than working out their details. Prestope, a settlement in Much Wenlock Parish, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 5897. Presti, a surname. Prestia, a surname. Prestias, plural of prestia. Prestige, a surname. Prestiges, plural of prestige. Prestidigito, nimble-fingered, having fingers fit for prestidigitation or conjuring tricks. Prestidigitate, to perform magic with the hands or using sleight of hand. Prestidigitated, simple past and past participle of prestidigitate. Prestidigitates, third person singular simple present indicative of prestidigitate. Prestidigitating, present participle and gerund of prestidigitate. Prestidigitation, a performance of or skill in performing magic or conjuring tricks with the hands. Prestidigitations, plural of prestidigitation. Prestidigitator, one who performs feats of prestidigitation, a sleight of hand artist. Prestidigitatorial, of or relating to a prestidigitator. Prestidigitators, plural of prestidigitator. Prestige, the quality of how good the reputation of something or someone is, how favorably something or someone is regarded. Prestige TV, synonym of peak TV. Prestige, of high prestige. Prestigeful, respected, admire. Prestigeless, without prestige. Prestigelessness, absence of prestige. Prestigious, plural of prestige. Prestigiacomo, a surname from Italian. Prestigiacomos, plural of prestigiacomo. Prestigiation, legerdemain, prestidigitation, deception or juggling. Prestigiations, plural of prestigiation. Prestidiator, a conjurer, a prestidigitator. Prestigiators, plural of prestigiator. Prestigiatory, relating to prestigiation, conjuring. Prestiging, present participle of prestige. Prestigious, of high prestige. Prestigiously, in a prestigious manner. Prestigiousness, the state or condition of being prestigious. Prestimo, in front of a stigma. Prestimonies, plural of prestimony. Prestimony, a fund for the support of a priest without the title of a benefice. Prestimulate, to stimulate in advance. Prestimulated, stimulated in advance. Prestimulating, present participle and gerund of prestimulate. Prestimulation, before stimulation. Prestimulations, plural of prestimulation. Prestimulatory, prior to stimulation. Prestimulus, before a stimulus. Preston, a protein in the hairs of the inner ear. Presting, present participle and gerund of press. Prestons, plural of Preston. Prestes, plural of Presti. Prestissimo, extremely fast, the fastest possible tempo. Prestitial, of web page, usually carrying advertising, displayed when the user arrives on a site and before they are shown the desired content. Presto, a surname. Presto Changio, alternative form of Presto Chango. Presto Changio, alternative form of Presto Chango. Presto Chango indicates the suddenness of a change or transformation, as a magic trick in which one object appears to be suddenly transformed into another. Prestamo, anterior to the stoma. Preston, an industrial city in Lancashire, England. Preston Brook, a village and civil parish in Halton Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5680. Preston Candover, a village and civil parish served by Preston Candover and Nutley Parish Council in Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6041. Preston County, one of 55 counties in West Virginia, United States. County seat, Kingwood. Preston Park, a park, ward and railway station in Brighton and Hove District, East Sussex, Inland OS Grid Ref TQ 3006. Preston Patrick, a civil parish in Westmoreland and Furness District, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District. Preston Richer, a civil parish in South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England. Preston Muskern, a hamlet in Morden Parish, County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 3024. Preston-on-Tees, a civil parish and hamlet in Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 4316. Preston-under-Scar, a village and civil parish in Richmondshire District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 0791. Preston Pans, a coastal town in East Lothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 3874. Prestons, plural of Preston. Prestonsburg, a city, the county seat of Floyd County, Kentucky, United States. Prestopped, alternative spelling of pre-stopped. Prestopping, the phonological process of pre-occlusion. Prestorage, prior to storage. Prestered, stored in advance of another operation. Prestorm, occurring or existing before a storm. Prestos, plural of presto. Prestisuchid, any archosaur in the family Prestisuchidae. Prestisuchids, plural of prestisuchid. Prestraten, to straighten in advance. Prestratened, simple past and past participle of prestraten. Prestratening, present participle and gerund of prestraten. Prestratens, third person singular simple present indicative of prestraten. Prestrained, strained in advance. Prestrategic, before the onset of full strategic nuclear warfare. Prestratification, prior stratification. Prestreak, prior to the formation of the primitive streak. Prestrengthen, to strengthen in advance. Prestrengthened, simple past and past participle of prestrengthen. Prestrengthening, present participle and gerund of prestrengthen. Prestrengthens, third person singular simple present indicative of prestrengthen. Prestress, to apply stress to structural components in order to produce a tension that counteracts the loads to which the component is subjected in its designed use. Prestressed, having been stressed before use. Prestressed concrete, concrete with stresses induced in it before use so as to counteract stresses that will be produced by load, often contains stretched steel bars or wires called tendons. Prestresses, third person singular simple present indicative of prestress. Prestressing, present participle and gerund of prestress. Prestretch, to stretch in advance. Prestretch, simple past and past participle of prestretch. Prestretches, third person singular simple present indicative of prestretch. Prestretching, present participle and gerund of prestretch. Prestrate, in front of the striate cortex of the eye. Restriction, obstruction, dimness, or defect of sight. Prestrage, a surname. Prestrages, plural of prestrage. Prestrike, before a strike work stoppage as protest. Prestroke, occurring before a stroke. Prestrokes, plural of prestroke. Prestructural, prior to a structural phase. Prestructure, to structure in advance. Prestructure, structured in advance. Prestructures, third person singular simple present indicative of prestructure. Prestructuring, present participle and gerund of prestructure. Prestrar, strong in advance. Prests, plural of prests. Prestity, simple past and past participle of prestity. Prestities, plural of prestity. Studio, before the time of studios. Prestity, a small study undertaken before a larger one. Prestity, present participle and gerund of prestity. Prestwich, a town in the metropolitan borough of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8103. Prestwiches, plural of Prestwich. Prestwich, a coastal town in South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland, which is probably more famous for its airport. OS Grid Ref NS 3526. Prestwood, a surname. Prestwoods, plural of Prestwood. Prestaloy, anterior to the styloid process. Presubgenual, anterior to the subgenual region of the brain. Presubicula, plural of presubiculum. Presubicular, relating to the presubiculum. Presubiculum, a rostral part of the parahippocampal gyrus of the genon. Presubject, occurring before the subject in a sentence or expression. Presubmission, submission of a work for review or approval prior to publication. Presubmissions, plural of presubmission. Presubmit, to submit a work for review or approval prior to publication. Presubmits, third person singular simple present indicative of presubmit. Presubmitted, simple past and past participle of presubmit. Presubmitting, present participle and gerund of presubmit. Presubocular, in front of and beneath the eye typically of a snake. Presubstantial, having no physical substance, but having the potential to become substantial. Presuburban, prior to the development of a suburb. Presuffrage, before suffrage. Presuicidal, not yet suicidal, in a condition that will lead to a suicidal state. Presuicide, occurring before suicide. Pursuit, pertaining to activities occurring prior to the initiation of a lawsuit. Presulfided, pretreated with sulfur prior to a hydrotreating operation. Presulfiding, treatment with sulfur or sulfide prior to some other operation. Presulfidings, plural of presulfiding. Presumed, simple past and past participle of presume. Presumabilities, plural of presumability. Presumability, the extent to which something can be presumed or relied upon to be true. Presumable, capable of being presumed or being presumed as such. Presumably, able to be sensibly presumed. Prelure, to be so presumptuous as to do something without proper authority or permission with plus infinitive. Presumed, simple past and past participle of presume. Presumedly, in a way that is presumed, expectedly, presumably. Presumer, one who presumes, especially in an arrogant way. Presumers, plural of presumer. Presumes, third person singular simple present indicative of presume. Presumus, second person singular simple present indicative of presume. Presumeth, third person singular simple present indicative of presume. Presuming, present participle and gerund of presume. Presumingly, confidently, arrogantly. Presumingness, the quality of being presuming, confidently or arrogantly overstepping reasonable bounds. Pre-summer. Before summer. Pre-summit. Before a summit. Presumption. The act of presuming or something presumed. Presumption of innocence. The precept that someone will not be convicted of a crime unless the judge, prosecutor, officer proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and is non-liquid, with there being no present burden of proof duty subjected on the accused to prove innocence. Presumptions. Plural of presumption. Presumptions of innocence. Plural of presumption of innocence. Presumptuous. Archaic form of presumptuous. Presumptive. Based on presumption or conjecture, inferred, likely, presumed. Presumptively. In a presumptive manner. Presumptiveness. The condition of being presumptive. Presumptuosity. The state of being presumptuous. Presumptuous. Making unwarranted presumptions or assumptions, often out of arrogance or excessive self-confidence, and thus exceeding what is appropriate or right. Presumptuously. In a presumptuous manner, arrogantly. Presumptuousness. The state of being presumptuous. Presunrise. Before sunrise. Presunto. A dry-cured Portuguese ham. Presuntos. Plural of presunto. Presupernova. Describing the period and the events prior to a star becoming a supernova. Presupervisory. Before being promoted to a supervisory role. Presupplemental. Synonym of presupplementary. Presupplementary. In front of the supplementary motor area of the brain. Presupplied. Simple past and past participle of presupply. Presupplies. Third person singular simple present indicative of presupply. Presupply. To supply in advance. Presupplying. Present participle and gerund of presupply. Presupposal. Presupposition. Presupposals. Plural of presupposal. Presuppose. To assume some truth without proof, usually for the purpose of reaching a conclusion based on that truth. Presuppose. Simple past and past participle of presuppose. Presupposedly. In a presupposed manner. Presupposedness. The state or quality of being presupposed. Presupposer. A statement that makes a presupposition. Presupposers. Plural of presupposer. Presupposes. Third person singular simple present indicative of presuppose. Presupposing. Present participle and gerund of presuppose. Presupposingly. In a presupposing manner. Presupposition. An assumption made beforehand, a preliminary conjecture or speculation. Presuppositional. Of or pertaining to a presupposition. Presuppositionalism. A school of Christian apologetics that presumes Christian faith is the only basis for rational thought. Presuppositionalists. Of or pertaining to presuppositionalism. Presuppositionalists. Plural of presuppositionalists. Presuppositionality. The quality of being presuppositional. Presuppositionally. In a presuppositional manner or context. Presuppositionless. Without presuppositions. Presuppositions. Plural of presupposition. Presuppression. Prior suppression. Presuppressions. Plural of presuppression. Presuppurative. Before suppuration. Presurfactant. Before treatment with a surfactant. Presurge. occurring or being the case before a surge. Pre-surgery, before surgery. Pre-surgical, occurring before or in preparation for surgery. Pre-surgically, prior to surgery. Presurmise, a surmise previously formed. Presurmise, simple past and past participle of presurmise. Presurmises, plural of presurmise. Presurmising, present participle and gerund of presurmise. Presurrender, prior to a surrender. Presurvey, before a survey. Presuspension, prior to somebody being suspended as from work or school. Presudi, a surname. Presudes, plural of presudi. Presutural, anterior to a suture. Preswa, to swab prior to some other operation. Preswat, simple past and past participle of persuade. Preswabbing, present participle and gerund of persuade. Preswallow, before swallowing. Presweeten, to sweeten in advance. Presweetened, sweetened in advance. Presweetening, present participle and gerund of presweeten. Presweetens, third person singular simple present indicative of presweeten. Preswell, to cause to become engorged with fluid prior to some other operation. Preswelled, simple past and past participle of preswell. Preswelling, present participle and gerund of preswell. Preswells, third person singular simple present indicative of preswell. Preswim, before a swim. Preswing, the part of a gait in which weight is removed from a limb prior to it being swung forward. Preswirl, the deliberate imparting of a swirling motion to the incoming airflow to reduce drag on the rotor blades. Preswirls, plural of preswirl. Preswollen, swollen in advance. Presolatic, prior to the use or understanding of syllables. Presylvian, anterior to the Sylvian fissure of the brain. Presymbiosis, the stage in the development of an organism during which the necessary biochemical changes are made to allow a move from asymbiosis to symbiosis. Presymbiotic, describing the time or developmental stages before the development of a symbiotic relationship. Presymbolic, not yet able to use symbols to communicate. Presymmetry, the electroweak symmetry of quarks and leptons that is responsible for the partial charges on quarks. Presympathetic, prior to the development of the sympathetic nervous system. Presymphonies, plural of presymphony. Presymphony, a small symphony. Presymplectic, prior to the introduction of symplectic geometry. Presymptomatic, relating to the early stages of a disease before all symptoms have developed and when therefore accurate diagnosis is not possible. Presymptomatically, before the appearance of symptoms. Presymptomatic, misspelling of presymptomatic. Presynapse, a presynaptic neuron. Presynapses, plural of presynapse. Presynapsis, the aggregation of nucleic acid prior to synapses. Presynaptic, in a synapse of or pertaining to the neuron that releases neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft. Presynaptical, alternative form of presynaptic. Presynaptically, in a presynaptic manner. Presynchronized, alternative form of presynchronized. Presynchronization, synchronization prior to some other operation. Presynchronizations, plural of presynchronization. Presynchronized, synchronized prior to some other operation. Presyncopal, of, relating to, or exhibiting features of presyncope. Presyncope, lightheadedness, muscular weakness, and feeling faint, although not reaching the extent of fainting, passing out. Presyncopes, plural of presyncope. Presensitial, prior to the formation of a syncytium. Presynthesize, alternative form of presynthesized. Presynthesized, synthesized in advance. Presynthetic, relating to the synthesis of mRNA and proteins prior to interphase. Presystematic, before the introduction of a system. Presystematically, before the introduction of a system. Presystemic, prior to reaching the systemic circulation. Presystemically, in a presystemic manner. Presystole, cardiac contraction that follows the diastole and precedes the systole. Presystoles, plural of presystole. Presystolic, preceding the systole or contraction of the heart, relating to presystole. Praeter porter, ready to wear. But, abbreviation of preterite. Preta, a hungry ghost, the supernatural being in Buddhist folklore, the spirit of a greedy person whose divine retribution is never to be sated. Pretabulate, to tabulate prior to some other process. Pretabulated, simple past and past participle of pretabulate. Pretabulation, before tabulation. Pretalk, a talk given in advance, such as encouragement before a sports match or explanatory material prior to hypnosis. Pretox, plural of pretalk. Pretan, to tan lightly or partially in preparation for full tanning. Pretango, a group of cytoplasmic neurons that will form into a fibril typically in Alzheimer's disease. Pretangles, plural of pretangle. Pretanage, the process of pretanning. Pretan, simple past and past participle of pretan. Pretanning, present participle and gerund of pretan. Pretans, third person singular simple present indicative of pretan. Pretate, to tape in advance. Pretate, simple past and past participle of pretape. Pretapes, third person singular simple present indicative of pretape. Pretaping, present participle and gerund of pretape. Pretarget, to target prior to some other process. Pretargeted, targeted prior to some other operation. Pretargeting, targeting prior to some other procedure. Pretariff, before the imposition of a tariff. Pretarsal, and here tab the tarsis. Pretarsi, plural of pretarsis. Pretarsis, the distal segment of the leg in many insects, often including a pair of claws. Pretas, plural of preta. Pretas, before commencing a task. Pretassel, before the appearance of the tassels pollen-producing flowers on corn. Pretaste, a taste taken beforehand. Pretasted, simple past and past participle of pretaste. Pretastes, plural of pretaste. Pretasting, present participle and gerund of pretaste. Pretax, before the payment of taxes. Pretaxation, before taxation. Pretax, Simple past and past participle of pretax. Pretaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of pretax. Pretaxing, present participle and gerund of pretax. Pretazetine, a polycyclic alkaloid, 3s 4-AS6AR13-BS3-methoxy 5-methyl 3,4,4,A5,6,6-ahexahydro 8H1,3-dioxylo-6,7-isochrono-3,4-C-indol atol present in lilies of the family Amaryllidaceae. Brie, a surname from Italian. Pretechnical, leading up to a technical course. Pretechnological, prior to the advent of modern technology. Protecta, plural of protectum. Protectal, of or pertaining to the protectum. Protectum, a region of neurons between the thalamus and the midbrain. Fretine, of relating to or designed for or being children between the ages of approximately 10 and 12. Preteenage, younger than teenage, often specifically of an age shortly before the teens, such as 10-12. Preteenager, a person of less than 13 years of age. Preteenagers, plural of preteenager. Pretendom, preadolescence. Preteener, synonym of preteen. Preteeners, plural of preteener. Preteenhood, the state of being a preteen, also known as late childhood. Preteens, plural of preteen. Pretelecast, prior to a telecast. Pretelegraph, before the invention or spread of the telegraph. Pretelegraphic, synonym of pretelegraph. Pretelegraphy, before the invention or spread of telegraphy. Pretelephone, before the invention or spread of the telephone. Pretelephonic, synonym of pretelephone. Pretelescopic, prior to the invention and use of the telescope. Pretelevision, before the introduction of television. Pretelevisual, before the introduction of television. Pretel, to predict. Pretelling, present participle and gerund of pretel. Pretels, third person singular simple present indicative of pretel. Pretalson, the tergi just in front of the telson. Pretelsons, plural of pretelson. Pretemporal, occurring or happening before the existence of time. Pretense, British standard spelling of pretense. Pretenseless, alternative form of pretenseless. Pretenses, plural of pretense. Pretend, to speak or behave so as to give a false or simulated appearance. Pretendant, a pretender, a claimant. Pretendants, plural of pretendant. Pretended, simple past and past participle of pretend. Pretendedly, in a way that is pretended under false pretense. Pretendance, the act of pretending pretense. Pretendances, plural of pretendants. Pretendant, alternative form of pretendant. Pretendants, plural of pretendant. Pretender, one who intends or purposes. Pretender, simple past and past participle of pretender. Pretendering, present participle and gerund of pretender. Pretenderism, synonym of pretendership. Pretenders, plural of pretender. Pretendership, the character or claims of a pretender. Pretenderships, plural of pretendership. Pretendist, second person singular simple present indicative of pretend. Pretenda, third person singular simple present indicative of pretend. Pretendian, a person who falsely claims to have Native American or Indigenous Canadian ancestry. Pretendians, plural of pretendian. Pretendant, pronunciation spelling of pretending. Pretending, the act of imagining, make-believe. Pretendingly, so as to pretend. Pretendingness, the quality of being pretentious. Pretendings, plural of pretending. Pretendolino, a British Rail Class 90 train with Mark III coaching stock formerly used on services normally operated by Pendolinos. Pretendress, female pretender. Pretendresses, plural of pretendress. Pretends, third person singular simple present indicative of pretend. Pretense, the action of pretending, false or simulated show or appearance, false or hypocritical assertion or representation. Pretense, pretend, fake. Pretenseful, full of pretense or pretenses. Pretenseless, not having or making pretenses. Pretenses, plural of pretense. Pretension, a claim or aspiration to a particular status or quality. Pretensional, of or relating to pretense or pretension. Pretended. Pretensioned, tension prior to some other operation. Pretensioner, a mechanism to retract and tighten a seat belt prior to a crash. Pretensioners, plural of pretensioner. Pretensioning, tensioning in advance. Pretensionless, free from pretensions. Pretensions, plural of pretension. Pretensive, pretended, feigned. Pretensively, in a pretensive manner. Pretensiveness, the quality of being pretensive. Pretentative, fitted for trial beforehand, experimental. Pretension, archaic spelling of pretension. Pretensions, plural of pretension. Pretentiosity, the quality of being pretentious. Pretentious, motivated by an inappropriate, excessive, or unjustified desire to impress others. Pretentiously, in a manner with unwarranted claim to importance or distinction. Pretentiousness, the quality of being pretentious. Pretentiousnesses, plural of pretentiousness. Pretenure, prior to the establishment of tenure. Preter, beyond. Preterhuman, beyond what is human. Pretercanine, more than canine. Preterfluent, flowing by. Pretergeneration, preternatural generation, monstrous birth. Pretergenerations, plural of pretergeneration. Pretergize, liturgy. Pretergites, plural of pretergize. Pretergression, the act of going past limits or bounds. Preterhuman, more than human, superhuman. Pitieth, pass through, antecedent, previous. Preterimperfect, imperfect. Preterimperfects, plural of preterimperfect. Preterintentional, of a crime, more serious than the lesser crime that the perpetrator intended to commit instead. Preterism, a Christian eschatological view that interprets biblical prophecies as events which happened in the 1st century CE. Praeteris, one whose chief interest is in the past. Praeterists, plural of praeterists. Praeterit, alternative form of praeterite. Praeterit present, alternative form of praeterite present. Praeterit present, plural of praeterit present. Praeterital, of or relating to the praeterite. Praeteri, showing an action at a determined moment in the past. Praeterite tense, a verb tense indicating action in the past and marked by verb inflection, the praeterite. Praeterite present, a praeterite present verb. Praeterite present verb, a type of verb specific to Germanic languages in which the forms of the present tense resemble the forms normally found in the praeterite or past tense of strong verbs. In modern English, these are principally can, may, shall, will. One can also include the other verbs that do not or not always take s in the third person singular: dare, must, need, ought. The only non-modal praeterite present verb is an archaic verb wit. Praeterite present verbs. Plural of praeterite present verb. Praeterite presence. Plural of praeterite present. Praeteritness. Alternative form of praeteritness. Praeterites. Plural of praeterite. Preterition. The act of passing by, disregarding, or omitting. Preteritions. Plural of preterition. Praeteritive. Used only or chiefly in the praeterite or past tenses. Praeteritness. The quality or state of being past. Praeterits. Plural of praeterit. Praeterops. Past, former. Praeterlegal, illegal. Preterm, of a premature birth or baby. Pretermer, synonym of preemi, baby born prematurely. Pretermers, plural of pretermer. Preterminal, before the end. Preterminally, in a preterminal manner. Preterminated, terminated prior to some other operation. Pretermination, prior to termination. Preterminations, plural of pretermination. Pretermission, omission, failure to do something. Pretermissions, plural of pretermission. Pretermit, to intentionally disregard something, to ignore, to neglect or omit. Pretermits, third person singular simple present indicative of pretermit. Pretermitative, simple past and past participle of pretermit. Pretermited child, a child who would likely stand to inherit under a will, except that the testator did not know of the child at the time the will was written, usually because the child was not yet born. Pretermited children, plural of pretermited child. Pretermited heir, a person who would likely stand to inherit under a will, except that the testator did not know of the party or of the relationship at the time the will was written. Pretermited heirs, plural of pretermited heir. Pretermited spouse, a spouse who would likely stand to inherit under a will, but was not included in the will because he or she was not yet married to the testator at the time the will was written. Pretermited spouses, plural of pretermited spouse. Pretermining, present participle and gerund of pretermit. Pretermity, the condition of being preterm. Preterms, plural of preterm. Preternatural, beyond or not conforming to as natural or according to the regular course of things. Strange. Preternaturalism, the state of being preternatural. a preternatural condition. Preternaturalisms, plural of preternaturalism. Preternaturalist, a believer in the preternatural. Preternaturalists, plural of preternaturalist. Preternaturality, the quality of being preternatural. Preternaturally, in a preternatural manner, beyond what could possibly be natural. Preternaturalness, the quality of being preternatural. Preternature, the realm beyond the natural, the preternatural. Preternormal, beyond what is normal, supernatural, paranormal. Preternuptial, outside of wedlock, adulterous. Preterperfect, perfect. Preterperfects, plural of preterperfect. Preterpluperfect, though pluperfect. Preterpluperfects, plural of preterpluperfect. Preterrational, going beyond reason or rational thinking. Preterrestrial, prior to the formation of Earth. Preterritorial, before the establishment of a territory or territories. Pretersensual, going beyond the senses. Pretertiary, earlier than tertiary. Pretervection, the act of carrying past or beyond. Prates, plural of prete. Pretest, prior to taking a test. Pretested, simple past and past participle of pretest. Pretester, a person who carries out a pretest. Pretesters, plural of pretester. Pretesticular, prior to stimulation of the testes. Pretesting, present participle and gerund of pretests. Pretests, plural of pretests. Pretext, obsolete spelling of pretext. Pretext, simple past and past participle of pretext. Pretexts, third person singular simple present indicative of pretext. Pretexting, present participle and gerund of pretext. Pretext, a false, contrived, or assumed purpose or reason, a pretense. Pretexted, simple past and past participle of pretext. Pretexting, present participle and gerund of pretext. Pretexts, plural of pretext. Pretextual, having a false, contrived or assumed purpose, characterized by pretense. Pretextual stop, the stopping by police of a motor vehicle in the case of a minor infringement of the law in order to investigate other suspected criminal activity. Pretextual stops, plural of pretextual stop. Pretextualities, plural of pretextuality. Pretextuality, the quality of being pretextual. Pretextually, in a pretextual manner. Pretextuous, synonym of pretextual false or contrived. Pretexture, pretext. Pretexture, simple past and past participle of pretexture. Pretextures, plural of pretexture. Pretexturing, present participle and gerund of pretexture. Prethalamus, relating to the prethalamus. Prethalamus, synonym of subthalamus. Prethgami, a respiratory stimulant composed of cropropamide and crotamide. Obsolete form of prethi. Privator, before attending the theater, especially of drinks or a meal. Pretheater, Commonwealth standard spelling of pretheater. Pretty, alternative spelling of prithi. Theistic, alternative spelling of pretheistic. Pretheological, for theology. Theology. Praetheology, a course of study taken by an undergraduate in preparation for studying theology. Pre-theoretical, arising before any theoretical considerations. Pre-theoreticality, alternative form of pre-theoreticality. Pre-theoretically, before taking any theoretical considerations into account. Pre-therapeutic, prior to therapy. Pre-therapeutical, alternative form of pre-therapeutic. Pre-therapeutically, prior to therapy. Pre-therapy, prior to therapy. Pre-thermal, prior to thermalization. Pre-thermalization, localized thermalization that leads to full thermalization over time. Pre-thermalize, to produce or to undergo pre-thermalization. Pre-thermalize, thermalize before some other process. Pre-thermalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-thermalize. Further, to thin in advance. Furthend, simple past and past participle of prethin. Prethinning, present participle and gerund of prethin. Prethins, third person singular simple present indicative of prethin. Patheales, a thiolase precursor. Pathealeses, plural of pretheales. Prethoughtful, prudent, having forethought. Privred, to thread prior to some other operation. Prithreaded, simple past and past participle of prithred. Prisrombe, a subunit of prothrombin. Prethrombolysis, before thrombolysis. Prithrombolytic, before thrombolysis. Prithrombosis, before thrombosis. Prithrombotic, before the production of thrombin. Prithymic, before development of the thymus. Prithymically, before development of the thymus. Pitithio, adheritatio. Pitithio favor, leptospirosis. Pitithioe, in front of the tuyo. Preticket, a preliminary ticket or presale ticket. Pretickets, plural of preticket. Frati, hide in advance. Frititan, to tighten bolts, etc. in advance. Frititan, simple past and past participle of frititan. Fritightening, present participle and gerund of frititan. Fritightens, third person singular simple present indicative of frititan. Fertilochlor, a particular herbicide. Petelt, a deviation from the perpendicular in the orientation of the director of a liquid crystal. Pretelts, plural of pretelt. Pretimed, having been timed in advance. Pretimely, before the due time. Pretend, alternative form of pretend. Pretend, simple past and past participle of pretend. Pretending, present participle and gerund of pretend. Pretends, third person singular simple present indicative of pretend. Pretes, obsolete form of precious. Pretiously, obsolete form of preciously. Pretitrated, titrated prior to some other operation. Pretium affection is sentimental value. Pretlow, a surname. Pretlows, plural of Pritlow. Pritlow, a surname. Pritlows, plural of Pritlow. Prittyler, a child who is not yet a toddler. Pretoddlers, plural of pretoddler. Pretoire, 16th century Scottish spelling of preter. Told, simple past and past participle of pretel. Pretominid, the antibiotic 6 is 2-nitro-6,4-trifluoromthoxy, benzyl oxy 6,7-dihydro-5-H-imidazo-2,1-B-1,3-oxazine. Pretonic, that immediately precedes the stressed syllable. Pretopological, relating to a pretopology. Pretopology, the field of study of pretopological spaces in plural for different spaces. Pretor, alternative spelling of preter. Preters, plural of pretor. Pretoria, the administrative capital of South Africa. Pretoria, alternative form of Praetorian. Praetorian, of, from, or pertaining to Pretoria, South Africa. Praetorians, plural of Praetorian. Praetorium, the general's tent in an ancient Roman camp. Praetoriums, plural of Praetorium. Praetormal, close to the margin of an insect swing towards the posterior angle, near the tornus. Praetors, plural of praetor. Praetorship, alternative form of praetorship. Praetorships, plural of praetorship. Praetorture, before torture. Praetocyte, a model of product using the smallest possible amount of resources. Prototype, simple past and past participle of prototype. Prototypes, plural of prototype. Prototyping, present participle and gerund of prototype. Pretouch, prior to a touch. Predor, archaic spelling of preter. Pretornament, occurring before or in preparation for a tournament. Pretournaments, plural of pretournament. Pretors, plural of pretor. Pretracheal, and yerta the tegia. Pretray, before a trade. Pretraditional, before the development of a tradition. Pretray, to train a neural network on some data set, typically a large generic data set, the output of which one is not directly interested in before fine-tuning the network on another data set one is interested in. Pre-trained, trained on a usually large data set by someone else. Pre-training, present participle and gerund of pre-train. Pre-trains, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-train. Pre-transaction, prior to a transaction. Pre-transactional, prior to a transaction. Pre-transcribe, to transcribe before some other operation. Pre-transcribed, simple past and past participle of pre-transcribe. Pre-transcribes, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-transcribe. Pre-transcribing, present participle and gerund of pre-transcribe. Pre-transcription, prior to transcription. Pre-transcriptional, prior to transcription. Pre-transduction, before transduction. Pre-transfected, transfected prior to some other operation. Pre-transfer, before a transfer. Pre-transformed, transformed prior to some other process. Pre-transfusion, before transfusion. Pre-transition, before a transition, pretransitional. Pretransitional, prior to a transition. Pretranslation, translation performed in advance. Pretranslational, prior to translation. Pretranslations, plural of pretranslation. Pretranslator, a program or process that performs pretranslation. Pretranslators, plural of pretranslator. Pretranslocated, translocated prior to some other process. Pretranslocation, prior to translocation. Pretranslocational, prior to translocation. Pretranslocations, plural of pretranslocation. Pretransmission, prior to transmission. Pretransmit, to transmit in advance. Pretransmits, third person singular simple present indicative of pretransmit. Pretransmit, simple past and past participle of pretransmit. Pretransmitting, present participle and gerund of pretransmit. Pretransplant, before a transplant. Pretransplantation, synonym of pretransplant. Pretransport, occurring before transportation. Pretransportation, before transportation, deportation to a penal colony. Pretransverse, anterior of a transverse element. Pretraumatic, that occurs prior to trauma. Pretravel, before traveling. Pretreat, to give something a treatment prior to another operation. Pretreat, simple past and past participle of pretreat. Pretreating, present participle and gerund of pretreat. Pretreatment, prior to treatment. Pretreatments, plural of pretreatment. Pretreats, third person singular simple present indicative of pretreat. Pretreaty, prior to a treaty. Pete, before a trial phase. Pre-trial, pertaining to a preliminary trial. Pre-trials, plural of pre-trial. Pretrib, clipping of pretribulation. Pretribble, before the development of tribes. Pretribulation, before the tribulation. Pretribulationism, one who believes that all righteous Christians will be transported bodily to heaven before the tribulation begins. Pretribulationists, a believer in pretribulationism. Pretribulationists, plural of pretribulationists. Pretrigeminal, prior to trigeminal pain / neuralgia. Pretrigger, prior to the activation of a trigger. Pretrigger, triggered in advance. Pretriggers, plural of pretrigger. Pretrim, to trim in advance. Pretrim, trimmed in advance. Pretrimming, present participle and gerund of pretrim. Pretrims, third person singular simple present indicative of pretrim. Pretre, before embarking on a trip. Pretrokenteric, misspelling of Pertrokenteric. Put, a British surname, variant of Pratt. Pretty, simple past and past participle of pretty. Pretty up, simple past and past participle of pretty up. Put, comparative form of pretty. More pretty. Pretties, plural of pretty. Pretties up, third person singular simple present indicative of pretty up. Pretty, superlative form of pretty, most pretty. Predification, the act of making someone or something pretty. Predifications, plural of predification. Predify, simple past and past participle of predify. Predifier, one who or that predifies. Predifiers, plural of predifier. Predifies, third person singular simple present indicative of predify. Pitiful, pretty, beautiful, cute. Predify, to make pretty or prettier, to make more attractive, especially only in a superficial way. Predifying, present participle and gerund of predify. Predicans, affectionate term of address to a person who is pretty. Prettily, in a pretty manner. Prettiness, the quality of being pretty. Prettinesses, plural of prettiness. Pretty, a surname. Pretty as a picture, very visually attractive. Pretty as a speckled pup, very pretty. Pretty boy, a young man whose physical attractiveness is considered rather effeminate and who may be vain about his appearance. Pretty boys, plural of pretty boy. Pretty good privacy, software that encrypts and decrypts messages for transmission over the internet using public key cryptography. Pretty horsebreaker, a courtesan, a female prostitute. Pretty horsebreakers, plural of pretty horsebreaker. Pretty much, almost completely, very nearly, mostly, more or less, basically. Pretty pass, an unsatisfactory situation. Pretty passes, plural of pretty pass. Pretty penance, plural of pretty penny. Pretty penny, chiefly preceded by a considerable amount of money, a high income or price. Pretty pictures, image supplements in a presentation, graphs, charts, etc. Pretty please, an emphatic form of please. Pretty please with a cherry on top, synonym of pretty please with sugar on top. Pretty please with sugar on top, exaggerated form of please or pretty please. Pretty police, male police officers disguised as gay men who instigated sexual encounters with gay men as an excuse to arrest them for soliciting sex. Pretty Polly, a phrase traditionally said to parrots, and a phrase that parrots are traditionally taught to speak. Pretty privilege, the social privileges granted to a person who is physically attractive. Putta, to make pretty. Pretty well, synonym of pretty much, almost completely, very nearly. Pretty woman syndrome, the situation in which young women are attracted to prostitution as a result of glamorous depictions in the media. Pretty by night, the Plamurabilis jalapa. Pretty-faced wallabies, plural of pretty-faced wallaby. Pretty-faced wallaby, a wallaby of species Macropus parry endemic to Queensland and northern New South Wales. Pretty pretties, plural of pretty pretty. Pretty pretty, knick-knack, trinket. Pretty print, to display code in a pretty fashion, matching commonly accepted principles of formatting and syntax for the sake of readability. Pretty printed, simple past and past participle of pretty print. Pretty printer, a computer program that performs pretty printing. Pretty printers, plural of pretty printer. Pretty printing, present participle and gerund of pretty print. Pretty prince, third person singular simple present indicative of pretty print. Pretty, present participle and gerund of pretty. Prettinga, present participle and gerund of pretty up. Prettish, somewhat pretty. Prettism, the affectation of a pretty style or manner. Pedisms. Plural of pediism. Predimen, a surname. Predimens, plural of predimen. Prediprint, alternative form of pretty print. Prediprinted, simple past and past participle of prediprint. Prediprinter, alternative form of pretty printer. Prediprinters, plural of prediprinter. Prediprinting, present participle and gerund of prediprint. Prediprints, third person singular simple present indicative of prediprint. Prithys, plural of pretty. Prettysome, characterized or marked by prettiness. Pretubercular, in the early stages of tuberculosis. Pretuberculous, synonym of pretubercular. Pretubular, upstream of the renal tubules. Pretubulicin, a tubulicin precursor to 4R2-methyl 4,2,3R4-methyl 3-methyl 2,3,3-methyl 2,2R1-methyl piperidine 2-carbonylamino pentanoylamino pentyl 1,3-thiazole 4-carbonylamino 5-phen alpentanoic acid. Pretubulicins, plural of pretubulicin. Percholite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal pale pink mineral containing oxygen, phosphorus, and scandium. Pretumor, before development of a tumor. Pretumoral, prior to the development of a tumor. Pretumorigenic, prior to a tumorigenic stage. Pretumoral, alternative form of pretumoral. Pretur, to tune typically a TV set in advance. Preturned, simple past and past participle of pretune. Pretunes, third person singular simple present indicative of pretune. Pretuning, present participle and gerund of pretune. Preter, the movement that leads into a turn. Preterins, plural of preturn. Pretween, a child approaching the age of approximately 11. Pretweens, plural of pretween. Pretype, to type in advance. Pretyped, simple past and past participle of pretype. Pretypes, third person singular simple present indicative of pretype. Pretyphi, before the onset of typhoid. Pretypify, simple past and past participle of pretypify. Pretypifies, third person singular simple present indicative of pretypify. Pretypify, to prefigure, to exhibit previously in a type. Pretypifying, present participle and gerund of pretypify. Pretyping, present participle and gerund of pretype. Pretypographical, before the development or use of typography. Pretyrannical, before the onset of tyranny. Pretyrosi, an amino acid intermediate of phenylalanine and OSH or tyrosine biosynthesis. Pretzel, a toasted bread or cracker usually in the shape of a loose knot. Pretzel knot, a pretzel link which is a knot. Pretzel knots, plural of pretzel knot. Pretzel link, a link with a standard projection comprising several tangles, each a braid on 2 strands, with the tangles arranged in some cyclic order. Pretzel links, plural of pretzel link. Pretzel pillow, a small snack made from pretzel dough, with a filling such as cheese or peanut butter. Pretzel pillows, plural of pretzel pillow. Pretzel style, synonym of Indian style. Pretzel syndrome, a rare disorder characterized by skeletal deformity, malformation of the brain with accompanying seizures, electrolyte imbalance, and variable malformations of the heart and other organs. Pretzel bender, a strange or unusual person. Pretzelled, pretzeled, pretzele, present participle and gerund of pretzel. Pretzelize, alternative form of pretzelize. Pretzelize, simple past and past participle of pretzelize. Pretzelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pretzelize. Pretzelizing, present participle and gerund of pretzelize. Pretzelization, the act of pretzelizing. Pretzelize, to bend, twist, or contort, to pretzel. Pretzelize, simple past and past participle of pretzelize. Pretzelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pretzelize. Pretzelizing, present participle and gerund of pretzelize. Pretzeled, bent, twisted, contorted. Pretzeli, resembling a pretzel. Pretzeling, present participle and gerund of pretzel. Pretzelosity, the condition of having the knotted form of a pretzel. Pretzels, plural of pretzel. Pretzer, a surname. Pretzers, plural of pretzer. Preulcerative, prior to the formation of ulcers. Preulcerous, prior to the formation of ulcers. Preultrasound, before the development or use of ultrasound. Pre-understanding, prior understanding, beliefs, attitudes, etc. that have been acquired previously. Pre-understandings, plural of pre-understanding. Pre-unification, prior to unification. Pre-union, prior to the existence of a union. Pre-unionization, prior to unionization. Pre-university, prior to university. Pre-ural, pertaining to vertebra supporting the caudal fin. Pre, describing a society before urbanization. Pre-europorphyrinogen, hydroxymethylbilane. Preußen, the German state of Prussia. Preußer, a surname from German. Preusers, plural of Preusser. Preudesti, a village in Timesti, Nemt County, Romania. Prea Chevalier, a valiant knight, any gallant gentleman. Prea Chevaliers, plural of Prea Chevalier. Abbreviation of previous. Vacation, before a vacation. Provaccinate, to vaccinate in advance. Provaccinated, vaccinated prior to some other treatment. Provaccinates, third person singular simple present indicative of provaccinate. Provaccinating, present participle and gerund of provaccinate. Provaccination, before vaccination. Provaccine, before a vaccine, or before the use of vaccines generally. Provacuolar, in front of a vacuole. Provacuole, an endosome that develops into a vacuole. Provacuoles, plural of provacuole. Provaginal, in front of the vagina or vaginal region. Prevail, to be superior in strength, dominance, influence, or frequency, to have or gain the advantage over others, to have the upper hand, to outnumber others. Prevail upon, to convince, to persuade. Prevailed, simple past and past participle of prevail. Prevalence, obsolete form of prevalence. Prevalency, prevalence. Prevail, obsolete spelling of prevail. Prevailed, simple past and past participle of prevail. Prevailed upon. Simple past and past participle of prevail upon. Prevalency, prevalence. Prevalent, alternative form of prevalent. Prevailer, agent noun of prevail. One who prevails. Prevailers, plural of prevailer. Prevails, third person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevailus, second person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevaileth, third person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevailing, predominant, o greatest force. Prevailing parties. Plural of prevailing party. Prevailing party, the party in a civil lawsuit whom the fact finder determines to be right and who, in some jurisdictions, may recover attorney's fees and other expenses associated with the prosecution or defense of the lawsuit. Prevailing upon, present participle and gerund of prevail upon. Prevailing wind, a wind in a region of the earth that blows predominantly from one direction. Prevailing winds, plural of prevailing wind. Prevailingly, mainly, predominantly. Prevailingness, the quality of being prevailing. Prevailment, prevalence, superior influence or efficacy. Prevailments, plural of prevailment. Prevails, third person singular simple present indicative of prevail. Prevails upon, third person singular simple present indicative of prevail upon. Prevalence, misspelling of prevalence. Prevalent, misspelling of prevalent. Prevalence, the quality or condition of being prevalent, wide extension or spread. Prevalences, plural of prevalence. Prevalency, prevalence. Prevalent, widespread or preferred. Prevalently, generally, usually, mainly. Prevalence, plural of prevalent. Prevalidate, to validate in advance. Prevalidated, simple past and past participle of prevalidate. Prevalidates, third person singular simple present indicative of prevalidate. Prevalidating, present participle and gerund of prevalidate. Prevalidation, the act or process of prevalidating. Prevalidations, plural of prevalidation. Prevalvular, in front of a vowel. Prevaricate, to deviate, transgress, to go astray from. Prevaricated, simple past and past participle of prevaricate. Prevaricates, third person singular simple present indicative of prevaricate. Prevaricatous, second person singular simple present indicative of prevaricate. Prevaricateth, third person singular simple present indicative of prevaricate. Prevaricating, present participle and gerund of prevaricate. Prevaricatingly, so as to prevaricate. Prevarication, deviation from what is right or correct. Prevarications, plural of prevarication. Prevaricative, synonym of prevaricatory. Prevaricator, one who prevaricates. Prevaricators, plural of prevaricator. Prevaricatory, tending to prevaricate. Prevaricoslectomy. Before varicocelectomy. Prevariatis, plural of prevariety. Prevariety, a ring space that has a fine hide open cover by a fine varieties. Prevascular, in front of the chest, between the lungs. Prevascularization, vascularization prior to some other operation. Prevascularize, to vascularize prior to some other operation. Prevascularize, simple past and past participle of prevascularize. Prevasectomy, before a vasectomy. Prevat, a surname. Prevat, a surname. Privats, plural of privat. Privats, plural of privat. Prelude, alternative form of pru. Prelude, simple past and past participle of prev. Prevegetation, before the appearance of vegetation. Prevalence, misspelling of prevalence. Prevalent, misspelling of prevalent. Preveller, having an articulation intermediate between palatal and velar. Prevellers, plural of preveller. Prevenance, a going before, anticipation in sequence or order. Prevenances, plural of prevenance. Prevenancy, the act of anticipating another's wishes, desires, etc. by way of favor or courtesy, obligingness. Prevenception, contraception. Prevene, to come before, to anticipate. Prevent, simple past and past participle of prevene. Prevenes, third person singular simple present indicative of prevene. Revenge, the act of taking or an action taken against someone or something ostensibly in retaliation for another act that has not yet been committed. Preemptive action characterized as revenge. Prevenance, the acts or condition of occurring earlier of being antecedent. Preveniences, plural of prevenience. Prevenient, relating to prevenience, anticipatory. Prevenient grace, an Arminian doctrine distinctive to Methodism and the broader Wesleyan movement. It holds that man is so fallen that he is utterly incapable of perceiving the need for salvation, but God, in his infinite wisdom, has preveniently extended to humankind sufficient grace that we can, through free will, willingly accept salvation. Preveniently, in a prevenient manner, anticipatorily, antecedently. Preventing, present participle and gerund of prevene. Prevent, to stop an outcome, to keep from doing something. Prevent defense, any defense intended to prevent rapid scoring by the offense at the expense of allowing relatively easy, slower scoring. Prevent defenses, plural of prevent defense. Preventabilities, plural of preventability. Preventability, the condition of being preventable. Preventable, capable of being prevented. Preventableness, the quality of being preventable. Preventables, plural of preventable. Preventably, such that it could be prevented. Preventative, alternative form of preventive. Preventative maintenance, maintenance done to keep something in working order rather than to repair damage that has already happened. Preventative medicine, medicine given to prevent illness rather than treat it. Preventative medicines, plural of preventative medicine. preventatively, in a manner that is preventative. Preventatives. Plural of preventative. Prevented. Simple past and past participle of prevent. Preventer. One who, or that which prevents. Preventers. Plural of preventer. Preventus. Second person singular simple present indicative of prevent. Prevented. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevent. Preventable. Alternative form of preventable. Preventables. Plural of preventable. Preventing. Present participle and gerund of prevent. Preventingly. So as to prevent or hinder. Prevention. The act of preventing or hindering obstruction of action, access, or approach, thwarting. Prevention is better than a cure. Synonym of prevention is better than cure. Prevention is better than cure. It is better to prevent the creation of a problem than to have to deal with it afterwards. Preventional. Preventive. Preventionism. A policy or approach based on trying to prevent something from happening. Preventionist. One who tries to prevent something from happening, an advocate of prevention. Preventionists. Plural of preventionists. Preventions. Plural of prevention. Preventitious. Describing a kind of dormant axillary bud. Preventive. Preventing, hindering, or acting as an obstacle to. Preventive healthcare. The application of healthcare measures in order to prevent diseases. Preventive medicine. Synonym of preventive healthcare. Preventive service. Work done by the Coast Guard to prevent smuggling. Preventive services. Plural of preventive service. Preventive war. War started by one of the parties without having received any attack from the other party. This type of war is initiated by states unable to use diplomacy. Preventive wars. Plural of preventive war. Preventively. In a preventive way. Preventiveness. The quality of being preventive. Preventives. Plural of preventive. Preventivist. A preventionist. Preventivists. Plural of preventivist. Preventer. Alternative form of preventer. Preventoria. Plural of preventorium. Preventorial. Being or relating to a preventorium. Preventorium. An institution or building for the isolation of patients infected with tuberculosis who did not yet have an active form of the disease. Preventoriums. Plural of preventorium. Preventers. Plural of preventer. Preventory. Preventive. Preventral. In snakes, any of a set of scales positioned anterior to the ventral scales and are wider than they are long, but not coming into contact with a paraventral row of dorsal scales on either side of the body. Preventrals. Plural of preventral. Preventricular. Prior to a ventricular contraction of the heart. Prevents. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevent. Preventure. Prevention. Prever. A separable verb prefix or a particle that precedes a verb. Preverbal. An early stage of development in which one is not yet able to communicate by means of words. Preverbally. Before a verb. Preverbals. Plural of preverbal. Preverbs. Plural of prever. Preverification. The act of preverifying, verification in advance. Preverify. Simple past and past participle of preverify. Preverifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of preverify. Preverify. To verify in advance. Preverifying. Present participle and gerund of preverify. Prevernal. Before the season of spring. Prevert. A pervert. Prevertebra. Any of the structures that develop into the vertebrae. Prevertebrae. Plural of prevertebra. Prevertebral. Situated immediately in front of or on the ventral side of the vertebral column. Prevertebrae. Prior to the evolution of vertebrates. Prevertical. Anterior to a vertex. Preverts. Plural of pervert. Preus. Third person singular simple present indicative of preve. Prevesical. In front of a bladder, especially the urinary bladder. Prevet. To vet or check in advance. Prevets. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevet. Prevet. A surname. Prevetted. Simple past and past participle of prevet. Prevets. Plural of prevet. Prevetting. Present participle and gerund of prevet. Preveza. A city in Epirus. Greece. Prevet. Ellipsis of placenta prevea. Pavel. Not yet viable. Providential. In Italy of or pertaining to a social security, insurance benefits, or a benefit plan. Preview. An experience of something in advance. Preview qualities. Plural of preview quality. Preview quality. A type of resolution that is visible in icons, thumbnails, or previews of operations such as scans and printing. Previewable. That can be previewed. Previewed. Simple past and past participle of preview. Previewer. A person who sees a film or TV program, etc. before its general release to the public. Previewers. Plural of previewer. Previewing. Present participle and gerund of preview. Previews. Plural of preview. Preving. Present participle and gerund of preve. Prevent. Prevet. Prevented. Simple past and past participle of prevent. Preventin. Present participle and gerund of prevent. Prevents. Third person singular simple present indicative of prevent. Previous. Prior, occurring before something else, either in time or order. Previous examination. An examination taken a year prior to graduation. Previous examinations. Plural of previous examination. Previous question. In parliamentary procedure, a call to end debate on a pending proposal and bring it to an immediate vote. Previous questions. Plural of previous question. Previous to. Before. Prior to. Previously. Plural of previous. Previously. First, beforehand, in advance. Previously disadvantaged. Belonging or relating to the previously disenfranchised population groups in South Africa, i.e. blacks, coloreds, and Indians. Previousness. The quality of being previous. Previremic. Prior to the presence of viruses in the blood. Previral. Before a viral infection. Previremic. Alternative form of previremic. Previrilization. Prior to virilization. Previrialize. Virialize prior to some other operation. Pruirian. A subviral particle. Prevarians, plural of prevarian. Previs, previsualization. Previsage, to envisage in advance, to foresee. Previsaged, simple past and past participle of previsage. Previsit is third person singular simple present indicative of previsage. Previsaging, present participle and gerund of previsage. Previse, to foresee. Prevised, simple past and past participle of previse. Previses, third person singular simple present indicative of previse. Previsibility, the quality of being previsible, able to be previewed. Previsible, partial. Prevising, present participle and gerund of previse. Prevision, advanced knowledge, foresight. Previsional, relating to provision or foresight, prophetic. Provisionary, relating to provision or foresight, prophetic. Provisioned, simple past and past participle of provision. Provisioning, present participle and gerund of provision. Provisions, plural of provision. Previsit, prior to a visit. Previsitation, prior to visitation. Previsitive, past participle of previsit. Previsiting, present participle and gerund of previsit. Previsits, plural of previsit. Proviso, pertaining to provision or foresight. Previsual, prior to the development of visual indicators. Previsualization, any technique that attempts to visualize a scene before the filming begins. Previsualizations, plural of previsualization. Previsualize, to visualize a scene of a film, etc. before shooting. Previsualize, simple past and past participle of previsualize. Previsualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of previsualize. Previsualizing, present participle and gerund of previsualize. Previtamen, synonym of provitamin. Previtamens, plural of previtamin. Previte, a surname. Vitalogenesis, the processes leading to vitalogenesis. Vitalogenec, relating to previtalogenesis. Previtalogenous, relating to previtalogenesis. Prevites, plural of previte. Previvor, an unaffected carrier of cancer who has not been diagnosed with it but has survived the predisposition or higher risk due to certain genetic mutations. Previvors, plural of previvor. Previs, previsualization. Prevo, a surname. Prevato, synonym of prevocalic. Prevocalic, immediately preceding a vowel or vowel sound. Prevocalically, immediately preceding a vowel or vowel sound. Prevocalization, a minor vocal sound produced in advance of a significant sound. Prevocalizations, plural of prevocalization. Prevocally, synonym of prevocalically. Prevocational, in preparation for a vocation. Prevocationally, before or in preparation for a vocation. Prevoy, before the voiding of the bladder. Prevolitional, before an act of the will. Prevolar, a bone from mammalian vertebrates forming the interior roof of the palate. Prevomery, anterior to the vomer. Prevobers, plural of prevomer. Privos, plural of privo. Privas, a surname from French. Prevas, a surname from French, variant of Prevost. Prevost reaction, the transoxidation of an alkene to form a dihydric alcohol catalyzed by iodine and silver benzoate. Prevost reactions, plural of Prevost reaction. Prevost squirrel. Palacerus prevostii, a colorful Asian squirrel. Prevost squirrels, plural of Prevost squirrel. Prévostian, of or pertaining to Antoine Francois Prévost. Prévosts, plural of Prévost. Prévote. Before vote. Prévoyant, foreseeing, prescient. Preview, alternative form of preview. Previewed, simple past and past participle of preview. Previews, third person singular simple present indicative of preview. Previewing, present participle and gerund of preview. Prue, a surname. Prewait, before a period of waiting. Free-wandering, prior to a wandering stage in any of various contexts. Pre-war, alternative form of pre-war. Pre-warm, to warm in advance. Pre-warmed, warmed in advance. Pre-warming, present participle and gerund of pre-warm. Pre-warms, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-warm. Pre-warn, to warn beforehand, to forewarn. Pre-warn, simple past and past participle of pre-warn. Pre-warning, present participle and gerund of pre-warn. Pre-warns, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-warn. Pre-warrant, prior to a warrant. Pre-war time, prior to wartime, pre-war. Pre-wash, a quick rinse given to objects before they are washed properly. Pre-wash, simple past and past participle of pre-wash. Pre-washes, plural of pre-wash. Pre-washing, present participle and gerund of pre-wash. Pre-weaned, weaned in advance. Pre-weaning, before weaning. Pre-weanling, an animal that is not yet weaned. Pre-weanlings, plural of pre-weanling. Pre-wedding, occurring before or in anticipation of a wedding. Pre-weigh, weighed in advance of another process. Pre-weight, to supply an algorithm, etc. with precalculated weights. Pre-weighted, simple past and past participle of pre-weight. Pre-weighting, present participle and gerund of pre-weight. Pre-weights, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-weight. Pre-welding, before welding. Pre-welfare, before the introduction of the welfare system. Pre-well-ordering, a binary relation that is transitive, total, and well-founded. Pre-well-orderings, plural of pre-well-ordering. Pre-wet, to wet a surface prior to some other operation. Pre-wets, third person singular simple present indicative of pre-wet. Pre-wet, a surname. Pre-wetted, simple past and past participle of pre-wet. Pre-wetting, present participle and gerund of pre-wet. Pre-wets, plural of pre-wet. Pre-wet, to whip in advance. Pre-whipped, simple past and past participle of pre-whip. Pre-whipping, present participle and gerund of prewip. Prewipus. Third person singular simple present indicative of prewip. Pre-whiting. To modify a data set to make the sample statistically independent, analogous to white noise. Pre-whiten. Simple past and past participle of pre-whiten. Pre-whitening. Present participle and gerund of pre-whiten. Pre-whitens. Third person singular simple present indicative of pre-whiten. Pre-willingness. The state before one is willing. Pre-winter. Before the season of winter. Pre-wire. To install a wiring system in advance of it being used or needed. Pre-wired. Simple past and past participle of pre-wire. Pre-wireless. Before the invention or introduction of wireless communication. Pre-wires. Third person singular simple present indicative of pre-wire. Pre-wiring. Present participle and gerund of pre-wire. Pre-withdraw. Before withdrawal. Pre-wit. As surname. Pre-wits. Plural of pre-wit. Pre-work. Prior to starting work. Pre-workout. Before a physical workout. Pre-workouts. Plural of pre-workout. Pre-workshop. Before a workshop, educational course or conference. Pre-worldly. Pre-cosmic. Pre-worship. Prior to worship. Pre-rap. To wrap in advance. Pre-wrapped. Wrapped in advance. Pre-wrapping. Present participle and gerund of pre-wrap. Pre-wraps. Third person singular simple present indicative of pre-wrap. Pre-rise. To make a first draft of ideas and format for an essay, thesis, article, or book as a plan for the actual writing. Pre-writer. Someone who pre-writes. Pre-writers. Plural of pre-writer. Pre-writes. Third person singular simple present indicative of pre-write. Pre-writing. A first draft or plan made before the actual writing starts. Pre-writings. Plural of pre-writing. Pre-write. Past participle of pre-write. Pre-wrote. Simple past of pre-write. Plural of fru. Prex. A president, especially of a university. Prexactly. Alternative form of persactly. Prex. Plural of prex. Prexi. A definitive stamp of the presidential series issued by the United States from 1938 to 1954. Prexis. Plural of prexi. Prexy. A president, especially of a college or university. Pre. That which is or may be seized by animals to be devoured. Fray drive. The instinctive inclination of a carnivore to locate, pursue, and capture prey. Prey drives. Plural of prey drive. Prey eyes. Eyes which are relatively round and have a negative campal tilt, said to be less attractive to women. Prey knocker. Former name of Ho Chi Minh City / Saigon before annexation by the Vietnamese in the 17th century. Prey on. To eat as prey. Prey upon. Synonym of prey on. Print. Praying, in the posture of praying upon something. Fray. Simple past and past participle of prey. Frayed on. Simple past and past participle of prey on. Preyed upon. Simple past and past participle of prey upon. Prayer, a surname from German. Prayers, plural of prayer. Preth, third person singular simple present indicative of prey. Preyful, disposed to take prey or hunting for prey. Prey, present participle and gerund of prey. Praying mantis, egg-corn of praying mantis. Praying on, present participle and gerund of prey on. Preying upon, present participle and gerund of prey upon. Praise, third person singular simple present indicative of prey. Praise on, third person singular simple present indicative of prey on. Praise upon, third person singular simple present indicative of prey upon. Fut, alternative letter case form of president. Preda, a surname. Prizakli, alternative spelling of Perzakli. Prizakli, alternative spelling of Perzakli. Predas, plural of Preza. Piziosi, a surname from Italian. Piziosis, plural of Piziosi. Pizioso, a surname from Italian. Pizzozos, plural of Pizioso. Frizizane, a tricyclic terpene found in agarwood. Frizizanes, plural of Prizizane. Perleh, the precursor stage of Izia. Prizoe, plural of Prizia. Prizonal, in front of a zone. Prizome, Prazone. Prizoned, simple past and past participle of prizone. Prizones, plural of prizone. Prizoning, present participle and gerund of prizone. Prizygapophyseal, situated in front of the zygapophyseal joint. Prizygapophyses, plural of prizygapophysis. Physio, alternative form of prizygapophyseal. Prizygapophysis, anterior or superior zygapophysis. Pzygote apophyseal, before the joining of the synapophyses. Pryzygomatic, located in front of the zygoma. Pryzygote, an egg cell prior to being fertilized. Pryzygotes, plural of pryzygote. Pryzygotic, preceding the zygotic period. Pryzygotically, prior to the zygotic period. Preles, plural of pres. Preti, alternative spelling of pressy. Phrase, plural of prezi. Preti, alternative spelling of pressy present. PRG, initialism of postage redirect and get, a design pattern for web applications. PRTC, abbreviation of photosensitive retinal ganglion cell. PRTC, plural of PRGC. PRG, plural of PRG. Initialism of Public Radio International. Priovonian, a subdivision of the Eocene epoch. Priacanthid, any fish in the family Priacanthidae. Priacanthids, plural of priacanthid. Pria, alternative spelling of Pyria. Prial, alternative form of pair royal. Prials, plural of prial. Prio, the king during the Iliad. Prion, alternative form of prion. Prionic, alternative spelling of prionic. Prionici, plural of prionic. Prionics, plural of prionic. Priant, a kneeling figure in French sepulchral art. Priants, plural of priant. Prione, alternative form of priony. Priapian, of, relating to, or in honor of Priapus or Priapos, ancient Greek, Pyro, iota alpha pi omicron sigma, a minor rustic fertility god, protector of livestock, fruit plants, gardens, and male genitalia. Priapians, plural of Priapian. Priapi, plural of Priapus. Priapic, phthalite. Priapically, in a priapic manner. Priapism, a potentially painful or harmful medical condition in which the erect penis does not return to its flaccid state despite the absence of both physical and psychological stimulation, often as a result of a spinal injury. Priapismic, relating to a priapism. Priapisms, plural of priapism. Priapus, a person who has a persistent or near persistent erection. Priapistic, relating to priapism. Priapists, plural of priapists. Priapos, alternative form of priapus. Priapulid, any small marine worm of the phylum Priapulida. Priapulids, plural of priapulid. Priapus, the son of Aphrodite and Dionysus, god of procreation and guardian of gardens and vineyards. Personification of the phallus. Priapuses, plural of priapus. Prior, obsolete form of prayer. Priors, plural of prior. Prida, a surname. Prival, a surname. Privils, plural of pribble. Pribbles and prabbles, ramblings, nonsense. Pribilof fox, a subspecies of Arctic fox endemic to the Pribilof Islands that exhibits predominantly dark fur. Vulpes Lagopus pribilofensis. Pribilof foxes, plural of Pribilof fox. Pribilof Islands, an archipelago of the Bering Sea, now part of the state of Alaska. Pridat, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Pribyslavak, a municipality of Croatia. Pribno, a surname from Pribno box, the nucleotide sequence tatat, an essential part of a promoter site on DNA for transcription to occur in bacteria. Pribno boxes, plural of Pribno box. Pribnoschaller box, synonym of Pribno box. Pribnoschaller boxes, plural of Pribnoschaller box. Privoiani, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Pribumi, a group of people in Indonesia who share a socio-cultural heritage and whose members are regarded as natives of the country. Previl, a surname from Czech. Privilis, plural of Privil. Priga, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Picasso, Tim Patch, an Australian artist known for painting with his penis. Prize, initialism of protect, rest, ice, compression, and elevation, a common treatment method for sprained joints. Price, a surname from Welsh in turn originating as a patronymic, anglicized from ap Rhys. Price ceiling, a maximum price payable for something, especially one stipulated by a government of governing body. Price ceilings, plural of price ceiling. Price control, A governmental restriction on the prices that can be charged for goods and services in a market. Price controls, plural of price control. Price County, one of 72 counties in Wisconsin, United States. County seat, Phillips. Price current. A list of up-to-date prices of various commodities, a price list. Price currents, plural of price current. Price cut, a reduction of the price of goods or merchandise to one lower than the usual or advertised price. Price cuts, plural of price cut. Price discriminate, to charge different prices to different categories of consumers. Price discriminated, simple past and past participle of price discriminate. Price discriminates. Third person singular simple present indicative of price discriminate. Price discriminating, present participle and gerund of price discriminate. Price discrimination, the practice of charging different prices to different categories of consumers. Price discriminations, plural of price discrimination. Price elasticity of demand, an economic metric designed to measure how sensitive quantity demanded is to a change in the price of a good/service. Price elasticity of supply, an economic metric that measures the responsiveness of a quantity supplied of a good to a change in its price, calculated as the percent change in supply over the percent change in price. Price equation, a covariance equation that provides a way to understand the effects that gene transmission and natural selection have on the proportion of genes within each new generation of a population. Price fixing, in antitrust law, collusion between competitors in order to raise prices at the expense of the consumer. Price flexing, the practice of adjusting prices regionally in line with local competition. Price floor, an imposed lower limit on the price charged for goods or services. Price floors, plural of price floor. Price gouge, to engage in price gouging. Price gouger, one who engages in price gouging. Price gougers, plural of price gouger. Price gouging, the act of or an instance of charging services or pricing goods at unreasonably high prices. Price gougings, plural of price gouging. Price gun, a portable tool used to print price tags. Price in, to include the costs of a possible future event, especially a negative one in an estimation of the total value of something. Price index, a statistical estimate of the level of prices of some class of goods or services. Price indexes, plural of price index. Price indices, plural of price index. Price is right. The cost of a thing is reasonable and represents good value. Price level, an index of the average market price of selected goods weighted according to certain criteria. Price levels, plural of price level. Price lists, a list of items for sale with their prices. Price lists, plural of price lists. Price maker, a firm that has the ability to choose its desired selling point of their good or services as they face a downward sloping demand curve. Price makers, plural of price maker. Price match, a policy in which a shop/store sells every item at the same price as at its competitor or even less. Price match, simple past and past participle of price match. Price matches, plural of price match. Price matching, present participle and gerund of price match. Price of admiralty, the cost of maintaining supreme command of the seas. Price of eggs. Something trivial or irrelevant, usually used to emphasize the lack of relationship of a non sequitur. Price of money. The rate of discount in lending or borrowing capital. Price of tea in China. Something that is irrelevant or unimportant, usually used to emphasize the lack of relationship of a non sequitur. Price on someone's head. A compensation for capturing or killing someone, especially a criminal. Price out. To compute the total price of something. Price out of the market. To charge an exorbitant price for a service or product so that no one will purchase it. Price point. A price viewed as one of a number of prices for related retail goods. Price pointed. Simple past and past participle of price point. Price pointing. Present participle and gerund of price point. Price points. Plural of price point. Price range. The range of prices of a certain product, service, security or commodity over a given period of time. Price scissors. The phenomenon where, for a certain group or sector of productive population, the overall valuation from their production for sale outside the group drops below the valuation of the demand of the group for goods produced outside the group after a period of reasonable equilibrium. For example, changing world price levels cause a country's exports to plummet in value, while the valuation of its imports remains relatively stable. Price signal. A sign attached to a commodity and concerning its price that is intended to increase demand for it. Price signals. Plural of price signal. Price skimming. A price-setting strategy in which a new product or service is offered at the highest practical price to capture consumers' surplus or exploit a monopolistic position, and that price is then lowered over time. Price stability. A state of economy characterized by low inflation and thus a stable value of money. Price stability is one of the central goals of most governments and central banks. Price tag. The tag or sticker attached to a product displaying its price. Price tagger. A member of a loosely affiliated group of vigilante Jewish extremists and Zionist settlers who engage in revenge and terrorist attacks on Palestinians. Price taggers. Plural of price tagger. Price tags. Plural of price tag. Price taker. A firm that has no choice over its price and must accept that of the general market. Price takers. Plural of price taker. Price to sell. To price attractively, to set a good price on. Price up. To increase the price of. Price war. A situation where commercial competitors repeatedly undercut each other's prices in order to attract buyers. Price wars. Plural of price war. Prices equation. Alternative form of price equation. Price's law. A description of the relationship between the academic literature on a subject and the number of authors in the subject area, stating that half of the publications come from the square root of all contributors. Price's theorem. Synonym of price equation. Price conscious. Aware of how much things cost and thus avoiding buying expensive items, looking for value for money. Price current. Alternative form of price current. Price currents. Plural of price current. Price cutting. The act of reducing of the price of goods. Price earnings ratio. The ratio of share price to earnings per share used as an indication of the relative value of the share. Price earnings ratios. Plural of price earnings ratio. Price lining. the technique of offering goods or services at a range of separated price points so as to give the impression of a hierarchy of quality. Price-wise, alternative spelling of price-wise. Priceable, capable of being priced. Price-in, of or relating to Richard Price 1723–1791, Welsh moral philosopher, nonconformist preacher and mathematician. Priced, simple past and past participle of price. Priced in, simple past and past participle of price in. Priced out, simple past and past participle of price out. Price to sell, simple past and past participle of price to sell. Priced up, simple past and past participle of price up. Priced off, of merchandise, low or reduced in price. Price heat, a monoclinic prismatic white mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, and oxygen. Priceless, so precious as not to be obtainable or sold at any price. Pricelessly, in a priceless way. Pricelessness, the state or condition of being priceless, very high value. Priceless, alternative form of price list. Price lists, plural of price lists. Price maker, a person who determines the odds to be offered to bettors. Price makers, plural of price maker. Price making, the process of determining the odds to be offered to bettors. Price point, alternative form of price point. Price points, plural of price point. Pricer, one who or that which prices. Pricers, plural of pricer. Prices, plural of price. Prices current, plural of price current. Prices in, third person singular simple present indicative of price in. Prices out, third person singular simple present indicative of price out. Prices to sell, third person singular simple present indicative of price to sell. Prices up, third person singular simple present indicative of price up. Prices current, plural of price current. Price tag, alternative spelling of price tag. Price tags, plural of price tag. Price, third person singular simple present indicative of price. Price-wise, in terms of price. Priceworthy, worth the cost. Pricey, a nickname of the surname Price. Priciness, the quality of being pricey, that is expensive. Pritchard, a surname from Welsh in turn originating as a patronymic. Pritchardian, of or relating to James Cowles Pritchard 1786–1848, English physician and ethnologist. Heise, comparative form of pricey, more pricey. Priciest, superlative form of pricey, most pricey. Pricily, in a pricey manner, expensively. Priciness, the quality of being pricey, that is expensive. Pricing, present participle and gerund of price. Pricing in, present participle and gerund of price in. Pricing out, present participle and gerund of price out. Pricing to sell, present participle and gerund of price to sell. Pricing up, present participle and gerund of price up. Pricings, plural of pricing. Prit, someone especially a male who is unpleasant, rude or annoying. Frick farrier, an army doctor. Frick farriers, plural of prick farrier. Prick of perfection, the depth of is like the half. Prick one's ears, alternative form of prick up one's ears. Prick out, to separate seedlings growing together, for example into a different pot. Prick posts, synonym of queen post. Prick posts, plural of prick post. Prick punch, a pointed steel punch to puncture a mark on sheet metal. Prick punches, plural of prick punch. Prick tease, synonym of cock tease. Prick teaser, alternative spelling of prick teaser. Prick teasers, plural of prick teaser. Prick teases, plural of prick tease. Prick test, a test for allergies performed by pricking the skin with a needle or pin containing a small amount of the allergen. Prick tests, plural of prick tests. Prick the garter, synonym of fast and loose fraudulent game. Prick up, to rise and become more alert. Prick up one's ears, to listen attentively. Prick ear, having pointed ears. Prick me dainties, plural of prick me dainty. Prick me dainty, an affected individual, one who puts on airs. Prick tease, alternative form of prick tease. Prick teaser, alternative form of prick teaser. Prick teases, plural of prick tease. Pricked, punctured by small holes. Pricked one's ears, simple past and past participle of prick one's ears. Pricked out, simple past and past participle of prick out. Pricked up, simple past and past participle of prick up. Pricked up one's ears, simple past and past participle of prick up one's ears. Fritter, one who pricks. Fricker bush, a thorn bush. Fritters, plural of pricker. Prickery, the actions or attitudes of a prick. Prickish behavior. Fricka, a candle. Fricka. Third person singular simple present indicative of prick. Prickets, plural of pricket. Fricka, a surname. Prickette, a woman or girl who is unpleasant, rude, or annoying. Prickettes, plural of prickette. Prickets, plural of pricket. Prickface, a term of abuse. Prickfaces, plural of prickface. Prickhead, a jerk, a mean or rude person. Prickheads, plural of prickhead. Prettier, comparative form of pricky, more pricky. Peggyet, superlative form of pricky, most pricky. Fricking, present participle, and gerund of prick. Pricking at the belt, synonym of fast and loose fraudulent game. Pricking one's ears, present participle and gerund of prick one's ears. Pricking out, present participle and gerund of prick out. Pricking up, present participle and gerund of prick up. Pricking up one's ears, present participle and gerund of prick up one's ears. Pricking up, the first coating of plaster in work of 3 coats upon last, is scratch coat. Its surface is scratched once to form a better key for the next coat. Frickingly, with a pricking action or sensation. Frickins, plural of pricking. Friggish, having the characteristics of a prick, being unpleasant, rude, or annoying. Prickishness, synonym of prickery, prickish behavior. Frictal, a small, sharp-pointed object, such as a thorn. Prickle cell, a polyhedral cell in the epidermis having many spines that form intercellular bridges. Prickle cells, plural of prickle cell. Prickleback, any of the fish in the family Zegidae. Pricklebacks, plural of prickleback. Prickled, simple past and past participle of prickle. Pricklefish, any of the family Staphylobrisidae of Staphylobrisiferum fishes. Pricklefish, plural of pricklefish. Prickler, that which prickles. Prickers, plural of prickler. Prickles, plural of prickle. Pricklesome, characterized or marked by prickling. Prickus, without a prick or prickle. Pricklet, a small prickle. Prickletail, a genus of birds. Prickuts, plural of pricklet. Prickpus, plural of pricklouse. Peckwer, comparative form of prickly, more prickly. Pricklies, plural of prickly. Prickliest, superlative form of prickly, most prickly. Prickliness, the state or quality of being prickly. Pricklinesses, plural of prickliness. Prickly, present participle and gerund of prickle. Pricklingly, with a prickling action or sensation. Pricklings, plural of prickling. Pricklas, a tailor. Prickly, covered with sharp points. Prickliash, any of a number of trees and shrubs in the genus Xanthoxylum containing Sichuan pepper and the American Midwest invasive species. Prickly ashes, plural of prickly ash. Prickly chaff flower, a plant of species Achir and Cispera within the family Amaranthaceae, native to the Old World, but found throughout the tropics with medicinal and other uses. Prickly hakea. Hakea amplixiculus, a thorny species of bush. Prickly hakeas, plural of prickly hakea. Prickly heath. Malaria. Prickly heath, a shrub, Gaultheria mucronata, native to southern South America. Prickly hornwort, Ceratophyllum muricatum, a freshwater plant of cosmopolitan distribution. Prickly lettuce, Lactuca cereola, an annual or biennial plant in the dandelion tribe within the daisy family, the closest wild relative of cultivated lettuce. Prickly lettuces, plural of prickly lettuce. Prickly nightshade, a plant of species Solanum torvum. Prickly oak, an oak, Quercus coccifera, native to the western Mediterranean region and growing 1-6 meters tall. Prickly oaks, plural of prickly oak. Prickly pear, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Prickly pear, any of various spiny cacti of the genus Aplantia. Prickly pear cactus, alternative form of prickly pear, various plants of the genus Aplantia. Prickly Pear Island, an island of Antigua and Barbuda. Prickly pears, plural of prickly pear. Prickly poison, the plant Gastrolobium spinosum. Prickly poppies, plural of prickly poppy. Prickly poppy, any in genus Argemone of poppies which is prickly. Prickly saltwort, Salsula cali sin, Cali turgidum, a coastal, halophilic, annual plant with succulent, spiny leaves. Prickly saltworts, plural of prickly saltwort. Prickly shark, the bottom-dwelling shark Echinorinus cocae family Echinorinidee found in the Pacific Ocean. Prickly sharks, plural of prickly shark. Prickly thrift, acantholemon. Prickly thrifts, plural of prickly thrift. Prickmatum, any of several species of stonecrop, such as Petrostum rupestre, formerly used as ingredients of vermifuge medicines. Prickmedaintes, plural of prickmedainty. Prickmedainty, alternative form of prickmedainty. Prickpunch, alternative form of prickpunch. Prickpunches, plural of prickpinch. Pricks, plural of prick. Pricks one's ears, third person singular simple present indicative of prick one's ears. Pricks out, third person singular simple present indicative of prick out. Fricks up, third person singular simple present indicative of prick up. Pricks up one's ears, third person singular simple present indicative of prick up one's ears. Frichat, a type of arrow. Frickats, plural of prickshat. Fricksar, music that is sung from notation written with dots or points, as opposed to by ear, sheet music. Fricksongs, plural of pricksong. Frech, simple past and past participle of prick. Pricktease, alternative form of pricktease. Prickteaser, a seductive woman, especially one who does not deliver what she promises. Prickteasers, plural of prickteaser. Prickteases, plural of pricktease. Fickwad, a rude, obnoxious, or annoying person. Fickwads, plural of prickwad. Prickwillow, a village in Ely Parish, East Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5982. Frickwood, a shrub Euonymus europaeus, the spindle tree. Prickwoods, plural of prickwood. Pricky, stiff and sharp, prickly. Pricey, alternative spelling of pricey. Friddle, a surname. Fritty, a surname. Fredis, plural of pretty. Fry, a festival or other event, usually involving a march or parade and organized annually within a city to celebrate the experiences and identities of LGBTQ people and to promote their interests and rights. Pride and joy, a possession that is very highly valued. Pride comes before a fall. A person who is excessively proud will often suffer a setback or failure. Pride comes before the fall. Alternative form of pride comes before a fall. Pride cometh before a fall. Alternative form of pride comes before a fall. Pride Day, June 28, declared for LGBT Pride as it is the anniversary of the Stonewall Riots of 1969. Pride Festival, synonym of Pride Parade. Pride Festivals, plural of Pride Festival. Pride Flag, the rainbow flag or variants of it. Pride Flags, plural of Pride Flag. Pride goes before a fall. Alternative form of pride comes before a fall. Pride goeth before a fall. Alternative form of pride comes before a fall. Pride Month, the month of June, declared for LGBT pride in commemoration of the Stonewall Riots of June 1969. Pride of Barbados, peacock flower Caesalpinia pulcherrima. Pride of Burma, a tropical tree with large showy flowers of the species Amherst nobilis. Pride of California, the plant Lathyrus splendens. Pride of Erin, an old-fashioned dance for a couple of Irish origin. Pride of Erin's, plural of Pride of Erin. Pride of India, any of a few species of attractive flowering plants found in India. Pride of India tree, synonym of Chinaberry, the tree Melia aesderach. Pride of India trees, plural of Pride of India tree. Pride of Ohio, the Pranula media. Pride of place, the highest ranking or first position, place of honor. Pride Parade, an annual parade held in communities in many parts of the world celebrating lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex pride and culture and the acceptance of people belonging to sexual minorities. Pride parades, plural of Pride Parade. Pride wheneth before a fall, alternative form of pride comes before a fall. Pride ox, a surname. Prided, simple past and past participle of pride. Pridefy, an antidepressant drug never marketed. Prideful, full of pride, haughty, arrogant. Pridefully, in a prideful or haughty manner. Pridefulness, the state or condition of being prideful, arrogant, haughty, pride. Prideless, without pride, humble. Pridelessly, in a prideless manner. Pridelessness, the condition or state of being prideless, unpride. Frynor, a surname. Frynors, plural of Pridemore. Prideferone, an anxiolytic drug. Prider, one who is part of a movement based on pride in a certain attribute. Friederi, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, barium, iron, oxygen, potassium, sodium, and titanium. Priders, plural of prider. Prides, plural of pride. Pridesome, characterized or marked by pride. Pryware, clothing that advertises its wearer's pride in being LGBT, gay pride, trans pride, etc. Friedweed. Erigeron canadensis sin. Caniza canadensis, an annual weed. Prideweed, where you pet a veen pet. Prigem, a surname from Old French. Prigens, plural of Prigen. Prigi, a surname. Prigons, plural of Prigon. Prigin, a surname. Prigens, plural of Prigin. Fridin, of or relating to the day before or yesterday. Friday, present participle and gerund of pride. Frightingly, with pride, proudly. Fridinol, a muscle relaxant drug. Fridor, a surname. Pridimors, plural of Pridmore. Pridnestrovian, pertaining to Pridnestrovy. Pridnestrovian Moldavian Republic, the official name of the Imechanized Autonomous Moldovan territory is Transnistria according to separatists. Pridnestrovians, plural of Pridnestrovian. Pridnestrovi, Transnistria, Pridali, of a geologic epoch within the Silurian period from about 419 to 416 million years ago, marked by the appearance of the first vascular land plants. Fridapidine, an experimental drug candidate of the dapidine class. Prida, a piece of furniture on which someone can pray, consisting of a cushion area to kneel on, with a built-in ledge for books. Pideus, plural of Pridia. Pide, plural of Prida. Pide, a surname. Paves, plural of Priu. Priebes, a surname from German. Frei, simple past and past participle of Pri. Priu, alternative form of Pridia. Prides, plural of Pridiu. Prie, plural of Pridiu. Priv, obsolete form of proof. Priv, obsolete spelling of proof. Prius, plural of priv. Prius, plural of priv. Piego, a surname from Spanish. Piegas, plural of Piego. Priu, a surname from Dutch. Primus, plural of prim. Pria, an ancient city of Anya. Prior, a surname. Priors, plural of prior. Prias, third person singular simple present indicative of pri. Priest, a surname. Priest hole, a secret compartment in a large house, used as a hiding place for priests during the times when Catholicism was forbidden. Priest holes, plural of priest hole. Priest's hole, alternative form of priest hole. Priest doctor, a person who acts as a medium between the spirit and the visible worlds, performing healing or divination rituals. Priest doctors, plural of priest doctor. Priest king, a sacred king, a monarch with prominent religious attributes. Priest kings, plural of priest king. Priest monk, alternative spelling of priest monk. Priest monks, plural of priest monk. Priest ridden, dominated or plagued by priests. Priestal, relating to priests, priestly. Priestcap, a skull cap. Priestcaps, plural of priestcap. Priestcraft, the craft of performing the duties of a priest. Priestcrafts, plural of priestcraft. Priestum, political rule or sweeping social control exercised by a class of priests, a ruling class of priests. Priestums, plural of priestum. Prieste, simple past and past participle of priests. Priesteries, plural of priestery. Priestery, priests collectively, the priesthood. Priestess, a woman with religious duties and responsibilities in certain religions. Priestess of Venus, synonym of prostitute. Priestess, simple past and past participle of priestess. Priestesses, plural of priestess. Priestesses of Venus, plural of priestess of Venus. Priestesshood, priesthood as it relates to priestesses, i.e. the female kind. Priestesshoods, plural of priestesshood. Priestessing, present participle and gerund of priestess. Priestess-like, resembling or characteristic of a priestess. Priestessly, of pertaining to or resembling priestesses. Priestfield, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Wolverhampton, West Midlands, England. OS grid ref so 9397. Priesthead, obsolete form of priesthood. Priesthill, a suburb in south-west Glasgow, City of Glasgow Council Area, Scotland. OS grid ref NS 5260. Priesthood, the role or office of a priest. Priesthood of all believers, the common priesthood composed of all Christians according to general Christian belief and thought by Protestants to preclude the ministerial priesthood holy orders found in some other churches. Priesthoods, plural of priesthood. Priesthoods of all believers, plural of priesthood of all believers. Piety, any practices of Christianity that place an excessive emphasis on the role of the priest. Priesting, the ordination of a priest. Priestings, plural of priesting. Priestish, like a priest. Priestism, the influence, doctrines, principles, etc. of priests or the priesthood. Priestisms, plural of priestism. Priestess, without a priest or priests. Priestlessness, absence of priests. Priestlet, a petty priest. Priestlets, plural of priestless. Priestley, a surname from Old English. Priestlian, of or relating to Joseph Priestley 1733-1804, English theologian and scientist. Praiseless, plural of priestly. Praiseware, comparative form of priestly, more priestly. Praisewist, superlative form of priestly, most priestly. Priestly, resembling or characteristic of a priest. Priestliness, the quality or state of being like a priest. Priestling, a petty, insignificant priest. Priestlings, plural of priestling. Priestley, a habitational surname from Old English. Priestleys, plural of priestly. Priestman, a surname. Priest monk, a monk who is also a priest. Priest monks, plural of priest monk. Priestress, a priestess. Priestresses, plural of priestress. Priestridden, alternative form of priestridden. Priests, plural of priests. Priestship, priesthood. Priestships, plural of priestship. Priestex, non-binary or gender-neutral equivalent of priest. Pre, third person singular simple present indicative of pri. Prida, a surname from Spanish. Prida Diaz, a municipality of Sorsogon, Philippines. Priedos, plural of Prieto. Her, a surname from French. Preergus jelly syndrome, neonatal onset multisystem inflammatory disease. Hydet, plural of prayer. Preu, to prove. Preud, simple past and past participle of prev. Preus, third person singular simple present indicative of prev. Preving, present participle and gerund of prev. Peu, a surname. Priflome, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Perfinium bromide, an antimuscarinic drug. Preferalis, an antiarrhythmic drug. 3. A deliberately superior person, a person who demonstrates an exaggerated conformity or propriety, especially in an irritatingly arrogant or smug manner. Prigium, synonym of priggishness. 3. A surname. 3. A surname. Fred, simple past and past participle of pring. Frater, a thief. Friggeries, plural of priggery. Fritters, plural of prigger, friggery, thievery or roguery. Fritters, plural of prig, frittess, a female prig smugly superior person. Frittesses, plural of priggess. Frigging, present participle and gerund of prig. Friggings, plural of prigging. Prigiony, a surname. Friggish, like a prig. Friggishly, in a priggish way. Priggishness, the state or quality of being piggish. Friggishnesses, plural of priggishness. Friggism, the quality or state of being priggish, the manners of a prig, exaggerated propriety, fussiness about trivialities. Friggisms, plural of priggism. Friggoid, the state or essence of being a prig, priggery. Prigiony, a surname from Italian. Frigman, a thief. Frigman, plural of prigmen. Frigmar, a surname. Frigmars, plural of prigmar. Frigajin, a surname from Russian, variant of Prigajin. Pridaria, a commune of Gorj County, Romania. Fregorj, a geographical region of Croatia. Fredizin, a surname from Russian. Fredis, plural of pre. Prehoda, a surname from Czech. Prehodas, plural of prehoda. Plural of pius. Prijsta, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Pripra, a surname from Czech. Prila, a hand of 3 cards of the same value in 3 card bracket. Prila, a city in southern North Macedonia. Priles, plural of Prile. Prilesai, a settlement in Rapiak-Hukar rural settlement, Krasny Yarugar Rayon, Belgorod Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia. Priliximab, a chimeric monoclonal antibody designed to treat Crohn's disease and multiple sclerosis. Pril, a surname. Pril sulfur. Elemental sulfur in nugget form. Prilemen, a surname. Prilemens, plural of prilemen. Preld, formed into pellets. Frele, the solidification of droplets of molten material falling against an upward stream of air, used especially to agglomerate ammonium nitrate and urea for use as a fertilizer. Prilling tower, the device used for producing prill agglomerates. Prilling towers, plural of prilling tower. Prillan, tin extracted from the slag. Prills, plural of prill. Prilican, a local anesthetic related to lidocaine and used in the form of its hydrochloride CHN2OHCl as a nerve block for pain, especially in surgery and dentistry. A surname. Prim and proper. Prudish, straight lace. Prim's algorithm, a greedy algorithm that finds a minimum spanning tree for a weighted, undirected graph. Prim-Dijkstra algorithm, synonym of Prim's algorithm. Prim-Jarnik algorithm, synonym of Prim's algorithm. Prima, most important. Prima ballerina, the leading ballerina in a dance company. Prima ballerinas, plural of prima ballerina. Prima donna, the principal female singer or the leading lady. Prima donna-ish, having the characteristics of a prima donna. Prima donnas, plural of prima donna. Prima faciality, the quality of being prima facie. Prima facie, at first sight, on the face of it. Prima materia, the primitive formless base of all matter, which is the starting material required for the magnum opus and the creation of the philosopher's stone. Prima mobilia, plural of prima mobile. Primability, the property of being permeable. Primacies, plural of primacy. Primacord, synonym of detonating cord. Primacords, plural of primacord. Primacy, the state or condition of being prime or first as in time, place, rank, etc. Primacy effect, the increased ability to remember items presented earlier, such as the first items in a list, the early position aspect of the serial position effect. Primacy effects, plural of primacy effect. Prima donna, alternative spelling of prima donna. Prima donnas, plural of prima donna. Primidoni, plural of prima donna. Priminoctes, droit to senor. Primeval, alternative spelling of primeval. Primeval forests, alternative spelling of primeval forest. Primeval forests, plural of primeval forests. Primevality, alternative spelling of primevality. Primevally, alternative form of primevally. Primevalness, alternative spelling of primevalness. Primage, a payment made for loading or unloading a ship, or for care of goods during transit by ship. Primages, plural of primage. Primakov, English transliteration of the Russian surname P-R-I-V-M Akavov Primakov. Primal, being the first in time or in history. Primal horde, in Freudian psychoanalysis, an archetypal cathexis of the sons usurping their father's hierarchical position, the basis of the Oedipus complex, and sometimes resulting in totemism. Primal hordes, plural of primal horde. Primal scene, in Freudian theory, the first time a child witnesses and understands his or her parents copulating. Primal scenes, plural of primal scene. Primal scream, a scream produced during primal therapy. Primal screams, plural of primal scream. Primal therapies, plural of primal therapy. Primal therapists, a therapist who carries out primal therapy. Primal therapists, plural of primal therapists. Primal therapy, a form of psychotherapy based on the relating of traumatic experiences. Primeld, simple past and past participle of primal. Primaling, present participle and gerundive primal. Primalities, plural of primality. Primality, the condition of being prime. Primalt, simple past and past participle of primal. Primale, present participle and gerundive primal. Primally, in a primal manner. Primals, plural of primal. Prinaparone, an anxiolytic derived. Priaquine, a synthetic compound derived from quinoline, used as a medication in the treatment of malaria and pneumocystis pneumonia. Primarch, the main leader of a group. Primary, simple past and past participle of primary. Primaries, plural of primary. Primarily, over primary or central nature, first and foremost. Primariness, the quality or state of being primary or first in time, act, or intention. Prinarasal, an original soil that has been modified by erosion, etc. Prinarasals, plural of prinarasal. Primary, first or earliest in a group or series. Primary accent, synonym of primary stress. Primary accents, plural of primary accent. Primary alcohol, any alcohol of general formula RCH2OH. Primary alcohols, plural of primary alcohol. Primary amine, an amine containing a single radical of general formula RNH2. Primary amines, plural of primary amine. Primary amoebic meningoencephalitis, synonym of megaliasis. Primary bedroom, synonym of master bedroom. Primary bedrooms, plural of primary bedroom. Primary care, the medical attention that a patient receives upon first contact with a healthcare system, either a general practitioner or the A&E or ER department of a hospital. Primary cell wall, the semi-permeable outer cell wall of plant cells. Primary cell walls, plural of primary cell wall. Primary cilia, plural of primary cilium. Primary cilium, non-motile single cilium. Primary color, any of three colors which, when added to or subtracted from others in different amounts, can generate all other colors. Primary colors, plural of primary color. Primary color, any of three colors which, when added to or subtracted from others in different amounts, can generate all other colors. Primary colors, plural of primary color. Primary data, data that has been compiled for a specific purpose and has not been collated or merged with other data. Primary education, the basic schooling given to children up to the age of puberty, including reading, writing, and basic mathematics. Primary election, a preliminary election to select a political candidate of a political party. Primary elections, plural of primary election. Primary energies, plural of primary energy. Primary energy, energy in a form that has not been processed or is not processed before use. Primary explosive, a type of explosive that is extremely sensitive to stimuli such as impact, friction, heat, static electricity, or electromagnetic radiation. Primary explosives, plural of primary explosive. Primary fire, a major fire, generally occurring in a building or vehicle and involving rescues or fatalities. Primary forests, synonym of old-growth forest. Primary goods, goods which are presumed to be desired by all rational individuals. Primary healthcare, synonym of primary care. Primary hypothermia, hypothermia caused by exposure to a cold environment. Primary ideal, huvudkommuting or any idealises of any b or evaluate that either b or and for some it is or and 0. Primary ideals, plural of primary ideal. Primary immunodeficiencies, plural of primary immunodeficiency. Primary immunodeficiency, any of the many genetic disorders due to an aspect of the body's immune system being either absent or failing to function normally. Primary industries, plural of primary industry. Primary industry, An industry that processes raw materials for conversion by secondary industry into goods or services sold by tertiary industry to provide goods or services to consumers. Primary key. In the design of a database table, the primary key, abbreviated PK, is selected among the non-empty set of candidate keys. The PK is a column or an irreducible group of columns able to identify every row of the table. Primary keys, plural of primary key. Primary legislation. Legislation enacted by an act of Parliament, contrasted with secondary legislation, which is enacted by the executive branch under powers derived from primary legislation. Primary life support system. A backpack worn on a space suit that provides breathable oxygen and removes expelled carbon dioxide. Primary life support systems. Plural of primary life support system. Primary market. The part of the financial markets that deals with the issuance of new securities. Primary markets. Plural of primary market. Primary memory. Synonym of main memory. Primary myelofibrosis. Plural of primary myelofibrosis. Primary myelofibrosis. Incurable myeloid tumor entity that goes along with progressive non-clonal fibrosis of the bone marrow. Primary offense. The most serious offense of a group of offenses that a person committed at the same time or is charged with committing at the same time. Primary offenses. Plural of primary offense. Primary phosphine. Any compound of general formula RPH2. Primary phosphines. Plural of primary phosphine. Primary planet. A planet, a natural satellite of a sun. Primary planets. Plural of primary planet. Primary poverty. The condition of living below the poverty line, having insufficient income to meet one's basic needs. Primary producer. A person or organization producing basic agricultural commodities, such as a farmer or cattle producer. Primary producers. Plural of primary producer. Primary production. The organic matter produced from carbon dioxide by photosynthesis. Primary rate interface. An instant service delivered over T1, E1 or J1 data lines with delivery of connections between 1472 kilobits per second and 1984 kilobits per second kbps. Primary rate interfaces. Plural of primary rate interface. Primary reinforcement. A consequence, such as food or water, that fulfills a primary, unlearned drive, such as hunger or thirst, and thereby reinforces a behavior without dependence on prior learning. Primary reinforcements. Plural of primary reinforcement. Primary research. Research that involves the collection of previously ungathered data rather than the analysis of that which is already available. Primary residence. The dwelling where a person usually lives. A person may have only one primary residence at any given time, which is used for legal purposes such as determining where a person votes or pays taxes. Primary residences. Plural of primary residence. Note the primary residence of multiple people since each person can have only one primary residence. Primary school. A formal, obligatory kind of school that typically begins with nursery school or first grade and ends at 5th or 6th grade. Primary schools. Plural of primary school. Primary sector. The sector of the economy that principally produces raw materials for use by other sectors. Primary sectors. Plural of primary sector. Primary source. An original work, especially one by a notable author whose work is now the subject of commentaries. Secondary sources. Primary sources. Plural of primary source. Primary storage. The volatile memory of a computer directly accessible by the central processing unit, the main memory, together with cache memory and processor registers. Primary stress. The stronger of two degrees of stress in the pronunciation of a word. Primary stresses. Plural of primary stress. Primary structure. The linear sequence of amino acids covalently linked by peptide bonds to form a single polypeptide chain. Primary structures. Plural of primary structure. Primary teeth. Plural of primary tooth. Primary tense. In Latin, the present or future tense. Primary tenses. Plural of primary tense. Primary time. The point in time when something is initiated, the start time. Primary time standard. A time standard that does not require calibration against another time standard. Primary time standards. Plural of primary time standard. Primary times. Plural of primary time. Primary tooth. Milk tooth. Primary transcript. The RNA molecule that is produced by transcription of DNA before splicing or pelylated. Primary transcripts. Plural of primary transcript. Primary valence. In a coordination compound, the number of negative ions needed to satisfy the charge on the central metal ion. Primary valences. Plural of primary valence. Primary work. Synonym of primary source. Primary works. Plural of primary work. Primary world. The real world of the reader or viewer as opposed to the imaginary secondary world of a work of fiction. Primary worlds. Plural of primary world. Pattern. Mounting a challenge to an incumbent office holder in a party primary. Primase. The RNA polymerase involved in the initiation of DNA synthesis. Primases. Plural of primase. Primaste. Misspelling of prismatic. Pridath. A very large champagne bottle with the capacity of about 27 liters, equivalent to 36 standard bottles. Prinatal. Pertaining to primates. Prinatals. Plural of prinatal. Primate. A mammal of the order primates, including apes which include humans, monkeys, lemurs, tarsiers, lorisids, and galagos. Primate-like. Resembling or characteristic of a primate. Primates. Plural of primate. Primateship. The office, dignity, or position of a primate church officer. Primateships. Plural of primateship. Primatial. Of or pertaining to a primate. Primatical. Of or pertaining to a primate, the church thing, not the monkeys. Primitive. Obsolete spelling of primitive. Primatological. Relating to primatology. Primatologically. In terms of primatology. Primatologies. Plural of primatology. Primatologist. A specialist in primatology. Primatologists. Plural of primatologists. Primatology. The scientific study of primates, a subdiscipline of zoology. Primatomorph. Any mammal of the mere order Primatomorpha. Primatomorphan. Relating to primatomorphs. Primatomorphs. Plural of primatomorph. Primatophilic. Attracted to primates, typically to monkeys. Prinaths. Plural of prinath. Primature. Misspelling of premature. Primavera. A surname. Primaveral. relating to or characteristic of early spring. Primaveras, plural of primavera. Primaxio, comprised of Semitic cells only. Pri, a surname. Prime constellation, an ordered set of prime numbers having a constant difference between successive elements. Prime constellations, plural of prime constellation. Prime contract, a contract entered into directly between the client and the contractor contracted provider of products or services, especially one involving government agencies or bodies or entities such as educational institutions. Prime contractor, a general contractor. Prime contractors, plural of prime contractor. Prime contracts, plural of prime contract. Prime costs, the cost of production, without regard to profit. Prime cut, a top quality serving of meat. Prime cuts, plural of prime cut. Prime decomposition, synonym of prime factorization. Prime decompositions, plural of prime decomposition. Prime directive, an order or mission which presents the overriding control over a course of action. Prime directives, plural of prime directive. Prime don, plural of prima donna. Prime factor, a factor of a given integer which is also a prime number. Prime factored, simple past and past participle of prime factor. Prime factoring, present participle and gerund of prime factor. Prime factorization, alternative spelling of prime factorization. Prime factorizations, plural of prime factorization. Prime factorization, the factorization of a positive integer into its constituent prime numbers. Prime factorizations, plural of prime factorization. Prime factors, plural of prime factor. Prime field, a field that contains no proper subfields. Prime fields, plural of prime field. Prime form, the normal form of the most compact chord in a set. Prime formula, a well-formed formula which has not been made by combining simpler well-formed formulas by means of logical connectives. Prime formulae, plural of prime formula. Prime formulas, plural of prime formula. Prime gap, the difference between two successive prime numbers. Prime gaps, plural of prime gap. Prime ideal, any two-sided ideal is such that for arbitrary ideal P and Q, PQI, PI, or QI. Prime ideals, plural of prime ideal. Prime implicant, a group of related one implicant on a Carnot map which is not subsumed by any other implicant in the same map. Equivalently in terms of Boolean algebra, a product term which is a minimal implicant in the sense that removing any of its literals will yield a product term which is not an implicant, but beware, on a Carnot map it would appear maximal. Prime implicants, plural of prime implicant. Prime lens, a photographic lens with a constant focal length as opposed to a zoom lens. Prime meridian, the reference line at 0 degrees longitude passing through Greenwich, England, from which longitude east and west is measured. Prime meridians, plural of prime meridian. Prime minister, alternative letter case form of prime minister. Prime Minister, the chief member of the cabinet and head of the government, especially in a parliamentary democracy, often the leader of the majority party. Prime Ministerial, of or relating to a prime minister. Prime ministers, plural of prime minister. Prime ministers, plural of prime minister. Prime ministership, the office of a premier or prime minister. Prime ministerships, plural of prime ministership. Prime ministress, a female prime minister. Prime ministresses, plural of prime mistress. Prime ministries, plural of prime ministry. Prime ministrix, a female prime minister. Prime ministry, synonym of prime ministership. Prime mover, the initial agent that is the cause of all things. Prime movers, plural of prime mover. Prime number, any natural number greater than one that cannot be formed by multiplying two smaller natural numbers. Prime number theorem, the theorem that the number of prime numbers less than n asymptotically approaches n/ln n as n approaches infinity. Prime number theorems, plural of prime number theorem. Prime numbers, plural of prime number. Prime of life, the period of one's mature life when one is at a peak of health and performance. Prime rate, the interest rate that large commercial banks charge on loans to customers with a high credit rating, i.e. those seen as at low risk of default. Prime reciprocal magic square, a magic square using the decimal digits of the reciprocal of a prime number. Prime reciprocal magic squares, plural of prime reciprocal magic square. Prime rib, a cut of beef consisting of 2 to 7 ribs, one of the 9 primal cuts. Prime ribs, plural of prime rib. Prime ring, any non-zero ring R such that for any two two-sided ideals P and Q in R, the product PQ equals 0, the zero ideal if and only if P equals 0 or Q equals 0. Prime rings, plural of prime ring. Prime subring, the image of the natural homomorphism from letter 2124 into R, which is the unique homomorphism mapping one letter 2124 to one R, equivalently, the intersection of all subrings of R. Prime suspect, a person who is considered by the law enforcement agency investigating a crime to be the most likely suspect. Prime suspects, plural of prime suspect. Prime the thumb, to engage in deficit spending. Prime time, the block of programming on television during the middle of the evening, usually between 7:00 p.m. and 11:00 p.m. Prime triplet, an ordered set of 3 prime numbers in which the smallest and largest of the 3 differ by 6. Prime triplets, plural of prime triplet. Prime up, to prep up, to prepare or coach. Prime time, alternative spelling of prime time. Primal, a surname. Primals, plural of prima. Primox, a surname. Primed, simple past and past participle of prime. Primed up, simple past and past participle of prime up. Prime faces, an open source user interface component library for Java server faces. Primud, the quality of being a prime number, primus. Primeira Liga, the highest division of professional football in Portugal. Primus, without prime numbers. Primely, primarily. Prime ministership, the office of a prime minister. Primus, the quality or state of being first. Primer, a surname. Primer cord, synonym of detonating cord. Primer chords, plural of primer chord. Primerless, lacking or not needing a primer. Primo, a surname from Spanish. Primrole, A primrose. Primerolles, plural of primrole. Primose, plural of primo. Primers, plural of primer. Primus, plural of prime. Primes up, third person singular simple present indicative of prime up. Primest, superlative form of prime. Most prime. Primetime, alternative form of prime time. Primer, new wines such as Beaujolais Nouveau. Primers, plural of primer. Primeval, belonging to the first ages. Primeval forests, a forest unaffected by humans, typically containing large live trees, large dead trees, and large logs. Primeval forests, plural of primeval forests. Primeval soup, the supposed liquid mixture of organic compounds which, under the influence of ultraviolet light, lightning etc. gave rise to the first self-replicating structures and, eventually, to life. Primeval soups, plural of primeval soup. Primevality, the quality of being primeval. Primevally, in a primeval manner, in or from the earliest times, originally. Primevalness, the quality of being primeval. Primrose, synonym of Beaujolais. Primerose, a disaccharide consisting of xylose and glucose residues that occurs as plant glycosides. Primeveracidase, beta-glucosidase. Primeveraci, a glycoside of primerose. Primeveracides, plural of primeveraci. Primus, primeval. Primesci, the first part of the exine to be formed. Primescience, plural of primescine. Primar, a small city, the county seat of O'Brien County, Iowa, United States. Primiano, a surname from Italian. Primianos, plural of primiano. Primibra, a bracial on the unbranched arm of a crinoid. Primibracial, relating to a primibrac. Primibracials, plural of primibracial. Primibrax, plural of primibrac. Primatalol, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Primidone, an anticonvulsant drug chemically related and partially metabolized to phenobarbital, used in the treatment of epilepsy and essential idiopathic tremor. Primigenio, first of all, firstborn, primary, original. Primigenous, alternative form of primigenous. Primigenous, first formed or generated. Original, primigenio. Primigravid, pregnant for the first time. Primigravida, a woman or female animal who is pregnant for the first time, or who has been pregnant once. Primigravidae, plural of primigravida. Primigravidas, plural of primigravida. Primigravidity, the condition of being primigravid. Primigravits, plural of primigravid. Primigravity, archaic form of primigravity, plural of primigravida. Primigravity, the condition of being primigravid. Primi, the outermost integument of an ovule if it has two. Primines, plural of primine. Priming, a substance used as a primer. Priming pan, synonym of flash pan. Priming pans, plural of priming pan. Priming powder, a train of powder connecting a fuse with a charge for detonation. Priming powders, plural of priming powder. Priming up, present participle and gerund of prime up. Priming wire, a pointed wire used to pierce a cartridge before priming it by penetrating the vent of a firearm. Priming wires, plural of priming wire. Primings, plural of priming. Prida, a female during her first pregnancy. Primipara, a woman or female animal during or after her first pregnancy. Primipari, plural of primipara. Primiparas, plural of primipara. Primiparity, the condition of being primiparous. Primiparous, pregnant or giving birth for the first time. Primipaternity, the first pregnancy with a new partner. Primipilla, of or relating to the captain of the vanguard of a Roman army. Primips, plural of primum. Privea, the first fruits. Primige, plural of primitia. Primisol, being of the first production, primitive, original. Primitias, plural of primitia. Privative, an original or primary word, a word not derived from another, as opposed to derivative. Primitive color, synonym of primary color. Primitive colors, plural of primitive color. Primitive concept, synonym of primitive notion. Primitive concepts, plural of primitive concept. Primitive element, an element that generates a simple extension. Primitive elements, plural of primitive element. Primitive Irish, the Irish language as attested from the 4th to the 7th centuries CE and written in the Agam alphabet, the predecessor of Old Irish. Primitive Methodists, a member of an early evangelical form of Methodism. Primitive Methodists, plural of primitive Methodists. Primitive notion, a concept that cannot be defined in terms of other concepts. Primitive notions, plural of primitive notion. Primitive polynomial, a polynomial over an integral domain R such that no non-invertible element of R divides all its coefficients at once. More specifically, a polynomial over a GCD domain R such that the greatest common divisor of its coefficients equals 1. Primitive polynomials, plural of primitive polynomial. Primitive recursion, recursion to a fixed step. Primitive recursive, of a function capable of being constructed from the zero function, successor function, and projection functions by a finite number of applications of composition and recursion. Primitive reflex, a reflex action originating in the central nervous system that is exhibited by normal infants but not neurologically intact adults in response to particular stimuli. Primitive reflexes, plural of primitive reflex. Primitive root, for a given modulus n, a number g such that for every a k primed n there exists an integer k such that g letter 1 d4f identical to a mod n, a generator or primitive element of the multiplicative group, modulo n, of integers relatively prime to n. Primitive roots, plural of primitive root. Primitive streak, a formation that occurs during the initial phases of embryonic development in birds, reptiles, and mammals. Primitive streaks, plural of primitive streak. Primitive type, a data type provided by a programming language as a basic building block, such as integer, character, or Boolean. Primitive types, plural of primitive type. Primitive wrapper class, synonym of wrapper. Primitive wrapper classes, plural of primitive wrapper class. Primitively, in a primitive manner. Primitiveness, the quality or state of being primitive. Primitivenesses, plural of primitiveness. Primitives, plural of primitive. Primitivism, the state or quality of being primitive. Primitivisms, plural of primitivism. Primitivists, exhibiting or practicing primitivism, the advocacy of primitive over refined forms. Primitivistic, of or pertaining to primitivism. Primitivistically, in a primitivistic manner. Primitivists, plural of primitivists. Primitivities, plural of primitivity. Primitivity, the state of being primitive, primitiveness. Primitivization, the act of reducing something to a primitive state, allowing development or regressing to an immature state. Primitivizations, plural of primitivization. Primitivize, to make primitive, to reduce to a primitive state. Primitivize. Simple past and past participle of primitivize. Primitivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of primitivize. Primitivizing, present participle and gerund of primitivize. Primitivo, a grape variety from Puglia, genetically identical to Zinfandel, the red wine made from this grape. Primitive, quality of being first, primitiveness. Primly, in a prim manner. A surname. Prilt, simple past and past participle of prim. Priber, a surname. Privers, plural of primer. Primus, superlative form of prim, most prim. Pribbing, present participle and gerund of prim. Primus, plural of prim. Primus, the quality or state of being prim, precise or proper. Premises, plural of primus. Primoi, any soft coral of the family Primoideae. Primoides, plural of primoi. Primo, the principal part of a duet. Primo uomo, the male lead in an opera. Primacane, a fruit cane in its first year of growth, especially that of a bramble. Primacanes, plural of primacane. Primicin, a broad-spectrum antibiotic and fungicide. Primogenio, firstborn made or generated of its type. Original, elemental. Primogenital, relating to primogeniture. Primogenitary, relating to primogeniture. Primogenitor, firstborn. Primogenitor, an initial ancestor. Primogenitors, plural of primogenitor. Primogenitrix, a female primogenitor. Primogeniture, the state of being the firstborn of the children of the same parents. Primogenitures, plural of primogeniture. Primogenitureship, the right of the firstborn child, especially a son, to inherit property or titles. Primogeniture. Primogenes, synonym of primogenio. Primo-infection, the first stages of an infection. Primo-infections, plural of primo-infection. Primordial, misspelling of primordial. Primordia, plural of primordium. Primordial, first, earliest or original. Primordial black hole, a black hole which is formed by the direct collapse of primordial gas and dark matter before the first stars ever formed in a Big Bang universe. Primordial black holes, plural of primordial black hole. Primordial cell, in a vertebrate, a germline stem cell that develops into a gamete, such as a spermatozoon or an oocyte. Primordial cells, Plural of primordial cell. Primordial chaos. The original unordered state of the universe, especially in classical cosmogonies. Primordial element. A chemical element that has existed in its current state since before the Earth was formed. Primordial elements. Plural of primordial element. Primordial fluctuations. The density variations in the early universe which are considered the seeds of all the structure in the universe. Primordial ocean. Synonym of primordial sea. Primordial oceans. Plural of primordial ocean. Primordial ooze. Synonym of primordial sea. Primordial oozes. Plural of primordial ooze. Primordial phalli. Plural of primordial phallus. Primordial phallus. The clitoris of a female or the penis of a male, particularly during embryonic development of the urinary and reproductive organs, before sexual differentiation is evident. Primordial phalluses. Plural of primordial phallus. Primordial sea. The oceans of the earth at a time early in its history. Primordial seas. Plural of primordial sea. Primordial sludge. A mixture of organic molecules hypothesized to be the origin of life on Earth. Primordial soup. Primordial soup. The state of the Earth's oceans at a very early time in the planet's history, during the early development of multicellular organisms. Primordial soups. Plural of primordial soup. Primordialism. Devotion to or persistence in conditions of the primordial state. Primordialisms. Plural of primordialism. Primordialities. Plural of primordiality. Primordiality. The quality of being primordial. Primordially. In a primordial manner. Primordials. Plural of primordial. Primordian. Any of several kinds of plum. Primordians. Plural of primordian. Primordiate. Primordial. Primordium. An aggregation of cells that is the first stage in the development of an organ. Primordial. Any number belonging to the integer sequence whose nth element is the product of the first n primes. Primordial prime. A prime number that is one more or one less than a primordial. For example, 31 is a primordial prime, since 6 hash plus 1 equals 31. Primordial primes. Plural of primordial prime. Primordials. Plural of primordial. Primorje. A geographical region of Croatia. Primorje-Gorski Kotar. A county of Croatia. County seat, Rijeka. Primorsko-Goranska. Alternative form of Primorje-Gorski Kotar. Primorski Krai. A krai in extreme southeastern Russia. Primos. Plural of primo. Primosomal. Relating to a primosome. Primosome. A complex of proteins required for the initiation of bacterial DNA synthesis. Primosomes. Plural of primosome. Primos. A soft, spreadable Scandinavian cheese made from cow's milk. Primovaccine. Any of the first people or animals to be vaccinated with a new vaccine. Primovaccines. Plural of primovaccine. Pro. To spend time improving one's appearance, often in front of a mirror. Priva. Synonym of smarten up. Pert. Simple past and past participle of prim. Priber. One who primps. Primperin. Synonym of metoclopramide. Primbers. Plural of primper. Primpily. In a primpy manner. Primping. present participle and gerund of prim. Primpingly, in a primping manner. Primpings, plural of primping. Primus, third person singular simple present indicative of prim. Pribi, fastidious in the matters of appearance, cosmetics, and toilet. Primrose, a habitational surname. Primrose family, the taxonomic family Primulaceae containing the brookweeds, coliquids, leucostripes, mesas, pimpernels, primroses, rock jasmines, and snowbells, among many others. Primrose Hill, several places in England. Primrose League, an organization for spreading conservative principles in Great Britain, founded in 1883. Primrose Path, an easy and pleasant life, a self-indulgent or hedonistic life, such a life that leads to damnation. Primrose paths, plural of primrose path. Primrose peerless, the two-flowered Narcissus times medialuteus. Primrose syndrome, a rare, slowly progressive genetic disorder generally characterized by ossification of the external ears, learning difficulties, and facial abnormalities. Primrose willow, alternative form of primrose willow. Primrose willows, plural of primrose willow. Primrose willow, synonym of water primrose. Primrosed, simple past and past participle of primrose. Primrose-like, resembling or characteristic of a primrose. Primroses, plural of primrose. Primrosy, alternative spelling of primacy. Primrosing, present participle and gerund of primrose. Primacy, having primroses growing. Prowess, third person singular simple present indicative of prim. Primi, prim, demure, formal, precise. Primula, any plant of the genus Primula. The primroses. Primulaceous, characteristic of the primrose and other plants of the family Primulaceae. Primulas, plural of primula. Primulin, an anthocyanin, the 3-galactoside of malvidin found in Primula sinensis. Primulin, archaic form of primulin. Primulins, plural of primulin. Primulins, plural of primulin. Prima mobile, the outermost celestial sphere of the heavens in Ptolemaic astronomy, which was believed to cause all the inner spheres to rotate. Prima mobiles, plural of prima mobile. Primus, a male given name. Primus motor, synonym of prima mobile, prime mover, or first cause. Primus motors, plural of primus motor. Primus stove, a type of portable stove that uses pressurized kerosene as fuel, used by campers and the like. Primus stoves, plural of primus stove. Primus ship, one who holds the office of a primus. Primuses, plural of primus. Primward, synonym of privet. Primi, in its prime. Primeval, alternative spelling of primeval. Primevality, obsolete spelling of primevality. Alternative spelling of preen. Prinimeral, a drug that acts as a highly selective agonist of the β subtype of the estrogen receptor, used in scientific research. Pri, abbreviation of principle. Prince, the title of a prince. Prince Albert, a community in Nova Scotia, Canada. Prince Albert coat, a double-breasted frock coat. Prince Albert coats, plural of Prince Albert Coat. Prince Albert's U. The South American conifer Saxagathia conspicua. Prince Albert coated, wearing a Prince Albert coat. Prince Albert's, plural of Prince Albert. Prince Bishop, a bishop who also holds a secular princely rank, regardless whether its territory concurs wholly or partially with his diocese. Prince Bishops, plural of Prince Bishop. Prince Charles Foreland, an island of Svalbard. Prince Charlie Jacket, a formal Scottish jacket, normally worn with a kilt. Prince Charlie Jackets, plural of Prince Charlie Jacket. Prince Charming, a fictional heroic prince in various fairy tales. Prince Charming, alternative form of Prince Charming. Prince Charmings, plural of Prince Charming. Prince Charmings, plural of Prince Charming. Prince Consort, the husband of a queen regnant who is not a king in his own right, or is accorded this title in a monarchy in which only male monarchs may bear the title king. Prince County, a county of Prince Edward Island, Canada. Prince Edward County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Farmville, named after Prince Edward, Duke of York and Albany. Prince Edward Island, a province in eastern Canada. Capital, Charlottetown. Prince Edward Islander, a native or inhabitant of the province of Prince Edward Island, Canada. Prince Edward Islanders, plural of Prince Edward Islander. Prince Frederick, a census-designated place and unincorporated community, the county seat of Calvert County, Maryland, United States. Prince George, a city in the regional district of Fraser-Fort George, British Columbia, Canada, incorporated in 1915. Prince George County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Prince George. Prince George's County, one of 23 counties in Maryland, United States. County seat, Upper Marlboro. Pinsk-Kewio Day, an annual public holiday on March 26 in the U.S. state of Hawaii, marking the birth of Prince Jonah-Kewio Kalanianel. Pinsk-Kewio Day, an annual public holiday on March 26 in the U.S. state of Hawaii, marking the birth of Prince Jonah-Kewio Kalanianel. Prince of Darkness, Satan, the Devil. Prince of Peace, Jas. Prince of Wales, a royal title given to the male heir apparent to the reigning monarch of the United Kingdom. Prince of Wales Check, a checked pattern resembling the Glen plaid, popular for overcoats and sporting coats in the 1950s. Prince of Wales Checks, plural of Prince of Wales Check. Prince of Wales Spur, a kind of flat-ended spur for horse riding. Prince of Wales Spurs, plural of Prince of Wales Spur. Prince Regent, a prince who rules a country as a regent in place of a monarch who is unfit to rule for a particular reason. Prince Regents, plural of Prince Regent. Prince Rupert, a neighborhood in northwest Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Prince Rupert Drop, synonym of Rupert's Drop. Prince Rupert's Drop, synonym of Rupert's Drop. Prince Rupert's Drops, plural of Prince Rupert's Drop. Prince Rupert's Land, synonym of Rupert's Land. Prince Rupert's Metal, a type of alpha brass used as imitation gold. Prince Rupert's Tear, synonym of Rupert's Drop. Prince Rupert's Tears, plural of Prince Rupert's Tear. Prince Valiant, a hairstyle similar to a longer page boy. Prince Valiance, plural of Prince Valiant. Prince William County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Manassas, an independent city. Prince William Sound, a sound off the Gulf of Alaska on the south coast of Alaska, United States. Prince's feather, Amaranthus hypochondriacus, an ornamental plant. Prince's flag, a Dutch historical flag originally used by the Dutch Republic during the 80 Years' War with 3 horizontal stripes, orange, white, and blue. Prince's medal, Prince Rupert's medal. Prince's pine, Chimaphila umbellata, a small perennial flowering plant. Prince's plume, synonym of prince's feather. Prince's plumes, plural of prince's plume. Prince Bishop, alternative spelling of Prince Bishop. Prince Bishops, plural of Prince Bishop. Prince Primate, an honorary title given to an especially prominent archbishop with certain secular prerogatives in particular. Prince Primates, plural of Prince Primate. Primist, simple past and past participle of prince. Princedom, the rule, rank, estate, etc. of a prince. Princedoms, plural of princedom. Princeful, embodying the qualities of a prince, princely. Princehood, the state, quality, or condition of being a prince. Princehoods, plural of princehood. Princekin, a petty prince, a princeling. Princekims, plural of princekin. Princeless, without a prince. Princelet, a petty prince. Princelets, plural of princelet. Hensware, comparative form of princely, more princely. Henswist, superlative form of princely, most princely. Princelyhood, the state or condition of being princely. Prince-like, resembling or characteristic of a prince. Princely, in a princely manner. Princeliness, the quality or state of being princely. Princeling, a minor or unimportant prince. Princelings, plural of princeling. Princely, relating to a prince. Princely state, a political state in the widest sense which is ruled as or like a principality in the generic sense regardless of the ruler's actual title and rank. Princely states, plural of princely state. Princely sum, a large amount of money. Princely sums, plural of princely sum. Princeps, title of the Roman emperor during the Principate. Princess, plural of prince. Prince's charming, plural of Prince Charming. Prince's consort, plural of Prince Consort. Prince's End, a suburb of Tipton, metropolitan borough of Sandwell, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref So 9593. Princes of Darkness, plural of Prince of Darkness. Princes of Wales, plural of Prince of Wales. Prince's Regent, plural of Prince Regent. Prince's Regents, plural of Prince Regent. Prince's Risborough, a town and civil parish with a town council in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Wycombe District. OS Grid Ref SB 8003. Prince's Town, a town in Trinidad and Tobago. Prince's Primate, plural of Prince Primate. Prinsa, a barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. Princeship, the dignity, rank, or office of a prince. Prinships, plural of prinsship. Prinsask, reminiscent of Prince 1958-2016 American singer, songwriter, and multi-instrumentalist. Princess, the title of a princess. Princess Anne, a town, the county seat of Somerset County, Maryland, United States, named after Anne, Princess Royal and Princess of Orange. Princess Cake, a Swedish layer cake with layers of airy sponge, pastry cream, and whipped cream, covered in usually green marzipan. Princess Cakes, plural of princess cake. Princess Carrie, simple past and past participle of Princess Carrie. Princess Carries, plural of Princess Carrie. Princess Carrie, a bridal carry. Princess carrying, present participle and gerund of Princess Carrie. Princess consort, the wife of a sovereign prince. Princess cut, a garment style in which vertical panels of material are shaped to follow the outline of the figure. Princess cuts, plural of princess cut. Princess dress, alternative spelling of princess dress. Princess dresses, plural of princess dress. Princess of Wales, a royal title given to the wife of the Prince of Wales. Princess parts, the female genitalia. Princess regent, a princess who rules a country and is a regent in place of a monarch who is unfit to rule for whatever reason. Princess royal, a style customarily but not automatically awarded by a British monarch to his or her eldest daughter. Princess sickness, a condition of narcissism, egocentrism, and materialism in East Asian women. Princess tree, a tree, Paulownia tomentosa. Princess trees, plural of princess tree. Princess wand, a trans woman's penis. Princess wands, plural of princess wand. Princess consort, alternative spelling of princess consort. Princess feather, the flowering plant Persicaria orientalis. Princessa, a female given name, elaboration of princess. Princessdom, the jurisdiction, sovereignty, rank, or estate of a princess. Princessdoms, plural of princessdom. Princess, being or relating to a princess dress. Princess dress, a lady's long, close-fitting dress made with waist and skirt in one. Princess dresses, plural of princess dress. Princesses, plural of princess. Princesses consort, plural of princess consort. Princesses of Wales, plural of princess of Wales. Princesses royal, plural of princess royal. Princessoy, the state, quality, or condition of a princess. Princession, of or characteristic of a princess. Princessification, the process of making or becoming girly or hyperfeminine. Princessing, the work of a princess. Princessipalities, plural of principality. Principality, a political entity ruled by a princess. Princessish, synonym of princessy. Princessless, without a princess. Princess-like, resembling or characteristic of a princess. Princessliness, quality of being princessly. Princessling, a minor or unimportant princess. Princesslings, plural of princessling. Princessly, befitting a princess, noble, dainty, etc. Princessness, quality of being a princess. Princessship, the dignity, rank, or office of a princess. Princesse, of, pertaining to, or suitable for a princess. Frienston, a place in Canada. Frienston Junction, an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Mercer County, New Jersey, United States. Princeton Orange, a vivid orange color. Princeton Row, sexual stimulation from rubbing one's penis against another man, homosexual frottage. Princetonian, a student or alumnus of Princeton University, Princeton, New Jersey, USA. Princetonians, plural of Princetonian. Princetown, a village in Dartmoor Forest Parish, West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 5873. Princeville, a city in l'Arable Centre du Quebec, Quebec, Canada. Princewood, the wood of various rubiaceous trees, including those of species Haemelia ventricosa, Cordia gerascanthus, and Exostema caribeum. Princex, a genderless or non-binary prince, a prince whose gender is unknown. Princesses, plural of princex. Princify, imitative of a prince, princely. Princing, present participle and gerund of prince. Principal, primary, most important, first level in importance. Principal boy, the young male protagonist of a pantomime, traditionally played by a female. Principal boys, plural of principal boy. Principal cities, plural of principal city. Principal city, synonym of central city, the main city of a metropolitan area, particularly one containing multiple cities. Principal ideal, an ideal I in an algebraic object R which could be a ring, algebra, semigroup or lattice that is generated by a given single element AR, the smallest ideal that contains A. Principal ideal domain, an integral domain in which every ideal is a principal ideal. Principal ideal domains, plural of principal ideal domain. Principal ideal ring, a commutative ring in which every ideal is a principal ideal. Principal ideal rings, plural of principal ideal ring. Principal ideals, plural of principal ideal. Principal investigator, lead researcher on a grant-funded project. Principal investigators, plural of principal investigator. Principal part, any one of however many parts of speech regarded as the most fundamental or indispensable. Principal parts, plural of principal part. Principal photography, the phase of film production during which the film is actually shot, as distinct from pre-production and post-production. Principal quantum number, the quantum number of an atomic orbital that specifies the energy of an electron in an atom and hence which shell it occupies. Principal quantum numbers, plural of principal quantum number. Principal root, a complex number which, when raised to the power of n, yields the radicand of its nth degree radical, and which has the greatest real part among all such numbers and positive imaginary part in case of equality of the real parts. Principal roots, plural of principal root. Principal square root, the positive square root of a number, the positive number which, when squared, yields another number. Principal square roots, plural of principal square root. Principal ultrafilter, An ultrafilter such that every set belonging to it is the superset of some fixed singleton set. Principal ultrafilters. Plural of principal ultrafilter. Principal agent problem. The problem that a person or entity serving as an agent for another and able to make decisions on the other's behalf may be motivated instead to make decisions that benefit themselves. Principal agent problems. Plural of principal agent problem. Principalization. Alternative form of principalization. Principalism. Alternative form of principalism. Principalists. A radical conservative. Principalists. Plural of principalists. Principalities. Plural of principality. Principality. Wales. Principality of Abkhazia. A Georgian principality nominally or factually under the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Imereti. Principality of Albania. Former official name of Albania, a country and former principality in Southeast Europe existing from 1914 to 1925. Principality of Andorra. Official name of Andorra, a microstate in southern Europe. Principality of Uriya, a Georgian principality nominally or factually under the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Imereti. Principality of Iberia, an early medieval Georgian principality in eastern Georgia Sea, 588-888, a predecessor state of the Kingdom of the Arabian Sea, 888-1008. Principality of Kakheti, an early medieval principality in eastern Georgia, 787-1020. Principality of Liechtenstein, official name of Liechtenstein, a microstate in Central Europe. Principality of Mingulaya, a Georgian principality nominally or factually under the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Imereti. Principality of Monaco, official name of Monaco, a city-state in Western Europe. Principality of Odishi, synonym of Principality of Mingulaya. Principality of Samsk, synonym of Samsk-Sotobago. Principality of Svaneti, a Georgian principality nominally or factually under the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Imereti. Principality of Wales, the official name of Wales prior to England's union with Wales in 1542. Principalization, a situation when, given an extension of algebraic number fields, some ideal or more generally fractional ideal of the ring of integers of the smaller field isn't principal, but its extension to the ring of integers of the larger field is. Principal, obsolete form of principal. Principals, plural of principal. Principally, in a primary manner pertaining to the principle of a matter. Principalness, the quality of being principal, principality. Principles, plural of principle. Principalship, the condition, rank, or office of a principal. Principalships, plural of principalship. Principe, the early period of the Roman Empire during which some characteristics of the government of the Roman Republic were retained. The reign of any particular emperor during said period. Principates, plural of principate. Principato, a surname from Italian. Principatos, plural of principato. Principe, a surname. Principe, an island which forms part of Sao Tome and Principe. Principian, from Principe in Sao Tome and Principe. Principans, a Portuguese-based Creole spoken in the island of Principe. Principes, plural of Principe. Principessa, an Italian princess. Principessos, plural of Principessa. Principi, plural of principe. Principia, first principles, elementary material. Principio, elementary, fundamental. Principiant, relating to principles or beginnings. Principiate, the product of a principle. Principiate, simple past and past participle of principiate. Principiates, plural of principiate. Principiating, present participle and gerund of principiate. Principiation, analysis into primary or elemental parts. Principiations, plural of principiation. Principicide, the killing of a prince. Principium, singular of principia. Principle, a fundamental assumption or guiding belief. Principle of charity, the principle according to which an argument should be evaluated in light of its best, strongest possible interpretation. Principle of contradiction, synonym of law of non-contradiction. Principle of excluded middle, alternative form of law of excluded middle. Principle of explosion, the principle or axiom of classical logic and some other logical systems stating that if a contradiction or a false proposition is proven to be true, then it proves that everything is true. In symbols, write P. Principle of indifference, a rule for assigning epistemic probabilities according to which, in the absence of any relevant evidence, agents should distribute their credence or degrees of belief equally among all the possible outcomes. Principle of insufficient reason, synonym of principle of indifference. Principle of least action, a variational principle that, when applied to the action of a mechanical system, yields the equations of motion for that system. It states that the trajectories, i.e. the solutions of the equations of motion, are stationary points of the system's action functional. Principle of least astonishment, a principle that the design should match the user's experience, expectations, and mental models. Principle of least knowledge, synonym of law of Demeter. Principle of least surprise, synonym of principle of least astonishment. Principle of least time, synonym of Fermat's principle. Principle of legality, the principle that the courts should not interpret any statute as curtailing or abrogating a common law right, freedom, or principle, unless the legislative body that made that statute clearly communicated the intention to impose such a restriction. Principle of locality, the principle that well-formedness of syllables can only be derived from syllable internal information. Principle of parsimony, synonym of Occam's razor. Principle of pseudo-scotus, principle of explosion. Principle of relativity, the principle that only the motion of objects relative to one another can be measured and that there is no absolute frame of reference. Principle of substitutivity, synonym of indiscernibility of identicals. Principle of sufficient reason, the proposition that nothing happens without a sufficient reason why it should be as it is and not otherwise. Principle of verifiability, synonym of verifiability principle. Principle of verification, synonym of verifiability principle. Principle, based on, having, or manifesting principles. Principledly, in a principled manner. Principledness, the state or condition of being principled. Principles, plural of principle. Principling, present participle and gerund of principle. Principlism, a system of ethics based on the four moral principles of autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Principlist, a supporter of principlism. Principalists, plural of principalists. Primkak, an insolent or cheeky young man. Primkaks, plural of prinkak. Prinkaks, alternative form of prinkak. Prinkakses, plural of prinkaks. Frinks, abbreviation of principles. Frindle, a surname. Frindles, plural of prindle. Fry, a surname. Prying tree. Porcus ilex, the home oak. Fries, plural of prine. Prineville, a city, the county seat of Crook County, Oregon, United States. Fri, a surname. Frinva, a dish from Andalusia, consisting of meat that has been slowly cooked for a long time until it falls apart easily. Fringo, a surname. Fringvolt, simple past and past participle of Pringle. Fringlate, a triclinic petiole mineral containing boron, calcium, chlorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Fringles, plural of Pringle. Fringling, present participle and gerund of Pringle. Puda, any of the birds in the genus Prinia found between Africa and Asia. Prinias, plural of Punia. Frick, to give a wink, to wink. Prink up, to make more attractive. Frinked, simple past and past participle of prink. Frinker, one who prinks. Frinkers, plural of prinker. Frinky, a surname. Pringbies, plural of prinky. Prinking, present participle and gerund of prink. Prinko, alternative form of pringle to prickle or tingle. Prinkled, simple past and past participle of prinkle. Frankles, third person singular simple present indicative of prinkle. Frinkling, present participle and gerund of prinkle. Frims, third person singular simple present indicative of prink. Friend, simple past and past participle of prin. Fritting, present participle and gerund of prin. Prinamide, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Prims, a surname from Dutch. Prensa, a surname. Frit, of, relating to, or writing for printed publications. Print butter, a type of butter that was sold in wrappers printed with an emblematic device as a form of branding. Print disabilities, plural of print disability. Print disability, any disability such as blindness, dyslexia, etc., which prevents someone from reading printed text. Print disabled, alternative form of print disabled. Print head, that part of a printer that transfers a character or image to the paper. Print heads, plural of print head. Print media, means of mass communication in the form of printed publications, such as newspapers and magazines. Print money, to be extremely profitable. Print newspaper, a newspaper produced in print or the edition of a newspaper so produced. Print newspapers, plural of print newspaper. Print on demand, a system of printing very small runs of a document as required, especially by using computer technology. Print out, alternative form of printout. Printouts, plural of print out. Print pic, a photograph accentuating but not actually exposing the penis taken for sexual purposes. Print run, the total number of copies of a book edition printed as one batch on the printing press, that is, from one setup on the press. Print runs, plural of print run. Print screen, a keyboard key. Typically, the same key shares the functions of print screen and system requests as sys-arq. Print screen prints the screen in some command line systems such as MS-DOS and makes a screenshot in some graphical interface systems such as Windows. Print screens, plural of print screen. Print server, a server that processes print jobs and sends them to one or more printers. Print servers, plural of print server. Print shop, alternative form of print shop. Print shops, plural of print shop. Print hut, to print something on a printer, to make a printing of something. Print wheel, alternative form of print wheel. Print at wheels, plural of print wheel. Print disabled, disabled in such a way as to be effectively unable to read print material, whether due to blindness, dyslexia, or another disability. Print friendly, synonym of printer friendly. Print off, print out. Print toss, plural of print off. Print on demand, alternative spelling of print on demand. Print out, alternative spelling of printout. Printouts, plural of printout. Print shop, alternative form of print shop. Print shops, plural of print shop. Print through, a weak imprint of magnetic information transferred to adjacent layers of audio tape, resulting in an unwanted echo. Print wheel, alternative form of print wheel. Print wheels, plural of print wheel. Printworthy, alternative form of printworthy. Printabilities, plural of printability. Printability, the state or condition of being printable or of being a suitable ink or paper for use in printing. Printable, worthy or capable of being printed. Printableness, the quality of being printable. Printables, plural of printable. Printanier, prepared with spring vegetables. Printanier, alternative spelling of printanier. Printaniers, plural of printanier. Prints bound, restricted to the use of print. Printe, put down on paper by a printing press or a computer printer. Printed circuit, an electronic circuit constructed on a printed circuit board. Printed circuit board, a flat board that holds chips and other electronic components in layers that interconnect by means of copper pathways, often called traces. Printed circuit boards, plural of printed circuit board. Printed circuits, plural of printed circuit. Printed matter, printed material produced by printers and publishers, including books, magazines, brochures, booklets, publicity material, and newspapers, especially in relation to less expensive postage rates for such material. Printed money, simple past and past participle of print money. Printed out, simple past and past participle of print out. Printed press, the put of the press using printed media such as newspapers as opposed to audiovisual media. Printed up, simple past and past participle of print up. Printer, one who makes prints. Printer buffer, a hardware or software device that stores a stream of data to be printed until a printer is ready to process it. Printer buffers, plural of printer buffer. Printers, printing house. Printers apostrophe, a typographic apostrophe. Printers apostrophes, Plural of printers apostrophe. Printers devil. An apprentice printer. Printers devilries. Plural of printers devilry. Printers devilry. Alternative letter case form of printers devilry crossword puzzle. Printers devilry. A type of crossword puzzle where solvers have to identify the string of letters spelling out a word that has been removed from a sentence. Printers devils. Plural of printers devil. Printer's hat. A traditional box-shaped hat made from folded paper, formerly worn by craft tradesmen such as carpenters, masons, and printers. Printer's ink. Alternative form of printing ink. Printer's proof. A proof designed to monitor the progress of printing, similar to an artist's proof. Printer's proofs. Plural of printer's proof. Printer's reader. Synonym of proofreader. Printer's readers. Plural of printer's reader. Printer's ream. 21 and a half quires of paper, i.e. 516 sheets. Printer friendly. Suitable for printing without any extraneous formatting, images, etc. Printer num. The world of printers and printing. Printeress. A female printer. Printeresses. Plural of printeress. Printeries. Plural of printery. Printoas. Without a printer. Printoli. Resembling a printer. Printers. Plural of printer. Printers devilries. Plural of printers devilry. Printers devils. Plural of printers devil. Printery. A printworks. Prentice. Second person singular simple present indicative of print. Printe. Third person singular simple present indicative of print. Printhead. Alternative spelling of printhead. Printheads. Plural of printhead. Printe. The process or business of producing printed material by means of inked type and a printing press or similar technology. Printing form. An object, usually in the shape of a block or a plate, used in printing to apply ink on the printed surface. Printing forms. Plural of printing form. Printing frame. A shallow box, usually having a glass front, in which prints are made by exposure to light. Printing frames. Plural of printing frame. Printing house. An institution or commercial company chiefly devoted to printing. Printing houses. Plural of printing house. Printing in. A process by which cloud effects or other features not in the original negative are introduced into a photograph. Portions, such as the sky, are covered while printing, and the blank space thus reserved is filled in by printing from another negative. Printing ink. A rapidly drying type of ink specifically for printing machines. Printing money. Present participle and gerund of print money. Printing out. Present participle and gerund of print out. Printing paper. Any type of paper designed for use in printing processes, excluding newsprint. Printing papers. Plural of printing paper. Printing press. A mechanical device used for printing text or images repeatedly. Printing presses. Plural of printing press. Printing roll. In offset printing and flexography, a cylinder carrying the printing form. Printing rolls. Plural of printing roll. Printing shop. A workshop used primarily for printing. Printing shops. Plural of printing shop. Printing up. Present participle and gerund of print up. Printing house. Alternative spelling of printing house. Printing houses, plural of printing house. Printing press money, money printed by the government. Printings, plural of printing. Printless, without an imprint. Printlessness, absence of print or prints. Printly, resembling or characteristic of print. Printmaker, a person who makes prints of works of art, particularly a self-employed craftsman. Printmakers, plural of printmaker. Printmaking, the field of art concerned, roughly, with the transfer of ink or paint from a plate or block or through a screen mesh to paper. Printout, an error made during printing. Print-off, print out. Print-house, plural of print-off. Print out, something printed on paper, usually by a printer machine. Printouts, plural of printout. Printress, alternative form of printeress. Printresses, plural of printress. Prints, plural of print. Prints money, third person singular simple present indicative of print money. Print out, third person singular simple present indicative of print out. Prints up, third person singular simple present indicative of print up. Print script, block letters. Printseller, a person who sells prints. Printsellers, plural of printseller. Print shop, a shop that sells prints. Print shops, plural of print shop. Printup, a surname. Printups, plural of printup. Print wheel, in early printers, a disc bearing impressions of characters around its rim. These are struck against the page to produce text. Print wheels, plural of print wheel. Print worker, synonym of printmaker, a person who works making prints of works of art, particularly a relatively unskilled employee. Print workers, plural of print worker. Print works, synonym of printing house, an institutional or commercial publisher, or a building where printing takes place. Printworthiness, the quality of ink free. Printworthy, of sufficient worth to be printed. Pletz, a surname. Princess, plural of prince. Prince, a surname from German. Princess, plural of prince. Prinzmittel's angina, a syndrome typically consisting of angina, cardiac chest pain at rest that occurs in cycles and is caused by vasospasm. Prinzregententort, a Bavarian tort having thin layers of sponge cake separated by chocolate buttercream, topped with apricot jam and covered in a dark chocolate glaze. Prial, a evasion of peyote. Pyrontine, the giant armadillo or any of its extinct relatives. Priolau, a surname. Priolaus, plural of priolau. Priolo, a surname. Priolos, plural of priolo. Pria, a self-propagating misfolded conformer of a protein that is responsible for a number of diseases that affect the brain and other neural tissue. Prion disease, transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. Prion diseases, plural of prion disease. Prion protein, a protein found on the surface of many mammalian cell types, especially neurons. The normal function of the prion protein is not known. Prion proteins, plural of prion protein. Pyonemia, the presence of prion proteins in the blood. Prionemia, alternative form of prionemia. Prionic, of, pertaining to or caused by a prion. Prionization, alternative form of prionization. Prionization, the misfolding of a protein to form a prion. Prion-like, similar to a prion. Prionocerate, Aniane in the family Prionoceratidae. Prionoceratids, plural of Prionocerate. Prionocere, any beetle in the family Prionoceridae. Prionoceres, plural of Prionocere. Prionacea, the excretion of prions in the feces. Prionogenesis, the formation and development of prions. Prionogenic, that generate prions. Prionogenicity, the condition of being prionogenic. Prionoid, any misfolded protein similar to a prion. Prionoids, plural of prionoi. Prionopathies, plural of prionopathy. Prionopathy, any prion-related disease. Prionopus, any bird in the family Prionopidae, a helmetrike. Prionopids, plural of prionopid. Prionopterus, having the costal edge of the forewings serrate and thickened in butterflies. Prionos, related to prionoses. Prionoses, plural of prionosis. Prionosis, any degenerative disease caused by a prion. Prions, plural of prion. Prioncellae, the presence of prions in the saliva. Prionuria, the presence of prions in the urine. Prior, a surname originating as an occupation for someone employed by a prior. Prior art. In most systems of patent law, all information that has been made available to the public in any form before a given date that might be relevant to a patent's claims of originality and to which the patent application is compared to determine if it in fact describes a new invention. Prior authorization. A requirement by health insurance companies that patients obtain approval before receiving certain medical services, procedures, or medications. Prior claustral, synonym of prior, the person ranking just after the abbot in an abbey, appointed as his deputy. Prior conventual, synonym of prior, the head of a priory or some other minor or smaller monastery. Prior knowledge, knowledge of a set of circumstances sufficient to make actions based on those circumstances wrongful. Prior probabilities, plural of prior probability. Prior probability, the probability of an event attained without the knowledge of occurrence of other events that bear on it. Prior restraint, a restriction on expression imposed before the fact against particular speech or ideas as opposed to restrictions against general subject matter or imposed after the fact against a particular instance of expression. Prior restraints, plural of prior restraint. Prior to, before, previous to. Priorable, of a prior offense, eligible to effect sentencing for a subsequent offense. Prioracy, the office of a prior. Priorate, the dignity, office, or government of a prior. Priorates, plural of priorate. Prior, a surname from Italian. Priors, plural of prior. Prioress, a nun in charge of a priory, usually lower in rank than an abbess, mother superior. Prioresses, plural of prioress. Praetorian, of or relating to Arthur Prior 1914–1969, logician and philosopher who founded tense logic. Prior is plural of priori. Prioriste, of or belonging or pertaining to the prior analytics of Aristotle. Prioritarian, one who subscribes to prioritarianism. Prioritarianism, the view that the goodness of an outcome is a function of overall well-being across all individuals, with extra weight given to those who are worse off. Prioritarians, plural of prioritarian. Priority, having the specified priority. Priorities, plural of priority. Prioritization, alternative form of prioritization. Prioritizations, plural of prioritization. Prioritize, alternative form of prioritize. Prioritize, simple past and past participle of prioritize. Prioritizer, alternative form of prioritizer. Prioritizers, plural of prioritizer. Prioritizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prioritize. Prioritizing, present participle and gerund of prioritize. Prioritizable, capable of being prioritized. Prioritization, the process of assigning priorities to things or tasks. Prioritizations, plural of prioritization. Prioritize, to value, do, or choose something first or before other things. Prioritize, simple past and past participle of prioritize. Prioritizer, one who prioritizes. Prioritizers, plural of prioritizer. Prioritizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prioritize. Prioritizing, present participle and gerund of prioritize. Priority, an item's relative importance. Priority queue, an abstract data type similar to a regular queue or stack abstract data type. Priority queues, plural of priority queue. Priority road, a road or street on which vehicles have priority right of way at all junctions. Priority roads, plural of priority road. Priority seat, a seat on public transport reserved for use by people with disabilities, the elderly, pregnant women, and others in need. Priority seats, plural of priority seat. Prior, previously. Priors, plural of prior. Priors conventual, plural of prior conventual. Priorship, the state or office of prior. Priorships, plural of priorship. Priorslee, a suburb of Telford in St. George's and Priorslee Parish, Telford and Wrekin District, Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7110. Priory, a monastery or convent governed by a prior or prioress. Prior, obsolete form of prior. Priors, plural of prior. Privy, alternative form of Pripyat. Preponsty, a village and commune of Galati County, Romania. Hve, a river in Eastern Europe, flowing east through Ukraine and Belarus, draining into the Dnieper. Pes, abbreviation of propofol infusion syndrome. Pes, obsolete form of price. Presid, a right belonging to the Crown of England, of taking 2 tons of wine from every ship importing 20 tons or more, one before and one behind the mast. Presides, plural of presage. Presica, an alternative name for Priscilla, an early Christian. Priscin, entant. Prisin, a Latin grammarian, Priscianus Caesariensis. Priscilla, a female given name from Latin of biblical origin. Priscillian, synonym of Priscillianist. Priscillianism, the beliefs of the Priscillianists. Priscillianists, of or pertaining to Priscillianism. Priscillianists, plural of Priscillianists. Priscillians, plural of Priscillian. Prisco, a surname from Italian. Priscos, plural of Prisco. Prise, to force open with a lever, to pry. Prise the fur, an engagement of the blades that attempts to control the opponent's weapon. Prizeable, obsolete form of prizeable. Prize, simple past and past participle of prize. Prizer, a tool for prizing something open. Prizers, plural of prizer. Prizes, plural of prize. Prizes defer, plural of prize defer. Pristina, alternative spelling of Pristina. Priziatica, an East Slavic dance move in which a man squats and thrusts each foot out alternately. Priziaticas, plural of Priziatica. Prizing, present participle and gerund of prize. Islam, alternative form of Prislam. Prislam, a variety of Islam to which its adherents converted in prison. Prism, a polyhedron with parallel ends of the same polygonal shape and size, the other faces being parallelogram-shaped sides. Prism glass, glass with one smooth side and the other side formed into sharp-edged ridges so as to reflect the light that passes through used windows to throw the light into the interior. Prisma, a standardized method of selecting articles for systematic reviews and meta-analyses. Prismal, relating to a prism, prismatic. Prismane, a polycyclic hydrocarbon, C6H6, having the shape of a regular triangular prism, any derivative of this compound. Prismanes, plural of prismane. Prismatic, of or pertaining to a prism, having the form of a prism containing one or more prisms. Prismatic coefficient, the ratio between the total submerged volume of a ship's or boat's hull on the one hand and the product of the length of the submerged portion of the hull with the area of the largest cross-sectional slice of the submerged portion of the hull on the other. Prismatic coefficients, plural of prismatic coefficient. Prismatic colors, colors visible when white light is split in a prism. Prismatic colors, colors visible when white light is split in a prisma. Prismatic compass, a compass equipped with a small prism that allows the heading to be read while sighting. Prismatic compasses, plural of prismatic compass. Prismatic powder, synonym of pebble, a form of slow burning gunpowder in large cubical grains. Prismatic powders, plural of prismatic powder. Prismatical, alternative form of prismatic. Prismatically, in a prismatic way. Prismatic, obsolete form of prismatic. Prismatine, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, boron, fluorine, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Prismatines, plural of prismatine. Prismatization, the process of prismatizing. Prismatize, to separate light by means of a transparent prism. Prismatize, simple past and past participle of prismatize. Prismatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prismatize. Prismatizing, present participle and gerund of prismatize. Prismatoi, any polyhedron whose vertices all lie in either of two parallel planes. Prismatoidal, having the shape of a prismatoid. Prismatoids, plural of prismatoid. Prismatolithid, any fossil egg of the family Prismatolithidae. Prismatolithids, plural of prismatolithid. Prismt, containing prisms. Prismenchyma, prismatic cellular tissue. Prismless, without a prism. Prism-like, resembling or characteristic of a prism. Prismide, resembling a prism. Prismoidal, having the form of a prismoid. Prismoids, plural of prismoid. Prisms, plural of prism. Prisme, pertaining to or resembling a prism. Frisnoland, a prison, especially one that provides inmates with more freedoms and better facilities than is traditional. Freze, a place or institution where people are held against their will, in the U.S. especially for long-term confinement as of those convicted of serious crimes or otherwise considered undesirable by the government. Prison bars, alternative form of prisoners bars the game. Prison base, synonym of prisoners bars the game. Prison bitch, a male prisoner used as a sex slave by another man in the absence of available women. Prison bitches, plural of prison bitch. Prison break, synonym of jail break. Prison breaker, one who escapes or flees a penal institution. Prison breakers, plural of prison breaker. Prison breaking, synonym of jail break. Prison breakings, plural of prison breaking. Prison breaks, plural of prison break. Prison camp, a camp in which either prisoners of war or political prisoners are interned. Prison camps, plural of prison camp. Prison cell, the room to which a prisoner is confined in a prison. Prison cells, plural of prison cell. Prison chaser, a prison guard, particularly one who guards military prisoners on fatigue duty. Prison chasers, plural of prison chaser. Prison farm, a large correctional facility in which convicts are forced to do manual labor, largely in open air. Prison farms, plural of prison farm. Prison fever, typhus. Prison gay, synonym of gay for the stay. Prison guard, an armed person working to provide order, security, discipline, punishment, and prevent escapes of prisoners in a jail that answers to a warden. Prison guards, plural of prison guard. Prison hooch, synonym of Bruno. Prison house, prison jailhouse. Prison houses, plural of prison house. Prison labor, work which one is compelled to perform due to lack of options, by choice while in prison, or outright against one's will, while in a condition of confinement or slavery. Prison officer, a person responsible for the supervision and security of prisoners. Prison officers, plural of prison officer. Prison pocket, the anus or vagina in the context of them being used to hide and smuggle items. Prison psychosis, synonym of Ganser syndrome. Prison purse, the rectum or vagina, used as a place to conceal prohibited items in prison. Prison purses, plural of prison purse. Prison ring, A ring worn on the finger and fashioned by hand in a prison, commonly from a celluloid item such as a toothbrush or a pen. Prison rings. Plural of prison ring. Prison sentence. Confinement in prison as punishment for a crime. Prison sentences. Plural of prison sentence. Prison state. A state that severely restricts the freedom of its citizens. Prison states. Plural of prison state. Prison wall. A large barrier that separates prisoners from the free community. Prison wallet. Synonym of prison purse. Prison wallets. Plural of prison wallet. Prison walls. Plural of prison wall. Prison wife. A wife of somebody in prison. Prison wife. Synonym of pruno. Prison wives. Plural of prison wife. Prison bound. Destined for prison by leading a life of crime. Prison industrial complex. The socio-economic combination of prisons and the private businesses that supply them with goods and services. Prison industrial complexes. Plural of prison industrial complex. Prisonable. Synonym of imprisonable, carrying a sentence of imprisonment. Prisonum. The world or sphere of prisons. Present. Simple past and past participle of prison. Prisoner. A person incarcerated in a prison while on trial or serving a sentence. Prisoner at large. A member of the military who is being disciplined by being forbidden to leave the barracks or ship on which they are stationed. Prisoner exchange. Synonym of prisoner swap. Prisoner exchanges. Plural of prisoner exchange. Prisoner of conscience. Anyone imprisoned because of his race, religion, or political views. Prisoner of hope. One who remains hopeful in spite of circumstances that seem hopeless. Prisoner of war. A combatant or soldier who is captured by an enemy power during or immediately after an armed conflict. Prisoner swap. A deal between opposing sides in a conflict in which each side agrees to release prisoners. Prisoner swaps. Plural of prisoner swap. Prisoner visa. A residency visa that does not permit the bearer to find employment, especially as the spouse of someone with a work visa. Prisoner visas. Plural of prisoner visa. Prisoner's base. Alternative form of prisoners bars the game. Prisoner's cinema. The visual phenomenon of seeing colors, which may resolve into human or other figures when kept in darkness or otherwise deprived of visual stimulation. Prisoner's friend. An officer acting as counsel for the defendant in a court-martial. Prisoner of war camp. A camp in which prisoners of war are interned. Prisoner of war camps. Plural of prisoner of war camp. Prisoner-like. Resembling or characteristic of a prisoner. Prisoners. Plural of prisoner. Prisoners at large. Plural of prisoner at large. Prisoners of conscience. Plural of prisoner of conscience. Prisoners of war. Plural of prisoner of war. Prisoners bars. A playground game in which two teams chase and capture any opponents running from their home area. Prisonful. Enough to fill a prison. Prisonfuls. Plural of prisonful. Prison guard. Alternative form of prison guard. Prison guards. Plural of prison guard. Prison house. The main building of a prison. Prison houses. Plural of prison house. Prisoning. Present participle and gerund of prison. Prisonization, the process of assimilation to the customs, social norms, etc. of a prison. Prisonizations, plural of prisonization. Prismas, without prisons. Prism-like, resembling or characteristic of a prison. Prisonment, imprisonment. Prisonments, plural of prisonment. Prisoness, resembling or characteristic of a prison. Prisons, plural of prison. Prisonceful, plural of prisonful. Prismware, clothes to be worn by inmates of a prison. Prisoptometer, a device containing a double prism used to measure refraction and thus diagnose anomalies in a patient's vision. Prisoptometers, plural of prisoptometer. Thus, a prissy person. Priss around, to act in a prissy manner. Pressed, simple past and past participle of priss. Prissed around, simple past and past participle of priss around. Frizzes, plural of priss. Prisses around, third person singular simple present indicative of priss around. Presse, comparative form of prissy, more prissy. Frizzes, plural of prissy. Pedis, superlative form of prissy, most prissy. Prissify, simple past and past participle of prissify. Prissifies, third person singular simple present indicative of prissify. Prissify, to make prissy. Prissifying, present participle and gerund of prissify. Prissily, in a prissy manner, in a manner that is excessively prim or proper. Prissiness, the state or quality of being excessively prim or proper. Prissinesses, plural of prissiness. Prissing, present participle and gerund of priss. Prissing around, present participle and gerund of priss around. Pressbot, a very prissy person. Pressbots, plural of pressbot. Presse, a diminutive of the female given name Priscilla. Prestane, a natural saturated terpenoid alkene 2,6,10,14 tetramethylpentadecane used as a lubricant and anti-corrosion agent and in medical research. Prestanes, plural of pristane. Pristanic, of or pertaining to pristanic acid or its derivatives. Pristanic acid, the diterpenoid acid 2,6,10,14 tetramethylpentacanoic acid found in many animal lipids. Pristanoil, derivatives such as an ester of pristanic acid. Pristella, a fish. Pristella maxillar is the only species in its genus. Pristellas, plural of Pristella. Pristerognathed, any Thurosphalian of the genus Pristerognathus. Pristerognathids, plural of Pristerognathed. Preste, any fish in the family Pristidae, as sawfish. Prestins, plural of Pristid. Pristigasterid, any fish in the family Pristigasteridae. Pristigasterids, plural of Pristigasterid. Pristidlamid, any member of the Pristidlamidae, certain saltwater clams. Pristidlamids, plural of Pristidlamid. Pristina, the capital and largest city of Kosovo. Pristina, alternative spelling of Pristina. Pristinomycin, an antibiotic used primarily in the treatment of staphylococcal infections and to a lesser extent streptococcal infections. Pristinamycin, Alternative spelling of pristinamycin. Pristinamycines, plural of pristinamycine. Pristinamycins, plural of pristinamycin. Pristinate, pristine, primitive. Pristine, unspoiled, still with its original purity, uncorrupted or unsullied. Pristinely, in a way that is pristine. Pristineness, the state or condition of being pristine. Prestinin, a post-translationally modified peptide present in Streptomyces pristini spiralis. Prisophryd, any shark in the family Pristiophryidae. Prisophryds, plural of Pristiophryd. Prisophrydiform, any shark of the order Pristiophryiformes. Prisophrydiforms, plural of Pristiophryiform. Pristolpid, any leaffish of the family Pristolpididae. Pristolpidids, plural of Pristolpidid. Prestum, a village and civil parish in Bath and northeast Somerset. Somerset England OS Grid Ref SD 6960. Prester, a person marked by excessive caution and an undue regard for personal safety or reputation, often refraining from acts of enterprise or daring for fear of consequence. Used chiefly in reproach, it denotes one who, in avoidance of peril, sacrifices boldness and decisive action. Presters, plural of prister. Frit, peak, offense. Fritcher, a surname from Welsh. Fetch, simple past and past participle of pritch. Fritzel, a metal punch or shaping tool with a round shank designed to fit in a pritchel hole in an anvil. Pritchel hole, a round hole in an anvil designed to hold a pritchel or other round-shanked blacksmithing tool. Pritchel holes, plural of pritchel hole. Pritchel, simple past and past participle of pritchel. Pritcheling, present participle and gerund of pritchel. Fritchels, plural of pritchel. Fritches, plural of pritch. Fritchet, a surname. Fritsche, present participle and gerund of pritch. Prytlavir, a particular antiherpetic drug. Prytnik, the language of the inhabitants of northern Great Britain during Roman rule in southern Great Britain 1st to 5th centuries AD, is sister or daughter language of British of Pictish is assumed to be a P-Celtic language. Fridi, synonym of please. Prithvi, name of deity Prithvi or Mother Earth. Fridi, alternative form of Preeti, a female given name from Sanskrit. Fit, a British surname, variant of Pratt. Prittle Prattle, empty talk, prattle. Prittle Prattles, plural of Prittle Prattle. Prittlewell, a suburb in Southend-on-Sea Borough, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 8787. Pretty, archaic spelling of pretty. Prittal, a surname. Pridimumab, a human monoclonal antibody used in treating brain cancer. Pritzum, plural of ports. Pritzker, a surname. Pritzkers, plural of Pritzker. Priuli, obsolete spelling of privily. Pet, ellipsis of Toyota Prius, a compact/small family liftback supermini/subcompact sedan until 2003 produced by Toyota. Priuses, plural of Prius. Flipping of privilege. Privdoc, abbreviation of private docent. Privdak, abbreviation of private docent. Privdatak, abbreviation of private docent. Privacies, plural of privacy. Privacy, the state of being secluded from the presence, sight, or knowledge of others. Privacy policies, plural of privacy policy. Privacy policy, a statement detailing policies that an organization or party uses to collect or hide information about an end user or customer of the organization, particularly where it concerns private information. Privacy seal, an online branded trust mark or logo used by third-party site verification entities to protect online consumers by identifying trustworthy websites. Privacy seals, plural of privacy seal. Privado, a trusted friend, a confidant. Privados, plural of privado. Privados, plural of privado. Prius, a town and commune, the capital of Ardèche department, over Rhône-Alpes, France. Private, obsolete spelling of private. Private docent, a lecturer who may teach without supervision by a professor. Private docents, plural of private docent. Private docent, alternative form of private doesn't. Private docents, plural of private docent. Private dozen, in some European countries, an academic who holds all formal qualifications, doctorate and habilitation to become a tenured university professor. Private dozentin, plural of private dozen. Private dozens, plural of private dozen. Private, alternative letter case form of private. Private ambulance, a privately owned non-emergency vehicle, generally used for scheduled patient transport or the transportation of the deceased to a mortuary. Private ambulances, plural of private ambulance. Private area, the region of the human body consisting of the sex organs. Private areas, plural of private area. Private attorney general, an attorney who brings a lawsuit advocating it to be in the public interest on behalf of a citizen or group of citizens. Private attorney generals, plural of private attorney general. Private bank, a bank involved in private banking. Private banking, banking offered to high-income people, including personalized advice. Private banks, plural of private bank. Private benefits, refers to the benefits received by a firm or consumer as part of its economic activity. Private bill, a parliamentary bill promoted by an organization, such as a local authority or company in order to obtain powers to do something. Private bills, plural of private bill. Private branch exchange, a telecommunications switching system physically located at a customer's place of business that provides internal communication between users and also access to outside trunk telephone lines. Private branch exchanges, plural of private branch exchange. Private brand, synonym of own brand. Private candidate, one who enters an examination without being enrolled as a student at the educational establishment where it is given. Private candidates, plural of private candidate. Private car, a car that is for personal use and owned privately as opposed to a company car or official car, etc. Private cars, plural of private car. Private cost, a cost incurred in the production process by the producer, including tax and profit margins that are anticipated. Private costs, plural of private cost. Private detective, Person who is not a government official who is hired to provide information about a person or group that is not widely available. Private detectives. Plural of private detective. Private dick. A private investigator. A private detective. Private dicks. Plural of private dick. Private docent. An associate professor in a university who has attained a doctorate, written a habilitation thesis, and given a lecture in the hope of becoming a full professor. Private docents. Plural of private docent. Private enterprise. Enterprise owned by private owners, investors, or shareholders. Private enterprise number. A unique number assigned by IANA to identify objects that are defined by an enterprise. Private enterprise numbers. Plural of private enterprise number. Private enterprises. Plural of private enterprise. Private equities. Plural of private equity. Private equity. Capital stock in a private company that does not offer stock to the general public. Private eye. A private personal detective employed to gather information about someone. Private eyes. Plural of private eye. Private first class. An enlisted rank in the United States Army of rank E3, ranking above a private and below a corporal or specialist. Private good. A good that is rivalrous and excludable. Private goods. Plural of private good. Private international law. The law of a state that decides the law of which state is applied to legal relationships in civil and commercial matters that contain foreign elements. Private investigator. An agent hired by a private party for the purpose of investigation or evidence gathering. Private investigators. Plural of private investigator. Private investment banker. An investment banker who manages the portfolio of a private individual. Private investment bankers. Plural of private investment banker. Private joke. Synonym of inside joke. A joke that is understood or meant to be understood only by certain people who are aware of the details. Private jokes. Plural of private joke. Private judgment. Assumption of judgment by individual reason on matters which are not amenable to a lower tribunal than the universal reason of the race. Private key. The unpublished key in asymmetric cryptography. Private keys. Plural of private key. Private label. Synonym of own brand. Private labels. Plural of private label. Private language. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See private language. Private language argument. The argument, famously made by Ludwig Wittgenstein 1889-1951, that a private language cannot exist. Private language arguments. Plural of private language argument. Private language problem. The problem, considered by Ludwig Wittgenstein 1889-1951 and other philosophers, of whether it is possible for a private language to exist. Private language problems. Plural of private language problem. Private language theses. Plural of private language thesis. Private language thesis. The thesis or contention that a private language cannot exist. Private languages. Plural of private language. Private law. The area of law pertaining to the relationships between private persons, natural or legal persons, including corporations, as opposed to relations between the state and private persons. Private life. The aspects of one's life that are personal, such as family, friends, and other personal relationships, as opposed to the elements that make up one's public or professional life. Private limited liability companies. Plural of private limited liability company. Private limited liability company. A limited liability company that is not a public corporation. Private lives. Plural of private life. Private means a reasonable degree of wealth. Private Members Bill. A proposed law introduced by a member of a legislature who is not acting on behalf of the executive government. Private Members Bills. Plural of Private Members Bill. Private message. A message sent to another user of a social media or chat platform through a private channel as opposed to a publicly accessible area or chat room. Private message. Simple past and past participle of private message. Private messages. Plural of private message. Private messaging. Present participle and gerund of private message. Private military contractor. Synonym of mercenary. Private military contractors. Plural of private military contractor. Private notice question. A topical question asked of the government by a member of the House of Lords, requiring an immediate response. Private notice questions. Plural of private notice question. Private part. A body part that is expected to be covered while in public. Private parts. Those parts of the human body commonly expected to be covered by clothing when in public, especially the pubic area. Private properties. Plural of private property. Private property. Property to which individuals or corporations have certain exclusive property rights, but do not necessarily possess. Private property anarchism. Anarcho-capitalism. Private property anarchist. An advocate or supporter of private property anarchism. Private property anarchists. Plural of private property anarchists. Private school. A fee charging private or independent school. Private schools. Plural of private school. Private sector. All organizations in an economy or jurisdiction that are not controlled by government, including privately owned businesses and not-for-profit organizations. Private sectors. Plural of private sector. Private ship. A warship that is not the flagship of a fleet or squadron. Private ships. Plural of private ship. Private shop. A shop that sells pornographic material, sex toys, etc. A sex shop. Private shops. Plural of private shop. Private siding. A railway siding owned by a company, also possibly served by their own locomotive, which is connected to and served by railway, but is not part of the railway's infrastructure. Private sidings. Plural of private siding. Private stock. A supply of something, especially alcoholic beverages, belonging to a person or a commercial establishment and of such quality that it is usually reserved for the owner or for favored friends or customers. Private stocks. Plural of private stock. Private label. Alternative spelling of private label verb. Private sector. Of or pertaining to the private sector. Private use character. A character whose use is defined by private users and companies rather than defined by a standard such as Unicode, and which therefore has no universally accepted meaning. Private use characters. Plural of private use character. Private wire house. A brokerage company with a telegraph line, telephone line, or electronic communication network. Private wire houses. Plural of private wire house. Privated. Simple past and past participle of private. Privateer. A privately owned warship that acted under a letter of marque to attack enemy merchant ships and take possession of their cargo. Privateered. Simple past and past participle of privateer. Privateering. Present participle and gerund of privateer. Privateerings. Plural of privateering. Privateers. Plural of privateer. Privateersman. The captain or member of the crew of a privateer. Privateersman. Plural of privateersmen. Privately. In a private manner. Privately held. Of a corporation or other business, owned by a small number of people, and not having shares of ownership sold via a stock exchange or other public market. Privateness. The quality or state of being private. Privatenesses. Plural of privateness. Privater. Comparative form of private, more private. Privates. Plural of private. Privates first class. Plural of private first class. Privatus. Superlative form of private, most private. Privating. Present participle and gerund of private. Privation. The state of being deprived of or lacking an attribute formerly or properly possessed, the loss or absence of such an attribute. Priviano. Relating to privation. Privations. Plural of privation. Privatization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of privatization. Privatizations. Plural of privatization. Privatize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of privatize. Privatize. Simple past and past participle of privatize. Privatizer. Alternative spelling of privatizer. Privatizers. Plural of privatizer. Privatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of privatize. Privatizing. Present participle and gerund of privatize. Privatism. Concern with issues only insofar as they affect one as an individual, self-interest. Privatisms. Plural of privatism. Privatissima. Plural of privatissimum. Privatissimum. A university lecture heard by only a small number of students. Privatissimums. Plural of privatissimum. Privative. Causing privation, depriving. Privative a. An alpha privative. Privative adjective. An adjective indicating that a noun refers to an object that is not of the class which that noun ordinarily refers to. Privative adjectives. Plural of privative adjective. Privative as. Plural of privative a. Privative case. Synonym of possessive case. Privative cases. Plural of privative case. Privatively. In a privative manner, by the absence of something, negatively. Privativeness. The state of being privative. Privatives. Plural of privative. Privatizable. Capable of being privatized. Privatization. The transfer of a company or organization from government to private ownership and control. Privatizations. Plural of privatization. Privatize. To release government control of a business or industry to private industry. Privatize. Simple past and past participle of privatize. Privatizer. One who or that which privatizes. Privatizers. Plural of privatizer. Privatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of privatize. Privatizing. Present participle and gerund of privatize. Privatopia. A private, generally gated community of regulated and genteel appearance. Privatopian. Relating to a privatopia. Privatopias. Plural of privatopia. Pride. Deprived. Privilege. Obsolete spelling of privilege. Privileges. Plural of privilege. Privily. Obsolete spelling of privily. Privet. Any of various shrubs and small trees in the genus Ligustrum. Privet hawk moth. Sphinx ligustri, a moth found in most of the Palearctic ecozone. Privet hawk moths. Plural of privet hawk moth. Privets. Plural of privet. Privet. A village in Froxfield and Privet Parish, East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England. Oesgrid Ref SU 6726. Privet. A surname. Privets. Plural of privet. Privets. Plural of privet. Privy. Obsolete spelling of privy. Privies. Plural of privy. Privies. Superlative form of privy, most privy. Privilege. Obsolete form of privilege. Privilege. Obsolete form of privilege. Privileges. Plural of privilege. Privilege. An exemption from certain laws granted by the Pope. Privilege Day. A day of annual leave granted to civil servants in addition to normal holidays. Privilege days. Plural of privilege day. Privilege escalation. The use of an exploit to gain elevated access to resources that are normally protected from an application or user. Privilege escalations. Plural of privilege escalation. Privilege walk. An activity intended to raise awareness of social justice issues within a group in which individuals line up and are then instructed to move forward or backward depending on factors relating to their social status. Privilege walks. Plural of privilege walk. Privilege. Simple past and past participle of privilege. Privileged debt. A debt to which a preference in payment is given out of the estate of a deceased or insolvent person. Privileged debts. Plural of privileged debt. Privileged sanctuaries. Plural of privileged sanctuary. Privileged sanctuary. An area that is granted special protection or immunity from military operations or attacks, such as a religious or cultural site or one belonging to another party than those involved in a conflict. Privilegee. One who benefits from a privilege. Privilegees. Plural of privilegee. Privileger. One who confers a privilege. Privilegers. Plural of privileger. Privileges. Plural of privilege. Privilegiado. One who has special privileges. Privileging. Present participle and gerund of privilege. Privilegings. Plural of privileging. Privilegism. A social system in which some people have privileges that others do not. Privily. Secretly, in secret, in a private manner. Privately. Priviness. The quality of being privy to something. Privish. To publish a book only to have its distribution fully and intentionally cancelled. Privish. Simple past and past participle of privish. Priveus. Third person singular simple present indicative of privish. Privishing. Small scale or unadvertised publication of a book so that it is not easily available to the public. Privitor. A surname from Italian. Privitoris. Plural of privitora. Privities. Plural of privity. Privity. A divine mystery, something known only to God or revealed only in Holy Scriptures. Prelaka, a municipality of Croatia. Privat, a surname. Privat, plural of privat. Those, plural of priv. Privy, private exclusive, not public, one's own. Privy Council, a body of advisors to a sovereign, functioning much as a cabinet. Privy Councillor, a member of a privy council, a close, intimate advisor usually to a monarch. Privy councillors, plural of privy councillor. Privy councils, plural of privy council. Privy house, an outhouse, an outbuilding used for urination and defecation. Privy houses, plural of privy house. Privy mark, a small mark or differentiation in the design of a coin for the purpose of identifying the mint or origin or to prevent counterfeiting. Privy marks, plural of privy mark. Privy member, dopinas. Privy members, plural of privy member. Privy parts, synonym of private parts. Privy purse, the amount of money the monarch may use for private or personal expenses. Privy purses, plural of privy purse. Privy seal, the personal seal of an English or Scottish monarch. Privy seals, plural of privy seal. Privy house, alternative form of privy house and outhouse. Privy houses, plural of privy house. Prefix, a menu in which the entire meal is offered at a single fixed price. Prefixes, plural of prefix. Freya, a female given name from India. A common Hindu female name which means beloved. It is usually used in conjunction with another name, mostly those of gods, to imply beloved of. Priyadarshini, a female given name. Priyanka, a female given name from Hindi. Priyom, tactics that depend on pawn structure. Prizable, fit to be prized or treasured, valuable. Prize, that which is taken from another, something captured, a thing seized by force, stratagem, or superior power. Prize cake, synonym of lane cake. Prize crew, the crew members of a ship chosen to take over the operations of another ship that has been captured. Prize crews, plural of prize crew. Prize draw, a competition, such as a lottery or raffle, in which participants obtain a random chance to win a prize. Prize draws, plural of prize draw. Prize fighter, alternative spelling of prize fighter. Prize fighters, plural of prize fighter. Prize lists, alternative spelling of prize list. Prize lists, plural of prize lists. Prize money, money offered as a prize in a competitive event. Prize monies, plural of prize money. Prize monies, plural of prize money. Prize pool, the total amount of money that is distributed among the winners in a tournament. Prize pools, plural of prize pool. Prize ring, synonym of boxing ring. Prize rings, plural of prize ring. Prize winner, alternative form of prize winner. Prize winners, plural of prize winner. Prize draw, alternative form of prize draw. Prize draws, plural of prize draw. Prize giving, alternative form of prize giving. Prize givings. Plural of prize giving. Prize taking. The capturing of an enemy ship at sea. This results in a payment to all hands from the Admiralty. Prize winning. Alternative spelling of prize winning. Prizeable. Alternative form of prizeable. Viz. Highly valued, cherished. Prize draw. Alternative form of prize draw. Prize draws. Plural of prize draw. Prize fight. A professional boxing match in which two boxers compete for a prize, usually money. Prize fighter. A professional boxer. Prize fighters. Plural of prize fighter. Prize fighting. Professional boxing in which two fighters compete for a prize. Prize sightings. Plural of prize fighting. Prize fights. Plural of prize fight. Prize giver. One who awards a prize. Prize givers. Plural of prize giver. Prize giving. A ceremony where a prize is awarded. Prize givings. Plural of prize giving. Prize holder. The person who gives out a prize to the winner of a contest. Prize holders. Plural of prize holder. Prizeless. Without a prize. Prize-like. Having characteristics of a prize. Prizeless. A list of prizes. Prize lists. Plural of prize lists. Prizeman. The male winner of a prize. Prizeman. Plural of prizeman. Prize money. Alternative form of prize money. Frizen. I dialect spelling of prison. Frizens. Plural of prizen. Prizer. One who places a high value on something. Prizeries. Plural of prizery. Prizers. Plural of prizer. Friary. A place where tobacco is packed into hogsheads. Prizes. Plural of prize. Prizes. Second person singular simple present indicative of prize. Prize taker. The person or thing that wins a prize. Prize takers. Plural of prize taker. Prize taking. Alternative form of prize taking. Prize. Third person singular simple present indicative of prize. Prize winner. A person or thing that wins a prize. Prize winners. Plural of prize winner. Prize winning. Having won at least one prize. Prizeworthy. Meriting a prize. Presidilaw. A beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Prizing. Present participle and gerund of prize. Prizings. Plural of prizing. Prizren. The second largest city in Kosovo and the seat of Prizren district and Prizren municipality, Kosovo. The historical capital of Kosovo. Prizlis. Plural of Prizli. Prizli. A hybrid between a polar bear and a grizzly bear. Pierdewalski. A surname from Polish. Pierdewalski's horse. Alternative spelling of Pierdewalski's horse. Pierdewalski's horses. Plural of Pierdewalski's horse. PIK. Initialism of People's Republic of Kampuchea. PRL. Abbreviation of Prolactin. PRN. Initialism of Patrol Resource Management. PRN. Abbreviation of Premium. PRNS. Initialism of Petroleum Resources Management System. PRMS. plural of PRM. PRE, abbreviation of pro-renata. PRE, abbreviation of pro-renata. Ternayal, the gear stick in a car with automatic transmission. Ternayal, plural of Ternayal. Ternti, initialism of pseudorandom number generator. PRNG, plural of PRNG. PRNS, abbreviation of pronouns. PRNDA, abbreviation of printer. PRNERS, plural of PRNDA. Initialism of pressure retarded osmosis. A surname from Spanish. Pro and con, to debate the advantages and disadvantages of. Pro and con, simple past and past participle of pro and con. Pro and conning, present participle and gerund of pro and con. Pro and cons, third person singular simple present indicative of pro and con. Pro bono, without charging a fee, done without fee, generally for clients or patients of limited means. Pro confesso, as if an offense had been confessed or admitted. Pro domino, in the capacity of a master or an owner, having dominion over a person, property, or a right. Pro eo quod, in pleading. Pro forma, occurring, undertaken, or performed as a perfunctory matter in the interest of form or for the sake of formality. Pro formis, plural of pro forma. Pro hac vice, permitted for a specific case or action. Pro hoc vice, misspelling of pro hac vice. Pro hop, synonym of hopstep. Pro indiviso, of a right, held by two or more persons in common. Pro max, the ultimate or the most hilarious version. Pro memoria, a memory aid, a reminder or memorandum, especially a book or document serving this purpose. Pro memorias, plural of pro memoria. Pro nav, syllabic abbreviation of proportional navigation. Pro part, in part, used in nomenclature to denote that a taxon includes more than one currently recognized entity and that only one of those entities is being considered. Pro per, abbreviation of in propria persona. Pro rata, in proportion to some factor that can be exactly calculated. Pro renata, dealing with something that arises unexpectedly or out of due course for special business. Pro se, representing oneself in court without an attorney. Pro shop, a shop at a sports club that sells equipment often run by a professional in that sport. Pro shops, plural of pro shop. Pro skirt, a prostitute. Pro skirts, plural of pro skirt. Pro ska, alternative form of pro scub. Pro tanto, only to that extent. Pro tem, temporarily, for the time being. Pro tem, alternative form of pro tem. Pro tempore, temporarily, for the time being. Pro time, synonym of prothrum bin time. Pro tip, a useful piece of advice. Pro tips, plural of pro tip. Pro wrestling, clipped compound of professional wrestling. Agreeing with, supporting, favoring. Pro-abort, pro-choice. Pro-abortion, alternative spelling of pro-abortion. Pro-abortionism, an ideology or policy of support for the practice and/or legalization of abortion. Pro-abortionists. One who supports the practice or legality of abortion. Pro-abortionists. Plural of pro-abortionists. Pro-aborts. Plural of pro-abort. Proactively. Alternative form of proactively. Proadenoepiphysis. Alternative form of proadenoepiphysis. Proda. A competition in which both professional and amateur competitors participate. Proems. Plural of proem. Prolana. A movement for the promotion of behaviors related to anorexia nervosa. Proanas. Plural of proana. Pro-Asiatic. Supporting or favoring Asia or Asians. Pro-attitude. Any of a variety of attitudes in favor of something, such as approval, admiration, liking, preference, esteem. Proaves. Plural of proavis. Provavis. Alternative form of prois. Pro-birth. Synonym of pro-life, used especially to describe someone who opposes abortion. Pro-black. Alternative form of pro-black. Pro-black. Supporting or favoring black people. Pro-build. To build prior to necessity. Pro-bureaucratic. Alternative spelling of pro-bureaucratic. Pro-business. Alternative spelling of pro-business. Pro-cathedral. Alternative form of pro-cathedral. Pro-cathedrals. Plural of pro-cathedral. Pro-celeb. Pro-celebrity. Pro-celebrity, in which professionals and celebrities participate together. Pro-choice. Supportive of a person's right to choose whether or not to have an abortion. Pro-choicer. A person with pro-choice views or who advocates such policies. Pro-choicers. Plural of pro-choicer. Pro-circ. Supportive of male infant circumcision. Pro-zercer. A supporter of male infant circumcision. Pro-zercers. Plural of pro-zercer. Pro-circumcisionist. A supporter of male infant circumcision. Pro-circumcisionists. Plural of pro-circumcisionists. Proclaimant. In favor of a claimant or claimants. Pro-communist. Alternative form of pro-communist. Pro-communists. Plural of pro-communists. Pro-control. Alternative form of pro-control. Procure. In support of a cure, especially in opposition to anti-cure movements. Frodi. Abbreviation of professional development. Froda. Alternative spelling of proda. Prodother. A person who is supportive of the practice or legality of abortion or who is opposed to pro-life causes. Prodothers. Plural of prodother. Pro-democracy. In favor of democracy. Pro-democratic. Alternative spelling of pro-democratic. Pro-drop. Alternative spelling of pro-drop. Pro-drop language. A language that usually excludes certain pronouns in situations usually specific to the language or language family, for example, Spanish and Persian, which frequently drop subject form pronouns. Pro-drop languages. Plural of pro-drop language. Pro-led. Promoting or encouraging eating disorders. Pro-European. Supportive of Indo-European peoples. Pro-federalists. Supporting federalism. Pro-form. a word that substitutes for words, phrases, clauses, or sentences whose meaning is recoverable in context. Proforms, plural of proform. Pro-gamer, a professional player of video games, a competitive video game player, an athlete. Pro-gamers, plural of pro-gamer. Pro-gay, supporting gay people or rights for gay people. Pro-government, alternative form of pro-government in favor of the government. Pro-gun, alternative form of pro-gun. Pro-incest, in favor of incest. Pro-inflammatory, alternative form of pro-inflammatory. Pro-interventionist, alternative spelling of pro-interventionist. Pro-interventionists, plural of pro-interventionists. Pro-jabber, synonym of pro-vaxxer. Pro-jabbers, plural of pro-jabber. Pro-Jewish, in favor of or favorably disposed towards Jews. Pro-Jewishness, favorable disposition towards Jews. Pro-legalism, alternative form of probabilism. Pro-LGBT, supporting LGBT lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender / transsexual people and or rights. Pro-life, of pertaining to or supportive of the right to life, believing that life should be protected from its beginning to natural death in all or most circumstances. Pro-lifism, an ideology or policy of opposition to abortion. Pro-lifer, a person with pro-life views or who advocates such policies. Pro-lifers, plural of pro-lifer. Pro-marijuana, alternative form of pro-marijuana. Pro-martyr, the first martyr to die for a particular cause. Pro-martyrs, plural of pro-martyr. Pro-masker, a person who supports the practice or mandate of wearing masks. Pro-maskers, plural of pro-masker. Pro-matrix metalloproteinase, a precursor to matrix metalloproteinase. Pro-MIA, a movement for the promotion of behaviors related to bulimia nervosa. Pro-MIA, plural of pro-MIA. Pro-Muslim, supporting or favoring Muslims. Pro-nuclear, in favor of the use of nuclear energy and the building of nuclear power plants. Pro-oocyte, an undifferentiated germline cell with the potential to become an oocyte. Pro-oocytes, plural of pro-oocyte. Pro-peptide, any inactive peptide that can be activated by post-translational modification. Pro-peptides, plural of pro-peptide. Pro-protein, any inactive protein that can be activated by post-translational modification. Pro-proteins, plural of pro-protein. Pro-rail, in support of rail transport or travel. Pro-rata, alternative form of pro-rata. Pro-Russian, supportive of Russia or Russians. This entity is a translation hub. Pro-secular, in favor of secular rather than religious government and laws. Pro-Semite, alternative letter case form of prosmite. Pro-Semites, plural of pro-Semite. Pro-sentence, a function word or expression that substitutes for a whole sentence whose content is recoverable from the context. Pro-sentences, plural of pro-sentence. Pro-sex, synonym of sex-positive. Pro-shipper, one who supports a specific ship or shipping in general. Pro-shippers, plural of pro-shipper. Pro-shitter, a pro-shipper, one who supports a ship or shipping deemed problematic. Proshitters. Plural of proshitter. Proska. Strongly supportive of Skub. Pro-Slavic. Relating to or exhibiting pro-Slavism, positive or favorable attitude towards Slavic peoples. Pro-Slavist. A supporter of slavery in the United States. Pro-Slavists. Plural of pro-Slavist. Pro-state. Favoring the government or favoring the government of a state as opposed to a federal government. Prosumti. Pronoun. Prosuni. Supporting sonism. Prosyllogism. Alternative form of prosyllogism. Prosyllogisms. Plural of prosyllogism. Protactile. Alternative spelling of protactile. Protet. Alternative spelling of protet. Proteps. Plural of protep. Pro-vaccination. Supporting vaccines and vaccination. Pro-vaccination. Synonym of pro-vaxxer. Pro-vaccinationists. Plural of pro-vaccinationists. Pro-vaccinator. Synonym of pro-vaxxer. Pro-vaccinators. Plural of pro-vaccinator. Pro-vaccine. Supporting vaccines and vaccination. Pro-vax. Supporting vaccines and vaccination. Pro-vaxxer. Alternative form of pro-vaxxer. Pro-vax. Alternative form of pro-vax. Pro-vaxxer. A vaccinationist, one who supports vaccination. Pro-vaxxers. Plural of pro-vaxxer. Pro-vaxing. Synonym of pro-vaccination. Proverb. A pro-form used to substitute for a verb or verb phrase. Proverbs. Plural of prover. Pro-vice-chancellor. A deputy to the vice-chancellor of a university. Pro-vice-chancellors. Plural of pro-vice-chancellor. Pro-war. In favor of a military solution to a political problem. Pro-Wester. Ideologically allying with the nations of the Western Bloc. Pro-Wester. Alternative form of pro-Western. Pro-wise. Alternative spelling of Prowheit. Pro-woman. In favor of or supporting women. Pro-Zionism. A support for Zionism, activism for Zionism. Pro-Zionism. Alternative letter case form of pro-Zionism. Pro-Zionist. Alternative letter case form of pro-Zionist. Pro-Zionistic. Pro-Zionist supporting Zionism. Pro-Zionists. Plural of pro-Zionists. Abbreviation of preverbs. A surname. Pro-abolition. Synonym of abolitionist. Pro-abolitionists. Synonym of abolitionist. Pro-abolitionists. Plural of pro-abolitionists. Pro-abort. Alternative spelling of pro-abort. Pro-abortion. Supportive of the practice and or legalization of abortion. Pro-abortionism. Alternative spelling of pro-abortionism. Pro-abortionist. Alternative spelling of pro-abortionist. Pro-abortionists. Plural of pro-abortionists. Prokaryocyte. Any substance that becomes an akaryocyte after being metabolized. Prokaryocytes. Plural of prokaryocyte. Proxylerin. Factor V, a protein of the coagulation system. Prosinar, that promotes the formation of an acinus. Procresin, a protein that is a precursor of acrosin. Progrosomal, that develops into an acrosomal granule, vesicle, etc. Prochrosome, a structure that develops into an acrosome. Prochromosomes, plural of prochrosome. Prochrosomic, that leads to the production of acrosomes. Propt, to take action in advance of an expected event. Procted, simple past and past participle of proc. Procting, present participle and gerund of proc. Proction, proactive behavior or influence. Proctions, plural of proction. Proactive, acting in advance to deal with an expected change or difficulty. Proactively, in a proactive manner so as to look or plan ahead. Proactiveness, the state or condition of being proactive. Proactivism, support for activism. Proactivist, one who supports activism. Proactivists, plural of proactivists. Proactivity, synonym of proactiveness. Proct, third person singular simple present indicative of proct. Proadaptive, that promotes adaptation. Protenoepiphysis, synonym of rostral pars distalis. Proadhesive, that promotes adhesion. Proadiphene, an inhibitor of cytochrome P450 enzymes preventing some types of drug metabolism. Proadipocytic, that promotes the activity of adipocytes. Proadipogenic, that leads to adipogenesis. Projective, a term that is not an adjective but serves the same purpose. Projectives, plural of projective. Pro-administration, in favor of the administration part of government. Pro-adoption, in favor of adoption. Prodrenomdulin, a component of adrenomdulin that is used as a biomarker. Proadverb, a term that is not an adverb but serves the same purpose as this way and you should do it this way. Proverbs, plural of proadverb. Proarolicin, the protoxin of arolicin. Progregative, that promotes aggregation. Progregatory, that promotes aggregation. Proiresis, alternative form of proheresis. Probire, alternative form of proheretic. Prolgesic, causing pain. Prolergic, that generates an allergic response. Promanulin, an amatoxin present in mushrooms of the genus Amanita. Prominent, in favor of an amendment. Bromian, an area of the blastoderm at the cephalic end of a vertebrate embryo in which there is no mesoderm separating the ectoderm and endoderm. Promiatic, relating to the promian. Promfiregillin, a growth factor that promotes formation of amphiregillin. Promyeloid, that is a precursor to amyloid. Promyeloidogenic, that promotes amyloidogenesis. Pronegen, that stimulates the growth phase of hair follicles. Prongiogenesis, the promotion of angiogenesis. Prongiogenetic, alternative form of prongiogenic. Prongiogenic, that promotes angiogenesis. Pronexation, in favor of annexation. Pronexationist, a person who is in favor of annexation. Pronexationists, plural of pronexationists. Frodo, a surname. Frodos, plural of prono. Pronsamycin, any of a group of macrocyclic compounds that are intermediates in the biosynthesis of enzymycins. Proncymycins, plural of proncymycin. Prontocyanidin, an antioxidant flavonoid with possible health benefits found in many plant sources including apples, bilberry, grapeseed, pine bark, and black chokeberry. Prontocyanidin, alternative form of prontocyanidin. Prontocyanidins, plural of prontocyanidin. Prontocyanidins, plural of prontocyanidin. Prontocyanin, any glycoside of a prontocyanin. Prontocyanins, plural of prontocyanin. Propical, towards an apex. Propolipoprotein, a metabolic precursor of apolipoproteins. Propolipoproteins, plural of propolipoprotein. Propoptogenic, that produces apoptogenicity. Propoptosis, propoptotic. Propoptotic, that leads to apoptosis. Aristocratic, in favor of the aristocracy. Proarrhythmia, cardiac arrhythmia typically initiated by a therapeutic drug. Proarrhythmic, that promotes cardiac arrhythmia. Proarrhythmogenic, that promotes arrhythmogenesis. Proarticulate, any member of the Proarticulata phylum of extinct animals. Proarticulates, plural of proarticulate. Protus, plural of proa. Prosmatic, that promotes asthma. Prostrocytic, that promotes the formation of astrocytes. Protherogenic, that promotes atherogenic activity. Prothoroma, that leads to the formation of atheromas. Protherosclerosis, synonym of protherosclerotic. Protherosclerotic, that leads to atherosclerosis. Protherothromogenic, promoting atherothrombogenesis. Protherothrombotic, promoting the development of atherothrombosis. Phothus, a bone located between the skull and the atlas topmost vertebra found in some reptiles. Propletes, plural of protles. Poets, a food consisting of oatmeal mixed with protein powder and milk or water. Proautomobile, in favor of automobiles. Proautophagic, that leads to autophagy. Proversive, that produces aversion. Pos, plural of provus. Provian, any of several extinct animals proposed as an evolutionary link between fossil reptiles and fossil birds, a protobird. Provians, plural of provian. Provis, any of various hypothetical extinct species or taxons that were coined in the early 20th century in an attempt to support and explain the hypothetical evolutionary steps and anatomical adaptations leading from non-avian-theropod dinosaurs to birds. Prosophosphotrain, the non-ionic base of an azophosphorane. Prosophosphotrains, plural of prosophosphotrains. Phosphotrain. But, clipping of probably. Probably, pronunciation spelling of probably. But, abbreviation of probation. Proba, abbreviation of probability. Probabilistic, misspelling of probabilistic. Probabilification, the process of probabilifying. Probabilifications. Plural of probabilification. Probabilified. Simple past and past participle of probabilify. Probabilifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of probabilify. Probabilify. To render probable, to support or give confidence as to the likelihood of a conclusion. Probabilifying. Present participle and gerund of probabilify. Probabilism. The belief that man is fated to do what is almost certainly correct. Probabilirist. One who holds, in opposition to the probabilists, the theory of probabilism. Probabilistic. Of or pertaining to probabilism, stochastic. Probabilirists. Plural of probabilirists. Probabilism. The doctrine that, in the absence of certainty, probability is the best criterion. Probabilisms. Plural of probabilism. Probabilis. Someone who studies probability, a particular branch of mathematics. Probabilistic. Of, pertaining to, or derived using probability. Probabilistic process. Synonym of stochastic process. Probabilistic processes. Plural of probabilistic process. Probabilistically. In a probabilistic manner, using a method based on probability. Probabilistically checkable proof. A reasonable proof of a computational theorem or conjecture obtained via a randomized algorithm. Probabilistically checkable proofs. Plural of probabilistically checkable proof. Probabilistics. A branch of statistics that deals with probabilities. Probabilists. Plural of probabilists. Probabilities. Plural of probability. Probability. The state of being probable. Probability amplitude. A complex number which is the coefficient of a component of a quantum state and whose product with its own complex conjugate gives the probability that the state will collapse to that component when measured. Note, the quantum state being thought of as a linear combination of its components. Probability amplitudes. Plural of probability amplitude. Probability densities. Plural of probability density. Probability density. Probability density function. Probability density function. Any function whose integral over a set gives the probability that a random variable has a value in that set. Probability density functions. Plural of probability density function. Probability distribution. A distribution of all possible values of a random variable together with an indication of their probabilities. Probability distributions. Plural of probability distribution. Probability mass function. A function that gives the relative probability that a discrete random variable is exactly equal to some value. Probability mass functions. Plural of probability mass function. Probability measure. A mathematical measure on a probability space that can take on values between 0 and 1, with 0 corresponding to the empty set and 1 to the entire space. Probability measures. Plural of probability measure. Probability paper. Graph paper with vertical and horizontal rules, the latter spaced evenly and the former according to a scale that allows a plotted probability curve, usually that of a normal distribution, to appear linear. Probability process. Synonym of stochastic process. Probability processes. Plural of probability process. Probability space. A measurable space having a unit measure. Probability spaces. Plural of probability space. Probability theory. The mathematical study of probability, the likelihood of occurrence of random events in order to predict the behavior of defined systems. Probability generating function. The generating function creates from the probability mass function of a discrete random variable. Probabilize. To show to be probable. Probabilize. Simple past and past participle of probabilize. Probabilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of probabilize. Probabilizing. Present participle and gerund of probabilize. Probable. Likely or most likely to be true. Probable cause. Reasonable grounds for making an arrest or conducting a personal or property search. Probable causes. Plural of probable cause. Probable error. The half range of an interval about a central point for the distribution, such that half of the values from the distribution will lie within the interval and half outside. Probable errors. Plural of probable error. Probably. Obsolete form of probably. Probableness. The state or quality of being likely to occur. Likelihood, probability. Probables. Plural of probable. Probabilis. Superlative form of probable. Most probable. Probably. Misspelling of probably. Probably. In all likelihood. Probacteria. Plural of probacterium. Probacterium. Any probiotic bacterium. Probacula. Plural of probaculum. Probacular. Relating to probacula. Probaculum. An immature baculum. Probacy. Proof. Trial. Probanignathian. A members of the Probanignathiae clade of therapsid animals. Probanignathians. Plural of Probanignathian. Probanignathed. Any cynodont in the family Probanignathidae. Probanignathids. Plural of Probanignathed. Proval. Approved. Probable. Probality. Probability. Probably. Pronunciation spelling of probably. Probent. An individual who presents with a genetic disorder or other specific characteristic when this leads to the genetic investigation of the individual's family. Probens. Plural of proband. Probandwise. With regard to probands. Probare. A tool consisting rod originally made of whalebone with a sponge on the end used for removing obstructions from the esophagus, etc. Probens. Plural of probang. Probarbital. A barbiturate derivative with sedative, hypnotic, and anticonvulsant properties. Probasal. That develops into a basal structure. Probasco. A surname. Probascos. Plural of probasco. Probacid. Synonym of probasidium. Probasidia. Plural of probacidium. Probasidial. Relating to the probasidium. Probasidium. A basidium prior to meiosis. Probacids. Plural of probacid. Probacin. A protein expressed in the epithelial cells of the prostate. Probacisternae. A cuticular element, ventral of the tympanal membrane in some dipterans. Probacisternites. Plural of probacisternite. Probacisternum. The base cisternum of the prothorax of some insects. Probacitarsal. Relating to a probacitarsis. Probacitarsis. The bacitarsis of the prodarsis of some insects. Probate. The legal process of verifying the legality of a will. Probate court. A judicial body responsible for overseeing matters related to the administration of estates and the legal validation of wills. Probate courts. plural of probate court. Probate. Simple past and past participle of probate. Probates. Plural of probate. Probating. Present participle and gerund of probate. Probation. A period of time when a person occupies a position only conditionally and may be removed if certain conditions are not met. Probation officer. A law enforcement officer who supervises offenders who have been released from incarceration and, often, recommends sentencing in courts of law. Probation officers. Plural of probation officer. Probational. Probationary. Probationally. In a probational manner. Probationaries. Plural of probationary. Probationary. Of, pertaining to, or subject to probation. Probationary period. A period during which a new employee is monitored to assess his or her capability. Probationary periods. Plural of probationary period. Probationer. One who is on probation. Probationers. Plural of probationer. Probationership. The state of being a probationer, novitiate. Probationerships. Plural of probationership. Probationists. One who is on probation. Probationists. Plural of probationists. Probations. Plural of probation. Probationship. A state of probation. Probationships. Plural of probationship. Probative. Tending to prove a particular proposition or to persuade someone of the truth of an allegation. Probator. An examiner and approver. Probators. Plural of probator. Probatory. Serving for trial, probationary. A model of Ford automobile. Probandro. Pertaining to a method of aerial refueling whereby a probe from the receiving aircraft fits into a trailing hose with drogue attachment from a tanker aircraft. Probe. Scissors. Scissors used to open wounds, the blade having a button at the end. Probable. Able to be probed. Probe. Simple past and past participle of probe. Probed. The head of a probe. Probeds. Plural of probed. Probe-like. Resembling a probe instrument for probing. Probemazole. A particular fungicide. Probemese. A synthetic sulfur-containing compound which promotes increased excretion of uric acid and is used to treat gout. Probemesids. Plural of probemesid. Prober. Agent noun of probe, one who probes. Probers. Plural of prober. Probert. A Welsh surname originating as a patronymic. Proberta. A census-designated place in Tehama County, California, United States. Probertite. A monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium. Probes. Plural of probe. Probesat. A collection of two or more probes that are designed to measure a single molecular species. Probesats. Plural of probeset. Probesum. Characterized or marked by probing, apt to probe. Probus. Second person singular simple present indicative of probe. Proba. Third person singular simple present indicative of probe. Probe. Someone holding a position on a probationary basis, subject to performance or examination. Probes. Plural of probi. Probe. A surname from Welsh. Probe. that investigates or explores deeply, that attempts to elicit information that is concealed. Probing amendment. An amendment put forward by a legislator with the intent of providing an opportunity for discussion of a specific topic, rather than with the intent of actually changing the proposed legislation. Probing amendments. Plural of probing amendment. Probing way. In a probing way. Probings. Plural of probing. Probiogenomics. The dynamics of probiotic bacteria. Probiote. Synonym of protobiont. Probiotics. Plural of probiont. Probiosis. The mutual beneficial effect that two organisms have on each other. Probiotic. A food or dietary supplement, such as a yogurt containing live bacteria for therapeutic reasons. Probiotically. In a probiotic manner. Probiotics. Plural of probiotic. Podestip. A town in northeastern North Macedonia. Pod. A unit derived from a standard distribution used in measuring the responses to doses. Podides. Plural of probity. Podeths. Plural of probit. Podity. Integrity, especially of the quality of having strong moral principles, decency, and honesty. Probli. Alternative form of pro-black. Pro-blackness. The support of favoring of black people. Problem. A difficulty that has to be resolved or dealt with. Problem bear. A bear that poses a danger to humans because it has adapted to human activities or habitat. Problem bears. Plural of problem bear. Problem child. A child who is particularly difficult to raise or educate, especially due to a lack of self-control and disruptive and antisocial behavior. Problem children. Plural of problem child. Problem gambling. An urge to gamble continuously despite negative consequences or a desire to quit. Problem glasses. Women-style glasses, prescription or not, that are interpreted as signaling a prissy demeanor, especially ones that point upwards and outwards or have colorful frames. Problem of evil. The argument that an omnipotent and truly benevolent deity would not permit evil. Problem page. The page on which an agony column appears, an agony column. Problem pages. Plural of problem page. Problem play. A form of drama that emerged in the 19th century as part of realism, dealing with contentious social issues through debates between the characters on stage, who typically represent conflicting points of view within a realistic social context. Problem plays. Plural of problem play. Problem solve. Alternative form of problem solve. Problem solved. Simple past and past participle of problem solve. Problem solves. Third person singular simple present indicative of problem solve. Problem solving. Present participle of problems solve. Problem solvings. Plural of problem solving. Problem space. A mental representation of a particular problem, including initial, final, and possible intermediate states. Problem spaces. Plural of problem space. Problem statement. A concise description of a problem. Problem statements. Plural of problem statement. Problem-reaction solution. A theory postulated by David Icke in which the government or another higher power manipulates the population by introducing a problem and then using their own means to solve that problem. Problem solve. To solve problems. Problems solved. Simple past and past participle of problem solve. Problem solver. someone who or something that solves a problem or problems. Problem solvers, plural of problem solver. Problem solves, third person singular simple present indicative of problem solve. Problem solving, present participle and gerund of problem solve. Problem solvings, plural of problem solving. Problema, a problem set forth in the ancient Greek scholarly tradition. Problemata, plural of problema. Problematic, posing a problem, having or suffering from problem S. Problematica, fossil specimens or elements that cannot be identified or assigned to a taxon. Problematical, doubtful or disputed. Problematicalities, plural of problematicality. Problematicality, the quality of being problematic. Problematically, in a problematic manner. Problematicalness, the quality of being problematical. Problematicism, a branch of philosophy that considers existence to be a constant evaluation of problems. Problematicity, the condition of being problematic. Problematic, obsolete form of problematic. Problematicness, the quality of being problematic. Problematics, plural of problematic. Problematization, British standard spelling of problematization. Problematizations, plural of problematization. Problematize, alternative form of problematize. Problematized, simple past and past participle of problematize. Problematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of problematize. Problematizing, present participle and gerund of problematize. Problematists, one who proposes problems, questions, or puzzles. Problematists, plural of problematists. Problematizable, capable of being problematized. Problematization, the process of problematizing or something problematized. Problematizations, plural of problematization. Problematize, to make something into a problem. Problematized, simple past and past participle of problematize. Problematizer, one who problematizes. Problematizers, plural of problematizer. Problematizes, third person singular simple present indicative of problematize. Problematizing, present participle and gerund of problematize. Problematological, of or relating to problematology. Problematologically, in terms of or by means of problematology. Problematology, a form of philosophy based upon the questioning of questioning, to derive a new foundational principle of thought and a new conception of logical difference. Problem, obsolete form of problem. Pavold, having a specified form of problems. Pavos, plural of problem. Problemat, a minor problem. Problemats, plural of problemat. Problemize, to make a problem of, to treat as problematic. Problemize, simple past and past participle of problemize. Problemizes, third person singular simple present indicative of problemize. Problemizing, present participle and gerund of problemize. Problemist, one who composes chess problems for other players to attempt to solve. Problemists, plural of problemists. Problemize, alternative form of problemize. Problemize, Simple past and past participle of problemize. Problemizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of problemize. Problemizing. Present participle and gerund of problemize. Problemas. Without problems. Problemo. Problem. Problemos. Plural of problemo. Problems. Plural of problem. Proboshed. A region particularly relevant to certain ecological and socio-economic problems, especially when viewed as a unit of management and policy making. Probsheds. Plural of problem shed. Problem solver. Alternative form of problem solver. Problem solvers. Plural of problem solver. Problem sum. Characterized or marked by problems. Problem-wise. In terms of a problem. Probably. Pronunciation spelling of probably. Probo. A bony projection, especially the occipital protuberance of the skull. Probos. Plural of probo. Probolinggo. A city in East Java, Indonesia. Proberine. Any extinct marsupial in the family, Proberidae. Proberinids. Plural of probordine. Proborrowing. In favor of a policy of borrowing money. Proboscis. Plural of proboscis. Proboscis. Plural of proboscis. Proboscidate. Having or shaped like a proboscis. Proboscidean. Any of various large, herbivorous mammals of the order Proboscidea that have a trunk and elephant. Proboscideans. Plural of Proboscidean. Proboscides. Plural of proboscis. Proboscideo. Proboscidate. Proboscidean. Alternative spelling of Proboscidean. Proboscideans. Plural of proboscidean. Proboscidiform. Probosciform having the form or uses of a proboscis. Probosciform. Having the form of a proboscis. Probosciformed. Obsolete form of probosciform. Proboscipedia. A homeotic protein and associated gene required for the formation of labial and maxillary palps in flies. Proboscis. An elongated tube from the head or connected to the mouth of an animal. Proboscis monkey. Nizalis larvatus, a reddish-brown arboreal Old World monkey with an unusually large nose, endemic to Borneo. Proboscis monkeys. Plural of proboscis monkey. Proboscis worm. Any member of the phylum Nemertea of invertebrate animals. Proboscis worms. Plural of proboscis worm. Proboscises. Plural of proboscis. Proboscis-like. Resembling or characteristic of a proboscis. Proboscoid. Shaped like a nose or proboscis. Probolutic. Relating to the ancient Greek council, which held preliminary discussions before submitting matters to the General Assembly. Probboycott. In favor of a boycott. Paz. Probably. Pubs. A surname from German. Pubsts. Plural of Probst. Probucol. A particular anti-hyperlipidemic drug. Probureaucratic. In favor of bureaucracy. Probus. A surname from German. Probuses. Plural of probus. Pro-business. In favor of business. Pro-busing. Supporting the use of busing to achieve racial integration in schools. Proby. A surname. Poppin. A surname from Welsh. Pobis. plural of probi. Va, abbreviation of procedure. Procgen, syllabic abbreviation of procedural generation. Vot, abbreviation of proceedings. Procaccini, a surname from Italian. Procaccinas, plural of procaccini. Procashectic, that leads to cachexia. Procacious, bold, forward, insolent. Procaciously, in a procacious manner. Procacities, plural of procacity. Procacity, the state of being procacious, forwardness, pertness, or petulance, or an instance thereof. Procainamide, a base of an amide-related diprocaine trademark proncil that is used in the form of its hydrochloride CHN3OHCl as a cardiac depressant, especially in the treatment of ventricular and atrial arrhythmias. Procaine, a synthetic compound derived from benzoic acid, used as a local anesthetic. Local anesthetic, especially in dentistry. Procaine penicillin, a narrow-spectrum penicillin antibiotic. Procaines, plural of procaine. Procalcific, that leads to calcification. Procalcification, that promotes calcification. Procalcifying, that leads to calcification. Procalcitonin, a peptide precursor to the hormone calcitonin. Procalcitonemia, the presence of procalcitonin in the blood. Procalcitonin, alternative form of procalcitonin. Procambia, plural of procambium. Procambio, relating to a procambium. Procambium, a meristem that lies just inside the protoderm and develops into primary xylem and primary phloem. Procamera, having deep chambers that are not enclosed by bone. Precancerous, that promotes the growth of a cancer. Procapitalism, in favor of capitalism. Procapitalist, an advocate or supporter of capitalism. Procapitalists, plural of procapitalists. Procapsid, a capsid that contains no viral nucleic acid. Procapsids, plural of procapsid. Procarbazine, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Procarbazines, plural of procarbazine. Procarboxyptidase, any inactive precursor of a carboxyptidase. Procarboxyptidases, plural of procarboxyptidase. Procarboxysome, an assemblage of enzymes that develops into a carboxysome. Procarboxysomes, plural of procarboxysome. Procarcinogen, any substance that is transformed into a carcinogen by metabolism. Procarcinogenic, that leads to the formation of carcinogenic agents. Procarcinogenics, plural of procarcinogenic. Procarcinogens, plural of procarcinogen. Procardiogenic, that promotes cardiogenesis. Perfuriogenic, that promotes cardiomyogenesis. Procardiomyopathy, that promotes cardiomyopathy. Procaridid, any shrimp in the family Procarididae. Procaridids, plural of procaridid. Patharios, alternative spelling of prokaryote. Patariotes, plural of prokaryotes. Patharete, misspelling of prokaryotic. Procasino, in favor of casinos. Procaspase, any of a family of proteins that are the precursors of caspase. Procaspases, plural of procaspase. Procatabole, that promotes catabolism. Prokatelepsis, a rhetorical exercise in which the speaker raises an objection to his own argument and then immediately answers it in an attempt to strengthen the argument by dealing with possible counterarguments. Prokateleptic, anticipating and answering objections before they have been raised. Prokatarctic, beginning, predisposing, exciting, initial. Prokatarctics, the study of prokatarctic causes. Prokatarxis, the kindling of a disease into action, the prokatarctic cause. Prokatera, a short-acting beta-2 adrenergic receptor agonist used for the treatment of asthma. Procathedral, a church used in place of a cathedral. Procathedrals, plural of procathedral. Procathepsin, any of a family of proteins that are involved in the production of cathepsins. Procathepsins, plural of procathepsin. Procatopidine, any fish of the subfamily Procatopidinae. Procatopidines, plural of Procatopidine. Pacovi, any member of the Procavidae, a hyrax. Pacoids, plural of Pacovi. Proxt, simple past and past participle of proc. Proxessivity, misspelling of processivity. Proxe, present participle and gerund of proc. Fresi, obsolete spelling of proceed. Preceded, simple past and past participle of proceed. Precedendo, a prerogative writ that sends a case from an appellate court to a lower court with an order to proceed to judgment. Precedendos, plural of precedendo. Presciens, third person singular simple present indicative of proceed. Preceda, third person singular simple present indicative of proceed. Proceeding, present participle and gerund of proceed obsolete spelling of proceed. Proceedings, plural of proceeding. Procedural, related to procedure. Procedural due process, a legal doctrine in the United States that requires government officials to follow procedures before taking away a person's life, freedom, or property. Procedural law, the law that comprises the rule by which a court hears and determines what happens in civil or criminal proceedings. Procedural memories, plural of procedural memory. Procedural memory, a form of long-term subconscious memory for the performance of particular types of action. Proceduralize, to define a procedure. Proceduralize, simple past and past participle of proceduralize. Proceduralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of proceduralize. Proceduralizing, present participle and gerund of proceduralize. Proceduralism, a belief in the importance of using agreed procedures. Proceduralisms, plural of proceduralism. Proceduralists, an advocate of proceduralism. Proceduralists, plural of proceduralists. Procedurality, proceduralism. Proceduralization, the process or the result of proceduralizing. Proceduralizations, plural of proceduralization. Proceduralize, alternative form of proceduralize. Proceduralize, simple past and past participle of proceduralize. Proceduralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of proceduralize. Proceduralizing, present participle and gerund of proceduralize. Procedurally, according to a procedure, following a procedure. Procedurals, plural of procedural. Procedure, a particular method for performing a task. Procedure call, a statement that invokes a procedure in a program. Procedure calls, plural of procedure call. Procedure division, the part of a COBOL program containing all the instructions that the computer is to execute. Procedure divisions, plural of procedure division. Procedure masks, a face mask worn to catch droplets and aerosols which contain bacteria and viruses. Procedure masks, plural of procedure masks. Procedure word, a short word or phrase used in radiotelephony, etc. to convey information in a condensed standard form. Procedure words, plural of procedure word. Procedures, plural of procedure. Procedurist, misspelling of proceduralist. Phrase, to move past or go forward or onward, to advance, to carry on. Proceedable, which it is possible to proceed from. Preceded, simple past and past participle of proceed. Precededst, second person singular simple past indicative of proceed. Preceder, one who precedes. Preceders, plural of preceder. Precedes, second person singular simple present indicative of proceed. Preceda, third person singular simple present indicative of proceed. Proceeding, present participle and gerund of proceed. Proceedings, plural of proceeding. Proceeds, revenue, gross revenue. Prosolariform, misspelling of prosolariform. Proselytismatic, a metrical foot consisting of 4 short syllables. Proselytismatics, plural of proselytismatic. Prosel, a surname. Procelarian, any of a family of oceanic birds Procelarity including the petrels, fulmars, and shearwaters. Procellarians, plural of procellarian. Procellarid, alternative form of procellariad. Procellarids, plural of procellarid. Procellariform, any seabird of the order Procellariforms. Procellariforms, plural of Procellariform. Procellari, any seabird in the family Procellariidae, such as fulmars, petrels, prions, and shearwaters. Procellariids, plural of Procellariid. Procellariform, any seabird of the order Procellariforms. Procellariforms, plural of Procellariform. Procel, a storm, a tempest. Procels, plural of procel. Procellus, stormy, tempestuous. Prosels, plural of prosel. Procensorship, in favor of censorship. Procentralization, in favor of centralization. Procenteola, relating to a procentiole. Procentiole, the early developmental stage of a centriole or basal body. Procentioles, plural of procentiole. Prospalate, found at or forming the front of the head. Proception, according to the philosophy of Justus Butler, the process of the development of a person's experience by the interaction of behavior and the environment. Proceptive, of or pertaining to proception. Proceptively, in a proceptive manner. Proceptivity, behavior that leads to copulation and thus conception. Proceratosaurid. Any dinosaur in the family Proceratosauridae. Proceratosaurids. Plural of Proceratosaurid. Procerci. Plural of Procercus. Procercoi. The first larval stage of some tapeworms. Procercoids. Plural of Procercoi. Procercus. A short structure from which cerci develop. Procer. Of high stature, tall. Procerabra. Plural of Procerabrum. Procerebral. Relating to the procerebrum. Procerebrum. The prosencephalon. Proui. Plural of Procerus. Procerite. The segment next to the flagellum of the antennae of crustaceans. Procerites. Plural of procerite. Procerite. Any gastropod in the family Proceritheidae. Proceritheids. Plural of Procerithid. Proceridae. Tallness, height. Proceridae. Any flatworm in the family Proceridae. Proceridids. Plural of Proceridae. Procerus. Procerus. A roughly triangular facial muscle that arises from the fascia of the nasal bone and cartilage in the side of the nose and inserts into the skin between the eyebrows, drawing down the medial part of the eyebrow and the skin of the forehead. Proceruses. Plural of Procerus. Process. A series of events leading to a result or product. Process art. A style of art, especially sculpture, which emphasizes the process by which it was made rather than its form. Processed butter. Renovated butter. Processed butters. Plural of processed butter. Processed color. A printing process which uses 4 specific colored inks: cyan, magenta, yellow, and black CMYK and half-tone printing plates to reproduce a range of colors. Process colors. Plural of process color. Process color. Alternative form of process color. Process colors. Plural of process color. Process hot water. Hot water for use in industrial processes. Process manufacturing. Manufacturing which is concerned with bulk materials, ingredients, formulas, and recipes. Process mining. A family of techniques relating the fields of data science and process management to support the analysis of operational processes based on event logs. Process of elimination. A logical method to identify an entity of interest among several ones by excluding all other entities. Process of green wax. The act or issue of a server of green wax. Process oil. An oil used not for lubrication but as a component of another material or as a carrier of other products. Process oils. Plural of process oil. Process plate. A plate prepared by a mechanical process, especially a photomechanical process. Process plates. Plural of process plate. Process server. A deliverer of processes or summonses, the formal announcements of the beginning of a legal action, a huissier de justice or other equivalent position in other legal systems. Process servers. Plural of process server. Process theologies. Plural of process theology. Process theology. A kind of theology developed from process philosophy and according to which it is an essential attribute of God to affect and be affected by temporal processes rather than being eternal and immutable. Process time. Synonym of CPU time. Process times. Plural of process time. Process tomography. Tomographic imaging of processes, especially industrial. Process upset. A sudden deviation from the normal operational behavior of an industrial process. Process upsets. Plural of process upset. Process window index. A statistical measure that quantifies the robustness of a thermal process. Process window indices. Plural of process window index. Process worker. An unskilled or semi-skilled worker who is responsible for running processing machinery in a factory. Process workers. Plural of process worker. Process-oriented, of or pertaining to a programming paradigm that separates the concerns of data structures and the concurrent processes that act upon them. Process server. Alternative form of process server. Process servers. Plural of process server. Process serving. The act or assignment of delivering processes or summonses. Process servings. Plural of process serving. Process abilities. Plural of process ability. Process ability. The property of being processable. Processable. Able to be processed. Suitable for processing. Processal. Synonym of processual. Process. That has completed a required process. Processed cheese. Any of several types of natural cheese that are pasteurized to lengthen storage life and combined with emulsifiers to aid smoothness. In some cases, processed cheeses contain added colorings and preservatives. Processed cheeses. Plural of processed cheese. Processee. One who undergoes a process. Processes. Plural of processee. Processor. Someone who processes. Processors. Plural of processor. Processes. Plural of process. Processes of elimination. Plural of process of elimination. Processe. Plural of processes. Processabilities. Plural of processability. Processability. Alternative form of processability. Processable. Alternative form of processable. Processed. Any member of the processity. Processed. Plural of processed. Processing. The action of the verb to process. Processing time. Synonym of CPU time. Processing times. Plural of processing time. Processing unit. An electrical component digital circuit that performs operations on an external data source, usually memory or some other data stream. Processing units. Plural of processing unit. Processings. Plural of processing. Procession. The act of progressing or proceeding. Processional. Of, pertaining to, or used during a procession, particularly at the start of a religious ceremony or wedding. Processionalist. Someone who takes part in a procession. Processionalists. Plural of processionalists. Processionally. In processional fashion, one after the other. Processionals. Plural of processional. Processionaries. Plural of processionary. Processionary. Of, pertaining to, or used in a procession. Processionary caterpillar. The larval stage of some moths in the family Thaumatopodidae, which move in columns in search of food, resembling a procession. Processionary caterpillars. Plural of processionary caterpillar. Processioned. Simple past and past participle of procession. Processioner. One who takes part in a procession. Processioners. Plural of processioner. Processioning. present participle and gerund of procession. Processionings, plural of processioning. Processionism, a theological subject of research within Christian pneumatology, dealing with the procession of the Holy Spirit. Processionist, a person who marches in a procession. Processionists, plural of processionists. Processionize, to walk in a procession. Processionize, simple past and past participle of processionize. Processionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of processionize. Processionizing, present participle and gerund of processionize. Processions, plural of procession. Procession-wise, in the manner of a procession, walking one after the other. Processive, going forward, advancing, progressive. Processively, in a processive manner, progressively. Processimus, alternative form of processivity. Processivities, plural of processivity. Processivity, a measure of the average number of nucleotides added by a DNA polymerase enzyme per association/dissociation with a template. Processology, a focus on the specific details of a process rather than its overarching aims and outcomes. Processome, a complex of proteins associated with ribosome biogenesis. Processomes, plural of processome. Processor, a person or institution who processes things, foods, photos, applications, etc. Processor time, synonym of CPU time. Processor times, plural of processor time. Processors, plural of processor. Procedure, of or relating to a process, especially to the methodological study of processes in social science. Procedualism, a methodological analysis of processes in the social sciences. Proceduralist, an advocate of proceduralism. Proceduralists, plural of proceduralists. Proceduralities, plural of procedurality. Procedurality, the quality of being procedural. Procedurally, in a procedural manner. Processus, a process or projecting part. Processus mammillaris, a rounded protuberance found on the posterior edge of the superior articular process of a lumbar vertebra. Processus mastoidae, plural of processus mastoideus. Processus mastoideus, synonym of mastoid process. Process Y, throughout a process. Prostophin, phenophribate. Prochytodermatid, any mollusk in the family Prochytodermatidae. Prochytodermatids, plural of Prochytodermatid. Prochain ami, alternative form of Prochain ami. Prochain amies, plural of Prochain ami. Prochamazoline, any other group of sesquiterpenes related to chamazoline. Prochamazolines, plural of prochamazoline. Protaska, a surname from Czech. Protaskas, plural of protaska. Prochin, next, nearest. Prochin ami, next friend. Prochin amies, plural of Prochin ami. Prochin ami, obsolete form of Prochin ami. Prochimerin, a precursor of chimerin. Prochymetactic, that promotes chemotaxis. Procholodontid, any fish in the family Procholodontidae. Procholodontids, plural of prochylodontiid. Prochiral, having two constitutionally identical ligands atoms or groups, replacement of either one by a different ligand making the molecule chiral. Prochiralities, plural of prochirality. Prochirality, the property exhibited by a prochiral molecule or other entity. Protostereoisomerism. Prochitinase, a compound that promotes the formation of a chitinase. Prochitinases, plural of prochitinase. Prochloras, a broad-spectrum imidazole fungicide widely used in gardening and agriculture. Prochlorococcal, relating to cyanobacteria of the genus Prochlorococcus. Genus Prochlorococcus. Prochlorophyte, a bright green cyanobacterium of the class Prochlorophyta, distinguished by the presence of both chlorophyll A and B and the lack of phycobilins and so resembling the chloroplasts of higher plants. Prochlorophytes, plural of prochlorophyte. Prochloropyrazine, Hydroxy HCl enteri HCl enteri S-train compazine that is a phenethiazine derivative having enantiometic and endocytic properties. Prochno, a surname. Prochnos, plural of prochno. Prochonitic, that points forward. Prochi, plural of prochus. Surname. Prochnos, plural of prochno. Prochonitic, that points forward. Prochi, plural of prochise, alternative spelling of pro-choice. Prochiser, alternative spelling of pro-choicer. Prochisers, plural of prochiser. Procholstatic, that promotes cholestasis. Procholinergic, that promotes the production of acetylcholine. Prochondrogenic, that promotes chondrogenesis. Pachus, an ancient Greek jug with or without a handle for water or wine. Prochordal, prechordal. Prochordate, synonym of protochordate. Prochordates, plural of prochordate. Prochorian, plural of prochorian. Prochorian, a temporary structure that surrounds the blastodermic vesicle in some animals. Prochorione, relating to a prochorian. Prochronism, an error in chronological order in which something is ascribed an earlier time than the actual one. Prochronisms, plural of prochronism. Prochronistic, ahead of or before its time, belonging to a later time, technically advanced for its time. Church, in favor of the church. Prochimase, any compound that develops into a chimase. Prochimases, plural of prochimase. Prochimosin, the precursor of chymosin. Procedence, a falling down, a prolepsis. Procedences, plural of procedence. Procedent, displaced beyond the limits of a body cavity. Procedentia, pallops, especially of the uterus. Presidious, droopy. Prosimquat, a citrus fruit that is a cross between the lionquat and the Hong Kong kumquat, citrus Ornithifolia mexican X. Fortunella japonica X. Fortunella heinzii. Prosimquats, plural of prosimquat. Prosimidone, misspelling of prosimidone. Prosinct, a state of complete readiness for action. Prosingulum, the front part of the tooth, before the anterior mura. Propranolol, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Procirculatory, that promotes the circulatory system. Prostaglandin, a particular steroid glycoside. A surname. Fux, plural of proc. Proclaim, to announce or declare. Proclaimable, able or fit to be proclaimed. Proclaimant, someone who or something that proclaims. Proclaimants, plural of proclaimant. Proclaim, obsolete spelling of proclaim. Proclaimed, simple past and past participle of proclaim. Proclaimist, second person singular simple past indicative of proclaim. Proclaimer, one who proclaims. Proclaimers, plural of proclaimer. Proclaimist, second person singular simple present indicative of proclaim. Proclaimeth, third person singular simple present indicative of proclaim. Proclaiming, present participle and gerund of proclaim. Proclaimings, plural of proclaiming. Proclaims, third person singular simple present indicative of proclaim. Proclamation, a statement which is proclaimed, formal public announcement. Proclamations, plural of proclamation. Proclamator, one who proclaims. Proclamators, plural of proclamator. Proclamatory, in the manner of a proclamation. Proclaim, obsolete spelling of proclaim. Proclaimed, simple past and past participle of proclaim. Proclaims, third person singular simple present indicative of proclaim. Proclaiming, present participle and gerund of proclaim. Proclaim, of or relating to Proclus 412-485, Greek Neoplatonist philosopher. Proclinate, inclined, directed, or leaning forward, as in the teeth of some mammals and bristles on the fronds of many insects. Proclination, forward inclination, especially of the teeth. Proclinations, plural of proclination. Procti, alternative form of proclean. Prokind, simple past and past participle of procline. Proclines, third person singular simple present indicative of procline. Proclining, present participle and gerund of procline. Proclises, plural of proclises. Proclises, the use of proclitics in the syntax of a language. Preclitic, a clitic that joins with the following word phonetically, graphically, or both. Preclitico, preclitic, preclitically. In a proclitic way. Preclitics, plural of proclitic. Pathu, having a tendency by nature, prone. Proclivities, plural of proclivity. Proclivity, a predisposition or natural inclination, propensity, or a predilection, especially a strong disposition or bent. Proclivus, inclined towards something, tending by nature. Proclina, a particular pesticide. Proclotting, that produces clotting of blood. Proclus, a male given name from ancient Greek. Prote, the daughter of King Panion of Athens, in Greek mythology, who got revenge on her husband Tereus for raping her sister Philomela by feeding him his own son, and was later transformed into a bird by the gods. Protenian, pertaining to or reminiscent of Procne. Procogulability, the ability to produce procoagulation. Procoagulable, able to promote coagulation. Procoagulant, any of various precursors of the blood factors necessary for coagulation. Procoagulantly, in a procoagulant manner, Procoagulants, plural of procoagulant. Procoagulation, an association of particles that develops into coagulation. Procoagulations, plural of procoagulation. Procoagulative, that leads to procoagulation. Procoagulator, that promotes coagulation. Procosine, either of a group of chromes produced by some plants as a natural insecticide. Procosines, plural of procosine. Proco, a lateral cavity of the prosencephalon, a lateral ventricle of the brain. Procoles, plural of proco. Procolian, any of the Procolia, a former suborder of Crocodilia. Procolians, plural of Procolian. Procolus, of or relating to the Procolians. Procoli, the condition of being procolus. Procofactor, an inactive material that becomes a cofactor once activated. Procofactors, plural of procofactor. Procognitive, describing a drug that reduces mental confusion, disorientation, or delirium. Procalipase, the inactive form of calipase, secreted by the pancreas and activated in the intestinal lumen by trypsin. Procalipases, plural of procalipase. Procollagen, the precursor of collagen. It is formed in fibroblasts and converted to collagen by peptidase. Procollagenase, any enzyme that activates collagen, allowing it to be broken down by collagenases. Procollagenases, plural of procollagenase. Procollagens, plural of procollagen. Procolophonate, any pareptile in the family Procolophonidae. Procolophonates, plural of procolophonate. Procolophonoid, any pareptile of the superfamily Procolophonoidea. Procolophonoids, plural of procolophonoid. Procolophonomorph, any member of the Procolophonomorpha, an order or clade of pareptiles that appeared during the Middle Permian. Procolophonomorphs, plural of procolophonomorph. Procommunism, a political stance in favor of communism. Procommunists, in favor of communism. Procommunists, plural of procommunists. Procompetition, supporting or promoting competition. Procompetitive, promoting competition in the marketplace. Procompromise, supporting a compromise. Proconcave, in reference to ribs on shells with the shape of a concave bend toward the aperture, but initially straight. Proconformity, in favor of conformity. Proconidia, plural of proconidium. Proconidial, relating to a proconidium. Proconidium, the structure that develops into a conidium. Procodiine, or relating to the tribe Proconiini of the subfamily Cicadolini. Procodiines, plural of Procomyine. Procomesian, of or relating to Proconnesus. Procomesians, plural of Proconesian. Proconservation, in favor of conservation. Proconservator, an official archivist of official documents in the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Proconservators, plural of proconservator. Proconsul, a magistrate who served as a consul and then as the governor of a province. Proconsular, of or pertaining to a proconsul or the office thereof. Proconsulary, archaic form of proconsular. Proconsulate, the office of a proconsul. Proconsulate, plural of proconsulate. Proconsulate, any extinct ape-like primate in the family Proconsulidae. Proconsulids, plural of proconsulate. Proconsuls, plural of proconsul. Proconsulship, the office or status of a proconsul, a proconsulate. Proconsulships, plural of proconsulship. Procontractile, that promotes contraction of tissue. Procontrol, supportive of greater or stricter control, especially. Proconvention, in favor of a convention. Proconvertase, a proteolytic convertase. Proconvertases, plural of proconvertase. Proconvertin, an enzyme of the serine protease class. Proconvulsant, that produces convulsion. Proconvulsants, plural of proconvulsant. Proconvulsive, that produces convulsions. Procop, a surname. Procope, synonym of aphoresis. Procopio, a surname from Italian. Procopios, plural of Procopio. Procopius, a male given name from Latin Procopius, in turn from ancient Greek pyromicron capomicron iodomicron sigma Procopios, of rare usage, variant of Procopios, feminine equivalent Procopia. Procoracoid, a small bone anterior to the coracoid, present in some mostly extinct reptiles. Procoracoids, plural of procoracoi. Procorpus, the anterior part of the corpus in the pharynx of a nematode. Procot, to choose either as an individual or group, to use by or deal with someone or some organization as an expression of support. Procative, simple past and past participle of procot. Procotting, present participle and gerund of procot. Procots, third person singular simple present indicative of procot. Procoxa, the coxa of the foreleg of an arthropod. Procoxy, plural of procoxa. Procoxal, relating to the procoxa. Procrastinate, to procrastinate by baking. Procrastinate, simple past and past participle of procrastinate. Procrastinator, a person that procrastinates by baking. Procrastinators, plural of procrastinator. Procrastinates, third person singular simple present indicative of procrastinate. Procrastinating, the action of procrastinating by baking. Procrastinate, to delay taking action, to wait until later. Procrastinated, simple past and past participle of procrastinate. Procrastinates, third person singular simple present indicative of procrastinate. Procrastinating, present participle and gerund of procrastinate. Procrastinatingly, with procrastination. Procrastination, the act of postponing, delaying, or putting off, especially habitually or intentionally. Procrastination is the thief of time. If one puts off doing what one ought to do, one will end up not having enough time to do it properly. Procrastinations, plural of procrastination. Procrastinative, tending to procrastinate, supporting or suggesting procrastination. Procrastinator, one who procrastinates, one who delays working on things. Procrastinatorily, in a procrastinatory manner. Procrastinators, plural of procrastinator. Procrastinator, of or pertaining to procrastination. Procrastinatrices, plural of procrastinatrix. Procrastinatrix, a female who procrastinates. Procrastine, to procrastinate. Procrastined, simple past and past participle of procrastine. Procrastinate, to procrastinate by masturbating. Procrastinated, simple past and past participle of procrastinate. Procrastinates, third person singular simple present indicative of procrastinate. Procrastinating, present participle and gerund of procrastinate. Procrastination, the act of putting off something important or wasting time by engaging in a leisure activity, particularly masturbation. Procreant, at procreates. Procreants, plural of procreant. Procreate, to beget or conceive an offspring. Procreated, simple past and past participle of procreate. Procreator, synonym of breeder. Procreators, plural of procreator. Procreates, third person singular simple present indicative of procreate. Procreating, present participle and gerund of procreate. Procreation, the process by which an organism produces others of its biological kind. Procreational, relating to procreation. Procreationally, in a procreational manner. Procreationist, someone who believes that sexual activity should only be done for the purpose of procreation. Procreationists, plural of procreationists. Procreations, plural of procreation. Procreative, having the power to beget, generative. Procreativeness, the power of generating. Procreator, one who procreates, a father or mother. Procreators, plural of procreator. Procreatory, synonym of procreative. Procreatress, a female procreator. Procreatresses, plural of procreatress. Procreatrix, a female procreator. Procris, in ancient Greek mythology, the daughter of Eurystheus, king of Athens, and his wife Praxithea. Procrus, archaic form of Procris. Procrusculum, deambulatory, bazivity. Procrustean, alternative letter case form of procrustean. Procrustean assignment, a form of assignment to fix length string variables in which a shorter value is padded to the necessary length while a longer one is truncated. Procrustean bed, alternative letter case form of procrustean bed. Procrustean bed, alternative letter case form of procrustean bed. Procrustean beds, plural of procrustean bed. Procrustean beds, plural of procrustean bed. Procrastinize, to standardize without regard for individual differences. Procrastinize, simple past and past participle of procrastinize. Procrastinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of procrastinize. Procrastinizing, present participle and gerund of procrastinize. Procrusts, a celebrated legendary highwayman of Attica who tied his victims upon an iron bed and, as the case required, either stretched or cut off their legs to adapt them to its length. Procrustation, dated form of procrustean. Perpiphic, having coloring that offers protection by concealing against the background. Procrystalline, that will convert to a crystalline form. Pux, third person singular simple present indicative of proc. Proct. Alternative form of procto before a vowel. Proctalgia. Pain in the anal or rectal region. Proctectomies. Plural of proctectomy. Proctectomy, the resection of the rectum and anus. Proctor, a surname originating as an occupation. Procurenter, an instrument for dilating the anus. Procurenters, plural of procurenter. Proctiger, the terminal segment of an insect's abdomen containing the anus. Proctigers, plural of proctiger. Proctitides, plural of proctitis. Proctitis, an inflammation of the anus and the lining of the rectum. Procto, dealing with the rectum and anus, and orbital, sometimes also the distal colon. Proctosal, inversion and prolapse of the mucous coat of the rectum from relaxation of the sphincter with swelling. Proctoclysis, an enema for purposes of rehydration, delivery of fluids via the rectum. Procticolectomies, plural of procticolectomy. Procticolectomy, the removal of the rectum and all or part of the colon. Procticolitis, the inflammation of the rectum and colon. Proctocracy, government or management by arseholes, i.e. inconsiderate, obnoxious, or otherwise highly objectionable people. Proctidea, plural of proctidium. Proctidale, alternative form of proctodal. Proctidium, alternative spelling of proctodium. Proctidium, plural of proctidium. Proctodia, plural of proctodium. Proctodal, or pertaining to the proctodium. Proctodally, in a proctodal manner or direction. Proctodium, the back ectodermal part of an alimentary canal. Proctodiums, plural of proctodium. Proctodynia, a condition of episodic rectal pain caused by spasm of the levator ani muscle, also known as levator ani syndrome or as levator syndrome. Proctodium, obsolete form of proctodium. Proctographic, relating to proctography. Proctography, diagnostic imaging of the colon, rectum, and anus. Proctolin, a particular neuropeptide present in several insects. Proctolinergic, activated by proctolin. Proctologic, relating to proctology. Proctological, relating to proctology. Proctologist, a doctor specializing in the colon, rectum, and anus, an expert in proctology. Proctologists, plural of proctologists. Proctology, the branch of medicine dealing with the pathology of the colon, rectum, and anus. Proctopathies, plural of proctopathy. Proctopathy, any disorder or pathophysiology of the anus and the lining of the rectum, such as proctitis or anortal cancer. Proctophagy, the consuming of a mother's excrement by a young animal when searching for a teat. Proctophilidid, any mite in the family Proctophilidae. Proctophilidids, plural of proctophilidid. Proctor, a surname originating as an occupation. Proctorage, control, superintendence. Proctoral, alternative form of proctorial. Proctor, simple past and past participle of proctor. Proctorial, or pertaining to a proctor or to the office of proctorship. Proctorially, in a proctorial manner. Proctorical, obsolete form of proctorial. Proctoring, present participle and gerund of proctor. Proctorize, to summon a person before the proctor of a university. Proctorize, simple past and past participle of proctorize. Proctorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of proctorize. Proctorizing, present participle and gerund of proctorize. Proctorize, alternative form of proctorize. Proctorize, simple past and past participle of proctorize. Proctorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of proctorize. Proctorizing, present participle and gerund of proctorize. Proctoiling, a little or petty proctor. Proctoilings, plural of proctoiling. Proctoria, a discharge of mucus from the anus. Proctors, plural of proctor. Proctorship, the post or office of proctor. Proctorships, plural of proctorship. Proctoscope, a tube-like instrument equipped with a light used to examine the rectum, a rectoscope. Proctoscopes, plural of proctoscope. Proctoscopic, relating to proctoscopy. Proctoscopies, plural of proctoscopy. Proctoscopy, the examination of the anal cavity, rectum or sigmoid colon by means of a proctoscope. Proctosigmoidectomies, plural of proctosigmoidectomy. Proctosigmoidectomy, complete or partial excision of the rectum and sigmoid colon. Proctosigmoiditis, inflammation of the rectum and the sigmoid colon. Proctosigmoidoscope, the instrument used in proctosigmoidoscopy. Proctosigmoidoscopes, plural of proctosigmoidoscope. Proctosigmoidoscopic, relating to proctosigmoidoscopy. Proctosigmoidoscopically, by means of proctosigmoidoscopy. Proctosigmoidoscopies, plural of proctosigmoidoscopy. Proctosigmoidoscopy, a combined proctoscopy and sigmoidoscopy. Proctosurgery, surgery of the colon, rectum or anus. Proctosurgical, relating to proctosurgery. Proctotomies, plural of proctotomy. Proctotomy, an incision into the rectum, such as for the division of a stricture. Proctotrupid, any wasp of the family Proctotrupidae. Proctotrupids, plural of Proctotrupid. Proctotrupomorph, any wasp of the former suborder Proctotrupomorpha, now Apocrita. Proctotrupomorphs, plural of Proctotrupomorph. Proctor, obsolete form of proctor. Proctors, plural of proctor. Proctress, a female proctor. Proctresses, plural of proctress. Proctachus, of certain turbellaria, having the digestive canal furnished with an anal aperture. Procumbens, quality, a degree of being pacament. Procumbency, alternative form of procumbence. Procumbent, prone or prostrate. Procumbent pigweed, synonym of mat amaranth. Procumbently, in a procumbent manner. Procurability, the quality of being procurable. Procurable, able to be procured. Procuracies, plural of procuracy. Procuracy, the office of a procurator. Procural, the act of procuring something. Procurals, plural of procural. Procurance, acquisition, procurement. Procuration. The act of procuring, procurement. Procurations, plural of procuration. Procurative, of or relating to procurement. Procuring. Procurator, a tax collector. Procurator fiscal, a local coroner and public prosecutor in Scotland. Procurator general, a senior law officer or prosecutor in various nations. Procurator generals, plural of procurator general. Procuratorate, the office of a procurator. Procuratorate, plural of procuratorate. Procuratorio, of or pertaining to a procurator or proctor. Procurators, plural of procuratory. Procurators, plural of procurator. Procurators fiscal, plural of procurator fiscal. Procurators general, plural of procurator general. Procuratorship, the role or position of a procurator. Procuratorships, plural of procuratorship. Procurator, tending to or authorizing procuration. Procurator, obsolete form of procurator. Procurators, plural of procurator. Procuratress, a female procurator. Procuratresses, plural of procuratress. Procuratrix, a female procurator. Procure, to acquire or obtain. Procure to pay, the business events that link the procurement process with the financial functions of a business, including supply management, requisitions, purchase orders, receiving, invoice reconciliation, and accounts payable. Procured, simple past and past participle of procure. Procurement, the purchasing department of a company. Procurement lead time, synonym of administrative lead time. Procurement lead times, plural of procurement lead time. Procurements, plural of procurement. Procurer, a person who procures or obtains things, especially one who procures customers for prostitutes. Procurers, plural of procurer. Procures, third person singular simple present indicative of procure. Procuress, a middlewoman, a woman who performs as a go-between, an intermediary. Procuresses, plural of procuress. Procurist, second person singular simple present indicative of procure. Procura, third person singular simple present indicative of procure. Procureur, a procurator. Procurers, plural of procureur. Procuring, present participle and gerund of procure. Procurings, plural of procuring. Precursor, running forward, as the patient does in certain forms of epilepsy. Curved, curved forward. Procuticle, the major portion of the exoskeleton of an insect or arthropod. Procuticles, plural of procuticle. Procuticular, relating to a procuticle. Tausedin, protosenidin. Tausenidins, plural of pausenidin. Pausenidale, that promotes the production of cyanidol. Procyclic, that generates a cycle. Procyclical, moving in the same direction as the overall state of an economy. Procyclicalities, plural of procyclicality. Procyclicality, the quality of being procyclical. Procyclically. In a procyclical fashion. Procyclics. Plural of procyclic. Procyclidine. An anticholinergic drug mainly used to treat drug-induced Parkinsonism, akathisia, and acute dystonia. Procyclin. A protein developed in the surface coating of trypanosomes whilst in the fly vector. Procyclins. Plural of procyclin. Prosimate. A sedative and anxiolytic drug derived from carbamate. Prosimidone. A pesticide often used for killing ferns and nettles. Procynocid. Any cynodont in the family Procynocidae. Procynocids. Plural of procynocid. Phasea. A star in the constellation Canis Minor, Alpha Alpha Canis Minoris, the 8th brightest star in the night sky. Phasennid. Any member of the family Procenidae, a New World family of the order Carnivora, including the raccoons, coatis, kinkajous, olingos, ringtails, and cacomissals. Phasenids. Plural of Phaseonid. Phasonine. Of, or pertaining to, a raccoon. Phasonines. Plural of Phaseonine. Procytokine. A pro-inflammatory cytokine. Procytokines. Plural of procytokine. But a Protestant, as termed by Roman Catholics, that is in the context of their religious beliefs, or those who have been born in the Protestant tradition, or sometimes those implied to be Protestant by their political ideology of Irish Unionism or Ulster Loyalism. Rod, abbreviation of product. Prodanov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Pe-er or De-a and Orva Prodanov. Vi, a kind of crossbow used to shoot pebbles or pellets. Prod, simple past and past participle of prod. Prodder, agent noun of prod, one who prods. Prodders, plural of prodder. Fidi, a Protestant as termed by Roman Catholics. Fades, plural of prodi. Frade, present participle and gerund of prod. Froddings, plural of prodding. Prides, plural of pride. Fradi, a Protestant as termed by Roman Catholics. Frodat, pro-choice. Fraudfendant, in favor of the defendant in a legal case. Fraudfensen, any of a class of matrix proteins that are precursors to defensins. Fraudfensins, plural of Fraudfensin. Progenerative, that leads to degeneration. Prolesion, a form of elision in which the latter word loses its first vowels. Prodleans, plural of prodleon. Prodylphenidin, the polymeric tannins composed of gallocatechin that yield delphinidin during depolymerization under oxidative conditions. Prodylphenidins, plural of prodylphenidin. Prodelta, the part of a river delta that is furthest offshore and in which deposition is slowest. Provoltaic, relating to a prodelta. Prodeltas, plural of prodelta. Prodemocracy, alternative form of pro-democracy in favor of democracy. Pro-democratic, in favor of democracy. Pro-deportation, in favor of deportation. Pro-depressant, that provokes depression. Pro-depressive, that promotes depression. Pride, the Prodigy, an English electronic music group formed in 1990. Prodiabetic, that promotes diabetes. Prodiabetogenic, that promotes diabetogenesis. Prototomate, any spider in the family Protodomidae, which is probably really a subfamily of the family Gnathosidae. Prototomates, plural of prototomate. Protodifferentiation, that promotes differentiation. Protodifferentiative, that leads to differentiation. Prodigal, wastefully extravagant. Prodigal son, someone who returns home from traveling or exile or who is welcomed back after disgrace, especially having repented of former extravagant or immoral behavior. Prodigal sons, plural of prodigal son. Prodigalize, alternative form of prodigalize. Prodigalize, simple past and past participle of prodigalize. Prodigalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prodigalize. Prodigalish, somewhat prodigal. Prodigalizing, present participle and gerund of prodigalize. Prodigalism, the condition of being a spendthrift, profligacy. Prodigalities, plural of prodigality. Prodigality, wasteful extravagance. Prodigalize, to spend lavishly. Prodigalize, simple past and past participle of prodigalize. Prodigalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prodigalize. Prodigalizing, present participle and gerund of prodigalize. Prodigal, obsolete spelling of prodigal. Fraudulently, in a prodigal manner, extravagantly or wastefully. Prodigalness, the quality of being prodigal. Prodigality. Prodigals, plural of prodigal. Prodigate, to squander. Prodigated, simple past and past participle of prodigate. Prodigates, third person singular simple present indicative of prodigate. Prodigating, present participle and gerund of prodigate. Prodigence, wastefulness, profusion. Prodigies, plural of prodigy. Protogenine, any of a group of pigmented oligopuryl antibiotics with medicinal potential as immunosuppressants and antitumor agents. Protogenines, plural of protogenine. Pathogen, a red pigment produced by certain bacteria. Patagiosities, plural of patagiosity. Prodigiosity, prodigiousness. Prodigious, extraordinarily amazing. Prodigiously, in a prodigious manner. Astonishingly, enormously, impressively, wonderfully. Prodigiousness, the state or condition of being prodigious. Prodigus, a prodigal person, a spendthrift. Prodigy, an extraordinary occurrence or creature, an anomaly, especially a monster, a freak. Prodilating, an opioid analgesic, a ring-contracted analog of prodine. Prodine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Prodipine, an anti-Parkinsonian drug. Prodisarmament, in favor of disarmament. Prodiscrete, isomorphic to the limit of a filtered projective system of discrete groups. Protozoconch, the embryonic shell of the larva of a bivalve mollusk. Protozoconches, plural of protozoconch. Protozoconch, plural of protozoconch. Protosolution, in favor of dissolution. Protestant, alternative spelling of Protestant. Protestants, plural of Protestant. Perdition, displeasure. Preditions, plural of prediction. Protodomania, a phobia that others are conspiring against one. Proditor, a traitor. Proditorious, treacherous, traitorous. Proditoriously, in a proditorious manner, treacherously, traitorously. Proditors, plural of proditor. Proditory, treacherous, traitorous. Prodivores, in favor of divorce. Prodon, abbreviation of production. Prodnose, synonym of busybody. Prodnose, simple past and past participle of prodnose. Prodnoses, plural of prodnose. Prodnosing, present participle and gerund of prodnose. Prodens, plural of prodon. Prodicite, misspelling of podicite. Prodom, the realm of professional writers as opposed to fandom. Prodomain, a domain of a protein. Prodomains, plural of prodomain. Protostol, towards the back of an organism. Protoxid, any moth in the family Protoxidae. Protoxids, plural of protoxid. Prodroma, alternative form of prodrome. Prodromal, relating to prodrome, indicating an early stage of a disease. Prodromalness, the condition of being prodromal. Prodromata, plural of prodromo. Prodrome, a precursor or harbinger, also a warning event. Prodromes, plural of prodrome. Prodromi, plural of prodromus. Prodromic, prodromo. Prodromida, any ammonite in the family Prodromidae. Prodromidids, plural of prodromidid. Prodromoi, plural of prodromos. Prodromos, a skirmisher cavalry unit used in an ancient Greek army for scouting ahead of the main force. Prodromus, precursory. Prodromus, a prodrome, an early symptom. Prodromuses, plural of prodromus. Prodrot, in which certain classes of pronoun may be omitted when they can be inferred. Prodroi, a drug that is administered in an inactive form that is metabolized in the body into a biologically active compound. Prodrugs, plural of prodroi. Pods, plural of pri. Product, simple past and past participle of produce. Produce, to bring forth, to yield, make, manufacture, or otherwise generate. Produce broker, a dealer in natural products, especially those imported from colonies or foreign countries. Produce brokers, plural of produce broker. Produce race, a horse race to be run by the offspring of horses named or described at the time of entry. Produce races, plural of produce race. Producibility, alternative form of producibility. Producible, alternative form of producible. Producibleness, alternative form of producibleness. Produced, simple past and past participle of produce. Produced water, wastewater that is left over after its use in the extraction process of oil or gas. Producement, reduction. Producent, one who produces or provides for inspection. Producents, plural of producent. Producerio, of or pertaining to a producer concerned with production. Producer, an individual or organization that creates goods and services. Producer gas, a fuel gas that is manufactured from materials such as coal or wood by partial combustion with air, usually modified by injection of water or steam to maintain a constant temperature and obtain a higher heat content gas by enrichment of air gas with hydrogen. Producer good, an item of goods, such as partly finished goods, used as an input in the production of other goods. Producer goods, plural of producer good. Producer milk, milk including the skim milk, non-fat components, and butterfat that is delivered to a milk pool plant or another milk handler but has not yet been processed. Producer milks, plural of producer milk. Producer price index, a price index that measures the average changes in prices received by domestic producers for their output. Producer price indexes, plural of producer price index. Producer surplus, the difference between the minimum amount a producer is willing to accept for a product based on the cost of production and the current market price. Producer tag, a short soundbite inserted into songs as a producer's oral signature. Producer's good, alternative form of producer good. Producer-only market, a market at which vendors may only sell items which they or their employees produce. Producer-only markets, plural of producer-only market. Producers, a female producer. Produceresses, plural of produceress. Producerism, a syncretic ideology of populist economic nationalism that holds that the productive forces of society, the ordinary worker, the small businessman, and the entrepreneur, are being held back by parasitical elements at the top and bottom of the social structure. Produceress, an advocate of producerism. Producerists, plural of produceress. Producers, plural of producer. Producership, the state or business of a producer. Producerships, plural of producership. Produces, third person singular simple present indicative of produce. Produces, second person singular simple present indicative of produce. Produce, third person singular simple present indicative of produce. Producibilities, plural of producibility. Producibility, the quality or state of being producible. Producible, able to be produced. Producibleness, producibility, the state or quality of being producible. Producing, present participle and gerund of produce. Producarial, of or pertaining to a producer, concerned with production of a film. Product, anything that is produced. A result. Product base, the range of products that accompanies sells. Product bases, plural of product base. Product binning, synonym of binning categorization of products. Product breakdown structure, a hierarchical tool used in project management to decompose a project's deliverables into smaller, manageable components. Product breakdown structures, plural of product breakdown structure. Product design, the process of designing a product. Product differentiation, perceived differences between the product of one firm and that of its rivals so that some customers value it more. Product differentiations, plural of product differentiation. Product engineer, A professional who designs, develops, and tests products and ensures they meet the needs of a customer. Product line. All the goods sold by a manufacturing firm, a group of similar items sold by the same company. Product lines. Plural of product line. Product management. The business process of planning, developing, launching, and managing a product or service. Product manager. A person who is responsible for the development of products for an organization. Product owner. In the Scrum framework, the manager of the product backlog, responsible for maximizing the value of the product. Product owners. Plural of product owner. Product placement. A form of advertising where a brand or product is incorporated into non-advertising media such as films. Product placements. Plural of product placement. Product range. Synonym of product base. Product ranges. Plural of product range. Product recall. A request from a manufacturer for customers to return a product after the discovery of safety issues or other defects. Product recalls. Plural of product recall. Product ring. A ring that is the direct product of rings. Product rings. Plural of product ring. Product rule. A formula used to find the derivatives of products of two or more functions. Fg equals Fg plus Fg. Product sample. A sample of a consumer product that is given to the consumer free of charge so that they may evaluate a product before committing to a purchase. Product samples. Plural of product sample. Product topologies. Plural of product topology. Product topology. The topology of the Cartesian product of two or more topological spaces which is generated from a basis whose elements are Cartesian products of open subsets of the original spaces such that for each such Cartesian product only a finite quantity of such subsets are proper. Product variance. Covariance. Product variances. Plural of product variance. Producted. Simple past and past participle of product. Productabilities. Plural of productability. Productability. The state of being productable. Producibility. Productable. Capable of being produced. Producible. Producted. Any member of the productity. Productids. Plural of producted. Productile. Capable of being extended or prolonged, extensible, ductile. Producting. Present participle and gerund of product. Production. The act of producing, making or creating something. Production, babies. Plural of production, baby. Production, baby. A child born to anyone involved in the making of a film during its production. Production, brigade. The basic accounting and farm production unit in the People's Commune System of the People's Republic of China. Production, brigades. Plural of production, brigade. Production car. A mass-produced car. Production code. Ellipsis of motion picture production code. Production code. Alternative letter case form of production code. Production externalities. Plural of production externality. Production externality. An externality negative or positive that affects the production side of a market. Production hell. Synonym of development hell. Production line. A set of sequential operations established in a factory whereby materials are put through a refining process or components are assembled to make a finished article. Production lines, plural of production line. Production manager, manufacturing. Production means, synonym of means of production. Production model, an automobile or type of automobile mass-produced and distributed for sale to the general public. Production models, plural of production model. Production music, stock recorded music that can be licensed for use in film, television, radio, etc. Production order, order issued within a company to produce a specific quantity of material within a certain time frame. Production possibility curve, an economic curve showing the maximum combinations / possibilities of goods and services that can be produced in a set amount of time given the limited available resources. Production possibility curves, plural of production possibility curve. Production record, an album or single featuring original music production, typically electronic music pieces where a music producer is the primary contributing artist. Production records, plural of production record. Production team, the group of technical staff who produce a play, television show, film, or similar work. Production teams, plural of production team. Production value, a method, material, or stagecraft skill used in the production of a motion picture or artistic performance, the technical quality of such a method, material, or skill. Production values, plural of production value. Productionable, ready to be placed into a production environment. Productional, of or pertaining to production. Productionalization, alternative spelling of productionization. Productionalize, alternative spelling of productionize. Productionalization, the adoption of an approach or technology in a live production environment. Productionalize, to adopt an approach or technology in a live production environment. Productionalized, simple past and past participle of productionalize. Productionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of productionalize. Productionalizing, present participle and gerund of productionalize. Productionally, in terms of production. Productionization, the process of turning a prototype into a mass production product. Productionize, alternative form of productionize. Productionized, simple past and past participle of productionize. Productionist, someone who produces something, a producer. Productionists, plural of productionists. Productionization, alternative spelling of productionization. Productionize, to put into production, to manufacture, to turn a prototype into a mass production item. Productionized, simple past and past participle of productionize. Productionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of productionize. Productionizing, present participle and gerund of productionize. Productionless, without or lacking production. Productionlessness, the state or condition of being productionless, unproduction. Productions, plural of production. Production-wise, in terms of production, where production is concerned. Productization, alternative spelling of productization. Productizations, plural of productization. Productize, alternative form of productize. Productize, Simple past and past participle of productize. Productizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of productize. Productizing. Present participle and gerund of productize. Productive. Capable of producing something, especially in abundance, fertile. Productive efficiencies. Plural of productive efficiency. Productive efficiency. Productive efficiency is a type of economic efficiency achieved when a firm operates at minimum costs by using the appropriate inputs to produce the maximum output possible. Productive forces, the combination of means of labor and labor power which together with certain relations of production form a historically specific mode of production. Productively, in a productive manner. Productiveness, the state of being productive. Productivism, the belief that measurable economic productivity is the purpose of human organization. Productivisms, plural of productivism. Productivists, of or pertaining to productivism. Productivists, plural of productivists. Productivities, plural of productivity. Productivity, the state of being productive, fertile, or efficient. Productivize, to render productive. Productivize, simple past and past participle of productivize. Productivizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of productivize. Productivizing, present participle and gerund of productivize. Productization, the act of modifying something, such as a concept or a tool internal to an organization, to make it suitable as a commercial product. Productizations, plural of productization. Productize, to make something into a product, especially a commercial product. Productize, simple past and past participle of productize. Productizes, third person singular simple present indicative of productize. Productizing, present participle and gerund of productize. Productless, not creating any products. Productoid, any member of the suborder Productoidea, a large group of upper Paleozoic brachiopods. Productoids, plural of productoid. Productor, synonym of producer. Productors, plural of productor. Productory, of or relating to production. Productress, a female producer. Productresses, plural of productress. Productrix, female equivalent of productor. Products, plural of product. Products of conception, the human fetus, placenta, and other such byproducts of a miscarriage or abortion. Progilesti, a village and commune of Dâmbovița County, Romania. Frajunova, a transliteration of the Russian surname Per or De-un or Ver Frajunova. Frajunovas, plural of Frajunova. Frajusage, user-driven content creation taking place over computer networks and blurring the traditional boundaries between consumption and production. Produce, misspelling of produced. Prodenorphin, an opioid polypeptide hormone involved with chemical signal transduction and cell communication. Prodenorphins, plural of prodenorphin. Prod and con, simple past and past participle of pro and con. Podia, the grassy area that separated the orchestra from the audience, or the phrases of the audience. Frogrias, plural of prodria. Froeducation, in favor of education, Proeducational, in favor of education. Po, a surname. Pos, plural of pro. Prolastase, a precursor of elastase. Prolastases, plural of prolastase. Proelectrification, in favor of electrification. Pro, an introduction, preface, or preamble. Phobeo, a cluster of cells in the ovule of a fertilized flowering plant that has not yet formed into an embryo. Proembryogenesis, the generation and development of the proembryo. Proembryogenic, that produces embryogenesis. Proembryonal, alternative form of proembryonic. Proembryonic, relating to a proembryo. Proembryos, plural of proembryo. Proemetic, that induces emesis vomiting. Poia, plural of promium. Poel, of or pertaining to a proem or promium. Poele, as or in the manner of a proem prefatory. Bromian, alternative form of promium. Bromium, synonym of proem. Bromiums, plural of promium. Promptly, supporting or assisting employees. Promptosis, the addition of a leap day to the lunar calendar. Proems, plural of proem. Proencephalic, at the front of the head or of the encephalon. Proendocrine, relating to the production of endocrine secretions. Proenforcement, in favor of enforcement. Proencephalon, a precursor of lunecephalin and metencephalin. Proencephalons, plural of proencephalon. Proenvironmental, that seeks to protect the natural environment. Proenzym, archaic form of proenzyme. Proenzymatic, relating to proenzymes. Proenzyme, any inactive precursor of an enzyme that is converted to an enzyme by proteolysis, a zymogen. Proenzymes, plural of proenzyme. Proenzymes, plural of proenzym. Propicardia, plural of propicardium. Propicardio, of or pertaining to the propicardium. Propicardium, an embryonic group of progenitor cells that forms near the venous pole of the heart and gives rise to the epicardium. Probileptor, that promotes an episode of epilepsy. Propisternal, relating to the propisternum. Propisternum, the episternum of the prothorax of an insect. Propythellin, a growth factor and regulator of proliferation that is converted to epithelins. Propythellins, plural of propythellin. Proerythroblasts, the earliest stage in the development of an armoblast. Proerythroblastic, relating to proerythroblasts. Proerythroblasts, plural of proerythroblasts. Proerythrocyte, radiculocyte. Proerythrocytes, plural of proerythrocyte. Proerythropoietic, that promotes erythropoiesis. Prosel, a surname from German. Prosels, plural of prosel. Prostrus, leading to estrus. Postrus, a phase of the estrous cycle prior to sexual receptivity, during which one or more follicles of the ovary begin to grow. Prothnic, of or pertaining to the period prior to the split of the Proto-Indo-European language into the Indo-European language family. Frode, Any trilobite of the order Protidae. Protids. Plural of protid. Foot, a female professional golfer. Fots, plural of prot. Proeutactoi, that forms on cooling above the eutectoid temperature. Proeutactoids, plural of proeutectoi. Prat, informal spelling of prof. Rat, abbreviation of professional. Rat, abbreviation of professor. Faf ord, abbreviation of professor ordinarius. Fafes, a familiar salutation or welcome offered by a host before a meal or drinks are served. Profida, an opioid analgesic. Profamily, in favor of the traditional social construct of the family. Profanable, able to be profaned. Profanate, to profane, to make profane. Profanation, the act of profaning, desecration, blasphemous behavior, defilement. Profanations, plural of profanation. Profanatory, involving or relating to profanation. Profane, unclean, ritually impure, unholy, desecrating a holy place or thing. Profaned, treated with irreverence or without due respect. Profanely, in a profane manner, irreverently, with marked disrespect for the sacred. Profanement, profanation. Profanements, plural of profanement. Profaneness, the quality of being profane, profanity. Profanesses, plural of profaneness. Profaner, one who profanes, a person who desecrates or defiles. Profaners, plural of profaner. Profanes, third person singular simple present indicative of profane. Profanus, superlative form of profane, most profane. Profana, third person singular simple present indicative of profane. Profanic, profane. Profaning, present participle and gerund of profane. Profanings, plural of profaning. Profanities, plural of profanity. Profanity, the quality of being profane, quality of irreverence, of treating sacred things with contempt. Profanity delay, synonym of broadcast delay. Profanity delays, plural of profanity delay. Profanum vulgus, the profane rabble. Profarmer, supporting or assisting farmers. Profarming, supporting or favoring farming. Profascists, in favor of fascism. Profascists, plural of profascists. Profect, potet. Profected, simple past and past participle of profic. Profession, a setting out, going forward, advance, progression. Professional, of or relating to profession. Propitious, proceeding from or as if from, a parent derived as from an ancestor. Provex, plural of provect. Profanism, support for feminism. Profanisms, plural of profmanism. Profmaness, a supporter of feminism. Profmanists, plural of profmaness. Profural, anterior to the femur of an insect. Profamy, a phenethiazine derivative used as an antiparkinsonian agent. Profnophos, an organophosphate insecticide. Provo, to utter, to pronounce. Profrens, the person who proposes a contract or one of its clauses. Profrens, plural of profrens. Provert, simple past and past participle of profer. Profering, present participle and gerund of profer. Provers, third person singular simple present indicative of profer. Profersonal, combining professional and personal aspects. Profer, the production or display of recorded evidence in court. Proferts, plural of profer. Provash, clipping of professional. Professes, plural of profesh. Professly, obsolete spelling of professly. Profess, to administer the vows of a religious order to someone, to admit to a religious order. Professable, that can be professed. Profess, openly declared or acknowledged. Professedly, in a professed manner. Professes, third person singular simple present indicative of profess. Professus, second person singular simple present indicative of profess. Professe, third person singular simple present indicative of profess. Professe, present participle and gerund of profess. Profession, a declaration of faith. Profession of faith, a creed, a typically formulaic statement of the beliefs of one's religion, often recited during public prayers or liturgies. Professional, a person who belongs to a profession. Professional class, a social and economic demographic commonly identified as part of the upper middle class. Professional classes, plural of professional class. Professional deformation, a tendency to view things from the point of view of one's own profession or expertise, rather than from a broader or humane perspective. Professional deformations, plural of professional deformation. Professional engineer, an engineer who holds a license granted by a regulatory body of engineering. Professional engineers, plural of professional engineer. Professional foul, an intentional foul usually committed to prevent a scoring opportunity. Professional fouls, plural of professional foul. Professional politician, a person whose sole employment is political in nature, usually elected to office and paid a salary, but may collect donations from individuals, organizations, and corporations. Professional politicians, plural of professional politician. Professional rescuers doctrine, synonym of fireman's rule. Professional secrecy, the legal protection of confidentiality for disclosures made to certain professionals by their clients. Professional sport, sport in which athletes receive payment for their performance. Professional sports, plural of professional sport. Professional student, someone who takes college classes to avoid having to assume adult responsibilities after graduating from high school. Professional students, plural of professional student. Professional suicide, an action by a person that is expected to ruin their own career. Professional support lawyer, a member of a legal organization that carries out research and other support duties. Professional support lawyers, plural of professional support lawyer. Professional universities, plural of professional university. Professional university, synonym of University of Applied Sciences. Professional victim, a person who makes it their business to appear perpetually offended and victimized. Professional victims, plural of professional victim. Professional wrestler, a performer in the professional wrestling business. Professional wrestlers, plural of professional wrestler. Professional wrestling, a form of sports entertainment characterized by the performance of choreographed wrestling matches with predetermined outcomes. Professionalese, characteristically professional language or jargon. Professionalization, alternative spelling of professionalization. Professionalizations, plural of professionalization. Professionalize, alternative spelling of professionalize. Professionalize, simple past and past participle of professionalize. Professionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of professionalize. Professionalish, somewhat professional, having a professional air. Professionalizing, present participle and gerund of professionalize. Professionalism, the status, methods, character or standards expected of a professional or of a professional organization, such as reliability, discretion, even-handedness, and fair play. Professionalisms, plural of professionalism. Professionalists, a person or organization that supports a professional attitude. Professionalists, plural of professionalists. Professionalities, plural of professionality. Professionality, the condition of being professional. Professionalization, the act or process of professionalizing or becoming professional. Professionalizations, plural of professionalization. Professionalize, to make something professional. Professionalize, simple past and past participle of professionalize. Professionalizer, one who professionalizes. Professionalizers, plural of professionalizer. Professionalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of professionalize. Professionalizing, present participle and gerund of professionalize. Professionally, as a professional for one's paid career. Professionalness, the quality of being professional. Professionals, plural of professional. Professionalship, the condition, status, degree, or office of a professional. Professionary, relating to a profession or occupation. Professional. Professionist, a professional, one who follows a profession. Professionists, plural of professionists. Professionize, to advance an occupation to the level of a profession. Professionize, simple past and past participle of professionize. Professionizes, third person singular simple present indicative of professionize. Professionizing, present participle and gerund of professionize. Professionless, lacking a profession. Professions, plural of profession. Professly, professedly in a professed manner. Professor, the title for someone who holds the job of professor. Professor cube, alternative form of professor's cube. Professor cubes, plural of professor cube. Professor ordinarius, a professor with a chair representing a given area. Professor's cube, a variety of Rubik's cube with 98 cubies arranged as a 5 x 5 x 5 cube. Professor's cubes, plural of professor's cube. Professorate, professorship. Professorates, plural of professorate. Professordom, the realm or sphere of professors, professors collectively. Professors ordinarii, plural of professor ordinarius. Professoress, a female professor. Professoresses, plural of professores. Professorio, of, relating to, or characteristic of a professor or professors, or of a professorship or professorships. Professorialism, the manners or habits of a professor. Professoriality, the quality of being professorial or holding the post of professor. Professorially, in a professorial manner. Professoriat, professors in general. Professoriate, professors considered as a group or body. Professoriates, plural of professoriates. Professoriats, plural of professoriat. Professorine, a female professor. Professorines, plural of professorine. Professoring, acting as a professor. Professorge, characteristic of a professor. Professorless, without a professor or professors. Professor-like, resembling a professor, characteristic of a professor. Professale, a young and unexperienced professor. Professorlings, plural of professorling. Professorly, professorial, having the manner or appearance of a professor or professors. Professors, plural of professor. Professorship, the office of a professor. Professorships, plural of professorship. Professory, of, relating to, or similar to a professor. Professorial. Professor, archaic form of professor. Professors, plural of professor. Profess, simple past and past participle of profess. Profta, a surname from Italian. Proftes, plural of profta. Coffee, coffee mixed with a protein shake or protein powder, creating a drink that provides both caffeine and protein. Profees, plural of profi. Prover, a surname. Proffer letter, a written agreement between a prosecutor and a defendant or prospective witness, allowing the latter to give the prosecutor information about an alleged crime, while limiting the prosecutor's ability to use that information against them. Proffer letters, plural of proffer letter. Proffer up, to proffer something, to offer or make available something. Proffered, simple past and past participle of proffer. Proffered up, simple past and past participle of proffer up. Proffer, someone who proffers something. Proffers, plural of profferer. Profferes, second person singular simple present indicative of proffer. Proffere, third person singular simple present indicative of proffer. Proffering, present participle and gerund of proffer. Proffering up, present participle and gerund of proffer up. Profferings, plural of proffering. Proffers, plural of proffer. Proffers up, third person singular simple present indicative of proffer up. Professor, misspelling of professor. Professor, misspelling of professor. Prophet, a surname. Prophets, plural of prophet. Prophet, a surname. Prophets, plural of prophet. Prover, obsolete form of proffer. Proffers, plural of proffer. Profibril, a cluster of fibrin molecules that becomes a protofibril. Profibrillatory, that leads to fibrillation. Profibrils, plural of profibril. Profibrinogenic, that promotes fibrinogenesis. Profibrinolysin, synonym of plasminogen. Profibrinolytic, promoting fibrinolysis. Profibroblasts, a structure that develops into a fibroblast. Profibroblasts, plural of profibroblasts. Profibrogenesis, alternative form of profibrogenic. Profibrogenetic, alternative form of profibrogenic. Profibrogenic, that promotes fibrogenesis. Profibrogenically, in a profibrogenic manner. Profibrosis, synonym of profibrotic. Profibrotic, that promotes fibrosis. Brevet, professionally published fiction, especially tie-in fiction based on a media property. Brevet, the crop of capra fig collected in the spring. Proficience, alternative form of proficiency. Proficiences, plural of proficients. Proficiencies, plural of proficiency. Proficiency, ability, skill, competence. Proficiency badge, an insignia or badge awarded by the Girl Scouts to indicate special achievement. Proficiency badges, plural of proficiency badge. Proficient, good at something, skilled, fluent, practiced, especially in relation to a task or skill. Proficiently, in a proficient manner. Proficientness. Proficiency. Proficience, plural of proficient. Prefix, plural of prefic. Preficuous, useful or profitable. Preficuously, in a perficuous manner. Profil perdu, a view of the subject from partially behind, such that only one side of the face is visible. Profilable, able to be profiled. Profilagrin, a polymeric precursor of filaggrin present in keratohyalin granules in cells of the stratum granulosum. Profilamentus, forming filaments. Profile, the outermost shape, view, or edge of an object. Profiled, simple past and past participle of profile. Profile, a person who is profiled. Profiles, plural of profili. Profiler, a mechanical device that cuts complex, irregular shapes by tracing a pattern. Profilers, plural of profiler. Profiles, plural of profile. Profilin, an actin-binding protein involved in the dynamic turnover and restructuring of the actin cytoskeleton found in all eukaryotic organisms in most cells. Profiling, the forensic science of constructing an outline of a person's individual characteristics. Profilings, plural of profiling. Profilins, plural of profilin. Profilis, an artist who draws or paints profiles. Profilists, plural of profilists. Profilograph, an instrument for automatically recording the profile of the ground it traverses. Profilographs, plural of profilograph. Profilometer, a device designed to measure the profile and hence the roughness of a surface. Profilometers, plural of profilometer. Profilometry, of or pertaining to profilometry, Profilometrical, alternative form of profilometric. Profilometrically, in a profilometric manner. Profilometries, plural of profilometry. Profilometry, the use of a technique in the measurement and profiling of an object. Profinet, describing certain topological groups formed from finite groups. Profinet group, a topological group that is isomorphic to the inverse limit of some inverse system of discrete finite groups. Equivalently, a topological group that is also a stone space. Profinet groups, plural of profinet group. Profistinidin, a tannin composed of fistinidin units. Pathe, a surname. Profit apprender, alternative spelling of profit apprender. Profit apprender, a non-possessory interest in land which grants the legal right to enter onto another person's real property, real estate, for the purpose of taking from its soil, mines and minerals, natural produce, or flora and fauna. Profit and loss, a profit and loss statement, an income statement. Profit and loss statement, synonym of income statement. Profit and loss statements, plural of profit and loss statement. Profit center, a unit or department of a company which is expected to make an identifiable contribution to the organization's profits. Profit centers, plural of profit center. Profit center, British and Canada standard spelling of profit center. Profit centers, plural of profit center. Profit crop, synonym of cash crop. Profit crops, plural of profit crop. Profit margin, the ratio of net income to net sales of a company expressed as a percentage. Profit margins, plural of profit margin. Profit monger, a person, business, or profession marked by avarice and greed. Profit mongers, plural of profit monger. Profit motive, the pursuit of financial gain as a motivation for individuals and firms to conduct business. Profit motives, plural of profit motive. Profit share, synonym of capital share. Profit shares, plural of profit share. Profit sharing, a system in which some of the profit of an enterprise are divided among the workers, giving them an incentive for profits without an equity interest. Profit taking, the act of extracting profit as cash or equivalent from an investment, often by selling part of it. Profit takings, plural of profit taking. Profit warning, an announcement by a company to its shareholders and other investors that its profits are likely to be less than expected. Profit warnings, plural of profit warning. Profit apprender, rare form of profit apprender. Profit taking, alternative form of profit taking. Profit takings, plural of profit taking. Profitabilities, plural of profitability. Profitability, the quality or state of being profitable, capacity to make a profit. Profitable, producing a profit. Profitableness, the quality of being profitable, gainfulness, usefulness, advantageousness. Profitables, superlative form of profitable, most profitable. Profitably, in a profitable manner, in a way that achieves profit or gain. Profited, simple past and past participle of profit. Profiteer, one who makes an unreasonable profit not justified by cost or risk, a rent seeker. Profiteered, simple past and past participle of profiteer. Profiteering, the act of making an unreasonable profit not justified by the corresponding assumption of risk or by doing so unethically or opportunistically. Profiteerings, plural of profiteering. Profiteers, plural of profiteer. Profiter, one who profits. Profiterole, a small, hollow case of chew pastry with a filling. Profiteroles, plural of profiterole. Profiters, plural of profiter. Profitus, second person singular simple present indicative of profit. Profita, third person singular simple present indicative of profit. Profite, present participle and gerund of profit. Profitings, plural of profiting. Profitless, not yielding profit. Profitlessly, in a profitless manner. Profitlessness, the state or condition of being profitless. Profit making, that makes a profit. Profitable. Profit monger, alternative form of profit monger. Profit mongering, the activities of a profit monger. Profit mongers, plural of profit monger. Profits, plural of profit. Profits apprender, plural of profit apprender. Profits apprender, plural of profit apprender. Profits warning, alternative form of profit warning. Profits warnings, plural of profits warning. Profits apprender, plural of profit apprender. Profits seeking, aiming to make a profit. Profit sum, characterized or marked by profit. Profit, a surname. Profited, misspelling of profited. Profiting, misspelling of profiting. Profits, plural of profit. Profit-wise, in terms of profit. Proflavin, alternative form of proflavine. Proflavine, a disinfectant acridine 3,6-diamine bacteria static against many gram-positive bacteria. Proflazepam, a benzodiazepine drug. Profligacies, plural of profligacy. Profligacy, careless wastefulness. Profligate, inclined to waste resources or behave extravagantly. Profligated, simple past and past participle of profligate. Profligately, in a profligate manner. Profligateness, the state or condition of being profligate, wastefulness. Profligates, plural of profligate. Profligating, present participle and gerund of profligate. Profligation, licentiousness, lewd behavior. Profligations, plural of profligation. Profligatory, tending to or encouraging wastefulness. Profluence, onward flow, current. Profluent, flowing smoothly as if in a stream. Profluorescent, that leads to fluorescence. Profluralin, a dinitroanilene herbicide with EPAC name N-cyclopropylmethyl 2,6-dinitro and propyl 4-trifluoromethyl-aniline. Profluvia, plural of profluvium. Profluvius, relating to profluvium. Profluvium, a copious discharge of fluid, especially a bodily fluid. Profond, a secret pocket in a magician's coat, used in vanishing tricks, etc. Profons, plural of profond. Proform, alternative spelling of proform. Proforma, alternative spelling of pro forma. Proformas, plural of proforma. Proforms, plural of proform. Profound, descending far below the surface, opening or reaching to great depth deep. Profounded, simple past and past participle of profound. Profounder, comparative form of profound, more profound. Profoundest, superlative form of profound, most profound. Profounding, present participle and gerund of profound. Profoundly, with depth, meaningfully. Profoundness, the quality of being profound, profundity. Profoundnesses, plural of profoundness. Profounds, third person singular simple present indicative of profound. Prover, obsolete form of profer. Profered, simple past and past participle of proffer. Thus, plural of prof. Thus, plural of prof. Profulgent, shining out, gleaming. Perfunctor, a generalization of a relation in category theory. Perfunctors, plural of perfunctor. Profunda, a deep-seated artery as of the arm, neck, or leg. Profunda femoris arteries, plural of profunda femoris artery. Profunda femoris artery, synonym of deep femoral artery. Profundi, plural of profunda. Profundal, relating to the deep zone of an inland body of water where very little sunlight penetrates, located between the limnetic and the benthic zones. Profundals, plural of profundal. Profundoplasty, a surgical procedure that enlarges the junction of the deep femoral artery. Profundicate, to make profound, to make a concept unnecessarily complicated. Profundicate, simple past and past participle of profundicate. Profundicates, third person singular simple present indicative of profundicate. Profundicating, present participle and gerund of profundicate. Profundify, simple past and past participle of profundify. Profundifies, third person singular simple present indicative of profundify. Profundify, to make profound, to make a concept unnecessarily complicated. Profundifying, present participle and gerund of profundify. Profundities, plural of profundity. Profunditude, profundity. Profundity, the state of being profound or abstruse. Profundulate, any fish in the family Profundulidae. Profundulids, plural of profundulid. Profurca, a bundle of muscles in the thorax of some insects. Profurci, plural of profurca. Profurcal, relating to the profurca. Profurcasternal, relating to the profurcasternum. Profurcasternum, the posterior part of the prosternum of some insects. Profuse, abundant or generous to the point of excess, copious, volubly expressed. Profuse, abundant, copious, profuse. Profusely, in great quantity or abundance in a profuse manner. Profusiness, the quality of being profuse. Profusion. Profusenesses, plural of profuseness. Profuser, comparative form of profuse, more profuse. Profuses, third person singular simple present indicative of profuse. Profusus, superlative form of profuse, most profuse. Profusing, present participle and gerund of profuse. Profusion, abundance, the state of being profuse, a cornucopia. Profusions, plural of profusion. Profusa, profuse, lavish, prodigal. Profusively, in a profusive manner. Profusimus, the quality of being profusive. But, abbreviation of progesterone. But, abbreviation of progressive party. Prog rock, clipping of progressive rock. Prog-like, similar to or reminiscent of progressive rock. Prog rock, alternative form of prog rock. Abbreviation of progressive. Progabide, an analog and prodrug of gamma-minobutyric acid used in the treatment of epilepsy. Protambling, in favor of gambling. Prodamer, alternative form of progamer. Prodamers, plural of progamer. Progametal, of or relating to a progamete. Progametangia, plural of progametangium. Progametangiel, relating to the progametangium. Progametangium, the structure in some fungi that develops into the gametangium. Prodomete, a cell that divides to form gametes or occasionally passes into a gamete. Progametes, plural of progamete. Progamic, that promotes fertilization. Progestrin, the inactive precursor of gastrin. Progae, alternative spelling of progae. Progelatinase, a precursor of gelatinases. Progelatinases, plural of progelatinase. Progemation, the situation where stylospores are given off from basidia. New terminal cells being developed from older or basal cells. Progenate, to have children. Progenates, plural of progenate. Progenation, the act of progeniting. Progenerate, to beget, to generate, to produce. Progenerated, simple past and past participle of progenerate. Progenerates, third person singular simple present indicative of progenerate. Progenerating, present participle and gerund of progenerate. Progeneration, the act of begetting, propagation. Progenerations, plural of progeneration. Progenerative, of or relating to progeneration. Progenesis, precocious sexual reproduction, especially in nematodes. Progenetic, of or pertaining to progenesis. Progenies, plural of progeny. Progenital, deriving from or otherwise related to progeny or a progenitor or the anatomical region employed for progeneration. Progenitally, in progenital terms. Progenitive, being able to produce offspring. Reproductive. Progenitiveness, the state or quality of being progenitive, able to produce offspring. Progenitor, a forefather, any of a person's direct ancestors. Progenitor cell, a form of stem cell that is specialized to differentiate into a single type of cell. Progenitor cells, plural of progenitor cell. Progenitorio, relating to a progenitor. Progenitors, plural of progenitor. Progenitorship, the state of being a progenitor. Progenitorships, plural of progenitorship. Progenitor, obsolete form of progenitor. Progenitors, plural of progenitor. Progenitress, a female progenitor. Progenitresses, plural of progenitress. Progenitresses, plural of progenitrix. Progenitrix, a female progenitor, a foremother, any of a person's direct female ancestors, ancestresses. Progeniture, procreation. Progenitors, plural of progeniture. Progenome, an RNA transcript of a genome. Progenomes, plural of progenome. Prodenote, any hypothesized primordial organism in which the relationship between genotype and phenotype was still evolving. Prodenotes, plural of progenote. Progeny, offspring or descendants considered as a group. Progaglycan, misspelling of protoglycan. Progeria, an extremely rare genetic condition wherein symptoms resembling aspects of aging are manifested at an early age. Progerias, plural of progeria. Progeric, having or relating to progeria. Progere, a truncated version of the protein lamin A involved in progeria. Progeroi, resembling old age. Progestogen, the steroid hormone progesterone. Progestagenic, misspelling of progestogenic. Progestogens, plural of progestogen. Progestational, describing the phase of the menstrual cycle before gestation and after ovulation, during which progesterone is secreted. Progesterex, a hoax state rape drug claimed to cause sterilization. Progesterone, a steroid hormone secreted by the ovaries whose function is to prepare the uterus for the implantation of a fertilized ovum and to maintain pregnancy. Progesterones, plural of progesterone. Progesteronic, relating to or characteristic of progesterone. Progestin, a synthetic progestogen intended to mimic the effects of progesterone, often for contraceptive purposes. Progestinic, relating to or composed of progestin. Progestins, plural of progestin. Progestogen, alternative spelling of progestogen. Progestogenic, relating to or using a progestogen. Progestogens, plural of progestogen. Progestimimetic, mimicking the action of progesterone. A left-wing, anti-commercial musical movement in Sweden in the 1960s and 1970s. Bod, simple past and past participle of prior. A progressive rocker. Priors, plural of prior. A program, especially historical and externally produced hacking tool used to attack other users on early America online services. Comparative form of proggy, more proggy. Prodes, plural of prodi. Proist, superlative form of proggy, most proggy. Fraude, present participle and gerund of pra. Foggins, proctor. Prai, characteristic of progressive rock music. Progad, a fan of progressive rock music. Progads, plural of progad. Frogrelin, any of a class of peptides produced by Ghrelin cells of the gastric mucosa. Frogrelins, plural of progrulin. Prog, ID. Abbreviation of programmatic identifier string that represents the underlying CLC. Prog, ID. Plural of prog, ID. Progy, misspelling of proggy. Proglacial, situated in front or outside the margins of a glacier or ice sheet and formed from its meltwaters. Proglike, alternative spelling of proglike. Proglotic, of or pertaining to a proglotid. Proglotid, a segment of a tapeworm. They contain both male and female reproductive organs. Proglotides, plural of proglottids. Proglotidization, the development of proglotid segments of a tapeworm. Proglottids, plural of proglotid. Predglottids, proglottid. Probglucagon, any of a group of polypeptides that are cleaved to produce glucagon. Proglucagons, plural of proglucagon. Problumedicine, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Problumide, a cholecystokinin antagonist drug that inhibits gastrointestinal motility and reduces gastric secretions. Problutalin, a glutalin precursor. Problutalins, plural of problutalin. Probglycolytic, that produces glycolysis. Prometheus, misspelling of prognathus. Prognathic, prognathism. Prognathic, prognathus. Prognathism, an abnormal projection of the jaws. Prognathisms, plural of prognathism. Prognathus, having jaws that project forward more than is usual, or being such a jaw. Prognose, to make a prognosis. Prognose, simple past and past participle of prognose. Prognoses, plural of prognosis. Prognosing, present participle and gerund of prognose. Prognosis, a forecast of the future course or outcome of a situation based on what is presently known, a prediction. Prognost, a prognosticator. Prognostic, of, pertaining to or characterized by prognosis or prediction. Prognosticable, capable of being prognosticated or foretold, predictable. Prognostical, alternative, form of prognostic. Prognostically, in prognostic terms. Prognosticant, synonym of prognosticatory. Prognosticans, plural of prognosticant. Prognosticate, to predict or forecast, especially through the application of skill. Prognosticated, simple past and past participle of prognosticate. Prognosticates, third person singular simple present indicative of prognosticate. Prognosticating, present participle and gerund of prognosticate. Prognostication, a statement about or prior knowledge of the future. Prognostications, plural of prognostication. Prognosticative, serving to prognosticate. Prognosticator, one who prognosticates or makes predictions, one who forecasts or guesses. Prognosticators, plural of prognosticator. Prognosticatory, that prognosticates or makes predictions about the future, predictive. Prognostic, obsolete spelling of prognostic adjective. Prognostics, plural of prognostic. Prognosticus, prognostic. Prognostics, plural of Prognostication, alternative form of prognostication. Prognostifications, plural of prognostification. Prognostify, to prognosticate. Prognostize, to prognosticate. Prognostize, third person singular simple present indicative of prognostize. Prognostize, third person singular simple present indicative of prognostize. Prognostising, present participle and gerund of prognostize. Proglycerin, a glycoside of 1,5-vinyl 2-thioxazolidone present in the foliage of brassicas. Pro-government, in favor of the government. Progradation, the growth of a river delta farther out into the sea over time as it gains more sediment. Progradational, relating to progradation. Progradationally, in a progradational manner. Progradations, plural of progradation. Prograde, moving in a forward direction, especially with respect to other bodies in the same system. Prograded, simple past and past participle of prograde. Progrades, third person singular simple present indicative of prograde. Prograding, present participle and gerund of prograde. Program, a set of structured activities, a plan of action. Program cabinet, synonym of cabinet, a cabinet-level agency in the executive branch. Program cabinets, plural of program cabinet. Program committee, a group of experts responsible for reviewing scientific conference submissions and drafting the conference program. Program committees, plural of program committee. Program counter, a register that stores the address of the current or next instruction to be carried out by the processor. Program counters, plural of program counter. Program evaluation and review technique, a method for diagramming and analyzing the flow of dependent tasks and other events in a project. Program evaluation review technique, alternative form of program evaluation. And review technique. Program guide, a usually weekly periodical that guides the reader through the programs being broadcast on radio and or TV, often supplemented with celebrity gossip and other entertainment features. Program guides, plural of program guide. Program music, a form of art music, generally without vocal parts, that attempts to convey a scene, image, or mood. Program slicer, a software analysis tool that displays data links and related characteristics to enable a programmer to track the effects of proposed changes. Program slicers, plural of program slicer. Program trading, high volume and high-speed buying and selling of investment securities such as stocks and bonds, which is initiated and executed by brokerage firms' computer programs that continually monitor market conditions. Programmable, alternative form of programmable. Programmatically, misspelling of programmatically. Programmed, alternative spelling of programmed. Programmer, alternative form of programmer. Programmers, plural of programmer. Programming, alternative spelling of programming. Programmists, alternative form of programmist. Programmistic, alternative form of programmistic. Programists, plural of programmist. Programless, without programs. Programlessness, the quality of being programless. Programma, any law which, after it had passed the Athenian Senate, was fixed on a tablet for public inspection before being proposed to the General Assembly of the people. Programmabilities, plural of programmability. Programmability, the abstract capability of being programmable. Programmable, capable of being programmed. Programmable logic array is a kind of programmable logic device used to implement combinational logic circuits. Programmable logic arrays, plural of programmable logic array. Programmable logic controller, a programmable electronic device used in industrial automation to provide logic and sequencing controls for machinery. Programmable logic controllers, plural of programmable logic controller. Programmable matter, matter which can change its physics properties in a programmable way. Programmable read-only memories, plural of programmable read-only memory. Programmable read-only memory, alternative spelling of programmable read-only memory. Programmable read-only memories, plural of programmable read-only memory. Programmable read-only memory, a type of read-only memory which can be written to once, write once, read many memory software, and thereafter becomes fixed in value. Programmables, plural of programmable. Programmably, in a programmable manner. Programmata, plural of programma. Programmatic, of relating to or using a step-by-step program, especially a computer program. Programmatical, programmatic. Programmatically, in a programmatic manner. Programmatism, support for a program or schedule, especially politically. Programmatist, synonym of programmist. Programmatists, plural of programmatists. Program. British, New Zealand, and India standard spelling of program. Program music, alternative form of program music. Program parade, a block of airtime used to list and describe the upcoming programming schedule. Program parades, plural of program parade. Program trading, alternative form of program trading. Program maker, a person responsible for the creation of television or radio programs. Program makers, plural of program maker. Programmed, simple past and past participle of program. Programmed cell death, the regulated death of a cell mediated by an intracellular program. Programmed cell deaths, plural of programmed cell death. Programmed function key, a function key whose function can be assigned by the user or by a program. Programmed function keys, plural of programmed function key. Programmed obsolescence, planned obsolescence implemented through deliberate limitations in software or hardware. Programmed random occurrence, a random event typically activated by clicking on an object. Programmed random occurrences, plural of programmed random occurrence. Programmer, one who writes computer programs. Programmer art, crude or ugly visuals created by a developer as placeholders. Programmer socks, synonym of programming socks. Programmers, plural of programmer. Programs, plural of program. Programming, the designing, scheduling, or planning of a radio or television program/program. Programming by contract, synonym of design by contract. Programming in the large, designing a complex software system as a composition of smaller parts. Programming in the small, writing individual lines of code in a programming language. Programming interface. Ellipsis of application programming interface. Programming interfaces, plural of programming interface. Programming language, a code of reserved words and symbols used in computer programs, which give instructions to the computer on how to accomplish certain computing tasks. Programming languages, plural of programming language. Programming socks, particularly feminine thigh highs, facetiously touted as a way to improve one's programming by trans femmes and femboys in the computing community. Programming style, the conventions and patterns used in writing source code, resulting in a consistent and readable codebase. Programming styles, plural of programming style. Programmings, plural of programming. Programmist, one who supports a program or schedule, especially politically. Programmistic, of or relating to program music. Programists, plural of programmist. Programs, plural of program. Program-wide, throughout a program. Progranulin, a precursor protein to granulin. Progranulins, plural of progranulin. Progranulocyte, Promyelocyte. Progranulocytes, plural of progranulocyte. Progranulocytic, that promotes the growth of granulocytes. Progravitational, that is aligned with gravitational forces. Progredients, the quality of being progredient. Progrediency, the quality of being progredient. Progredient, of the course of an illness, progressive. Progresso, a barangay of Aglipe, Quirino, Philippines. Progress, a place name. Progress bar, a bar that indicates the progression of a task by gradually filling its empty space with solid color. Progress bars, plural of progress bar. Progress pride flag, a variant of the rainbow flag consisting of the original 6 horizontal bars with the addition of a large chevron to the hoist featuring 3 stripes of white, pink, and blue on the inside, the colors of the transgender pride flag, and 2 stripes of brown and black on the outside representing POC members of the LGBT community. Progress pride flags, plural of progress pride flag. Progress report, a report made to document the work done on a project. Progressible, alternative form of progressible. Progressed, simple past and past participle of progress. Progressor, alternative form of progressor. Progressors, plural of progressor. Progresses, plural of progress. Progressa, third person singular simple present indicative of progress. Progressible, capable of being progressed. Progressing, present participle and gerund of progress. Progression, the act of moving from one thing to another. Progressional, of or pertaining to progression, tending to or capable of progress. Progressionary, synonym of progressional. Progressionism, the belief in a progressive trend, especially in aspects of nature or the cosmos. Progressionist, an advocate of social progress, ideally towards perfection. Progressionists, plural of progressionists. Progressions, plural of progression. Progressism, synonym of progressivism. Progressist. Synonym of progressionist, one who makes or supports progress. Progressists. Plural of progressist. Progressive. Belonging to or supporting a progressive party. Progressive aspect. A grammatical aspect that expresses the dynamic quality of actions that are in progress. Progressive assimilation. An assimilation whereby a sound becomes more like the preceding sound. Progressive assimilations. Plural of progressive assimilation. Progressive bluegrass. A genre of bluegrass that subverts tradition by adding drums, electric guitar, and other modern elements of popular music. Progressive conservative. A member of the Progressive Conservative Party of Canada. Progressive Conservative Party. A political party in Canada with a set ideology which see the old Conservative Party of Canada, Liberal Conservative Party of Canada, Blue Party, and absorbed the Progressive Party of Canada. It was itself succeeded by the new Conservative Party of Canada. Progressive conservatives. Plural of progressive conservative. Progressive creationism. A type of old earth creationism which posits that God created new forms of life gradually over a period of hundreds of millions of years. Progressive creationist. Of or related to progressive creationism. Progressive creationists. Plural of progressive creationists. Progressive dinner. A dinner party in which each successive course is prepared and eaten at the residence of a different host. Progressive dinners. Plural of progressive dinner. Progressive education. A pedagogical movement that began in the late 19th century and replaced classically based rote learning with hands-on experience, critical thinking, and social skills. Progressive enhancement. A philosophy in which a website's functionality is enhanced by JavaScript rather than wholly reliant on JavaScript. Progressive era. A period of widespread social activism and political reform across the United States that spanned the 1890s to the 1920s. Progressive house. A house music genre originating from the late 1990s. Progressive infantile polyodystrophy. Alpers disease. Progressive jazz. A form of big band music that is more complex or experimental, originating in the 1940s. Progressive longways formation. A country dance, most often specifically a type of New England line dance. Progressive love. A committed open relationship based on boosting the love and affection opportunities available for one's partner. Progressive metal. A subgenre of heavy metal with progressive relationship based on boosting the love and affection opportunities available for one's partner. Progressive metal. A subgenre of heavy metal with progressive rock influences. Progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathies. Plural of progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy. Progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy. A brain infection caused by reactivation of latent JC virus. Progressive overload. A gradual increase of stress on a muscle as it grows in strength. Progressive overloads. Plural of progressive overload. Progressive rap. Synonym of conscious rap. Progressive rock. A rock music genre originating from the late 1960s and early 1970s, heavily influenced by classical music and jazz. Progressive sclerosing polyodystrophy. Alpers disease. Progressive stack. A list of speakers arranged so that people from marginalized groups get the chance to speak first. Progressive stacks. Plural of progressive stack. Progressive supper. Synonym of progressive dinner. Progressive suppers. Plural of progressive supper. Progressive tax. a tax whose percentage increases as a person's wealth increases. Progressive taxes, plural of progressive tax. Progressive tense, synonym of continuous tense. Progressive tenses, plural of progressive tense. Progressive verb, a form of a verb in which its gerund or present participle is used with any form of the verb to be. Progressive verbs, plural of progressive verb. Progressive war, a military strategy where only enemy combatants are targeted and civilian collateral damage and casualties are kept to a minimum. Progressive web app, synonym of progressive web application. Progressive web application, a type of application software delivered through the web built using common web technologies including HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and WebAssembly. Progressive web applications, plural of progressive web application. Progressive web apps, plural of progressive web app. Progressively, in a progressive manner. Progressiveness, the quality of being progressive. Progressives, plural of progressive. Progressivism, a political ideology that favors progress towards better conditions in society. Progressivisms, plural of progressivism. Progressivists, an advocate of progressivism. Progressivistic, relating to or supporting progressivism. Progressivists, plural of progressivists. Progressivities, plural of progressivity. Progressivity, the condition of being progressive. Progressless, devoid of progress. Progresslessness, absence of progress. Progressophobe, one who is pessimistic about the collateral damage of progress. Progressophobes, plural of progressophobe. Progressor, a person who makes progress or facilitates progress in others. Progressors, plural of progressor. Pogs, plural of prog. Frogueno, a prophylactic antimalarial drug effective against sporozoites. Fro, a sharp point, a goad. Frode, simple past and past participle of probe. Frovis, plural of pro. Frobing, present participle and gerund of pro. Frodden, supportive of guns, especially widespread firearm training. Hada, a female given name from Sanskrit or Bengali, meaning wisdom. Progymnasium, a classical school without the higher classes, a school preparatory to a gymnasium. Progymnasmata, a series of preliminary rhetorical exercises originated in ancient Greece, aiming to prepare students for writing declamations after they had completed their education with the grammarians. Progymnastic, relating to the progymnasmata. Progymnosperm, a very early form of plant that produce both wood-like trees and spores like ferns. Progymnospermous, of or relating to progymnosperms. Progymnosperms, plural of progymnosperm. Prohemocyte, alternative form of prohemocyte. Prohemocytes, plural of prohemocyte. Proheresies, the Stoic principle that people have a choice in how they judge and are affected by externalities. Proheretic, relating to proheresies. Prohapter, an anterior hapter. Prohaptero, relating to the prohapter. Prohapters, plural of prohapter. Prohaska, a surname. Prohaskas, plural of prohaska. Thoed, the Prokop said. Poeds, plural of prohed. Prohedonic, that seeks to maintain or increase positive effects. Prohedria, alternative form of prodria. Frohien, obsolete spelling of proem preamble. Prohemes, plural of proheme. Prohemocyte, a form of invertebrate stem cell that becomes a hemocyte. Prohemocytes, plural of prohemocyte. Prohemocytic, relating to prohemocytes. Prohemolysin, a precursor of hemolysin. Prohemostatic, that promotes hemostasis. Prohepatogenic, that promotes hepatogenesis. Prohepsidin, a peptide that is a precursor of hepcidin. Proheptazine, a particular narcotic painkiller. Proherbicide, a natural product that may be used commercially as a herbicide. Proherbicides, plural of proherbicide. Proheterosis, a structure in cyanobacteria that develops into a heterosis. Proheterosists, plural of proheterosis. Prohibit, to forbid, disallow, or prescribe officially, to make illegal or illicit. Prohibitable, capable of being prohibited. Prohibited, forbidden, banned, unallowed. Prohibitedness, the quality of being prohibited. Prohibitor, someone who prohibits or forbids. Prohibitors, plural of prohibitor. Prohibitive, third person singular simple present indicative of prohibit. Prohibitin, a protein found in almost all living things, thought to have multiple functions. Prohibiting, present participle and gerund of prohibit. Prohibitins, plural of prohibitin. Prohibition, any of several periods during which the manufacture, transportation, import, export, and sale of alcoholic beverages were restricted or illegal. Prohibitional, relating to prohibition, serving to forbid or ban. Prohibitionary, serving to prohibit something. Prohibitionism, the doctrine that people will refrain from certain actions if they are deemed unlawful prohibited. Prohibitionist, a person who agrees with or advocates a prohibition, especially the outlawing of the sale of alcoholic beverages. Prohibitionistic, of or pertaining to a prohibition. Prohibitionists, plural of prohibitionists. Prohibitions, plural of prohibition. Prohibitive, tending to prohibit, preclude, or disallow. Prohibitive mood, the negative imperative mood. Prohibitively, in a prohibitive manner. Prohibitiveness, the quality of being cohesive. Prohibitives, plural of prohibitive. Prohibitor, one who prohibits. Prohibitorily, in a prohibitory manner. Prohibitors, plural of prohibitor. Prohibitory, that serves to prohibit or forbid. Prohibits, third person singular simple present indicative of prohibit. Pro-hormonal, relating to prohormones. Prohormone, a substance that is a precursor to a hormone, usually having minimal hormonal effect by itself. Prohormones, plural of prohormone. Prohypertensive, that produces hypertension. Prohypertrophic, that leads to hypertrophy. Prohypertrophic, misspelling of pro-hypertrophic. Proe, a surname from Italian. Proias, plural of proia. Proicto, that leads to an ictal attack. Proictogenic, that leads to ictogenesis. Proimmunogenic, that leads to immunogenesis. Proimperialist, alternative spelling of pro-imperialist. Pro-imperialists, plural of pro-imperialists. Proi, obsolete form of prune. Proincest, alternative form of pro-incest. Proindustrial, favoring industry. Proindustry, in favor of industry. Freund, simple past and past participle of proin. Proinflammatory, misspelling of proinflammatory. Proinflammation, proinflammatory. Proinflammationary, alternative form of proinflammatory. Proinflammatories, plural of proinflammatory. Proinflammatory, producing or promoting inflammation. Proing and conning, present participle and gerund of pro and con. Proinhibitor, any substance that initiates inhibition. Proinhibitors, plural of proinhibitor. Proining, present participle and gerund of proing. Proins, third person singular simple present indicative of proing. Proinsulin, a polypeptide that is the prohormone precursor of insulin. Proinsulins, plural of proinsulin. Prointervention, in favor of intervention. Prointerventionists, supporting an intervention or interventionism. Prointerventionists, plural of prointerventionists. Proinvasive, that leads to invasion. Proinvestment, in favor of investment. Proirrigation, in favor of irrigation. Proisocortex, an area of the neocortex. Proisocortical, relating to the proisocortex. Proj, abbreviation of project. Projabber, alternative form of projabber. Projabbers, plural of projabber. Prodapigid, any diploran in the family Projapigidae. Projapigids, plural of projapigid. Project, a plan endeavor, usually with a specific goal and accomplished in several steps or stages. Project 6, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Project accounting, a type of managerial accounting oriented toward the goals of project management and delivery. Project box, a casing or enclosure for electronic components used by hobbyists to house what they build. Project boxes, plural of project box. Project engineer, an engineer who designs and coordinates engineering aspects of a construction project. Project engineers, plural of project engineer. Project evaluation and review technique, synonym of program evaluation and review technique. Project evaluation review technique, synonym of program evaluation and review technique. Project fire, a large fire requiring special firefighting measures. Project fires, plural of project fire. Project manage, to carry out project management. Project management, the discipline of organizing and managing resources, for example people, in such a way that a project is completed within defined scope, quality, time, and cost constraints. Project manager, one who manages projects. Project managers, plural of project manager. Project nation, synonym of micronation. Project nations, plural of project nation. Project-based learning, an educational approach centered on student empowerment where individuals delve into real-world complexities over an extended period. Project manage, alternative form of project manage. Project manage, simple past and past participle of project manage. Project manager, rare form of project manager. Project managers, plural of project manager. Project manages, third person singular simple present indicative of project manage. Project managing, present participle and gerund of project manage. Project-oriented, focusing on delivering a product within a set time frame, budget, and scope. Projectability, the condition of being projectable. Projectable, able to be projected. Projectably, in a projectable manner. Projected, displayed. Projectively, according to a projection. Projectus, second person singular simple present indicative of project. Projecta, third person singular simple present indicative of project. Projectable, alternative form of projectable. Projectile, an object intended to be or having been fired from a weapon. Projectile point, the head or tip of a shaft that is thrown, that is, projected away from the user as a weapon. Projectile points, plural of projectile point. Projectile vomit, to vomit with great expulsive force, so that the material expelled is projected away from the source. Projectile vomited, simple past and past participle of projectile vomit. Projectile vomiting, present participle and gerund of projectile vomit. Projectile vomits, third person singular simple present indicative of projectile vomit. Projectile vomit, alternative form of projectile vomit. Projectile vomited, simple past and past participle of projectile vomit, alternative spelling of projectile vomited. Projectile vomiting, present participle and gerund of projectile vomit, alternative spelling of projectile vomiting. Projectile vomits, third person singular simple present indicative of projectile vomit, alternative spelling of projectile vomits. Projectiles, plural of projectile. Projecting, sticking out. Projectingly, in a projecting way. Projectings, plural of projecting. Projection, something which projects, protrudes, juts out, sticks out, or stands out. Projection matrices, plural of projection matrix. Projection matrix, a transformation matrix whose associated transformation is a projection. Projectional, of or relating to projection. Projectionally, by means of projection. Projectionism, the idea that individuals form an idea of the external world by projecting their own internal beliefs onto it. Projectionist, a person who operates a film projector, especially one who does so as an occupation at a movie theater or drive-in theater. Projectionists, plural of projectionists. Projectionless, in which 0 and 1 are the only projections. Projections, plural of projection. Projectiles, alternative form of projectiles. Projectiles, simple past and past participle of projectize. Projectizes, third person singular simple present indicative of projectize. Projectizing, present participle and gerund of projectize. Projective, projecting outward. Projective frame, the projection onto an n-1 dimensional hyperplane which is extended so as to be projective of a set of n plus 1 affinely independent n-dimensional points called an affine frame. Projective frames, plural of projective frame. Projective geometry, the branch of mathematics that investigates those properties of figures that are invariant under homographies, special kinds of spaces called projective spaces, and the geometric structures that inhabit them. Projective Hilbert space, the quotient of a Hilbert space by an equivalence relation which considers a pair of vectors equivalent if they differ only by a factor which is a complex number. Projective Hilbert spaces, plural of projective Hilbert space. Projective line, a line that includes a point at infinity. A line in a projective space of dimension 1. Projective lines, plural of projective line. Projective module, a module which is a direct summand of a free module. Projective modules, plural of projective module. Projective plane, a plane in which any pair of distinct points determine a line and any pair of distinct lines intersect at a point. Projective planes, plural of projective plane. Projective space, a kind of geometrical space in which only relation S of incidence between points and lines matter. In such a space, distances or angles do not matter, and parallelism as in an affine space does not matter either. Projective spaces, plural of projective space. Projective varieties, plural of projective variety. Projective variety, a Zariski closed variety of a projective space, the zero locus of a set of homogeneous polynomials that generates a prime ideal. Projectively, in a projective way. Projectives, plural of projective. Projectivization, alternative form of projectivization. Projectivizations, plural of projectivization. Projectivize, the process of transforming a mathematical object into its projective form, often by embedding it into a projective space. Projectivize, simple past and past participle of projectivize. Projectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of projectivize. Projectivizing, present participle of projectivize. Projectivism, a philosophy in which the qualities of an object are projected onto it as though they actually belong to it. Projectivisms, plural of projectivism. Projectivists, relating to projectivism. Projectivists, plural of projectivists. Projectivities, plural of projectivity. Projectivity, the condition of being projective. Projectivization, a process more formally, a mapping that, given a vector space, specifies an associated projective space, loosely the projective space so specified. Projectivizations, plural of projectivization. Projectivize, the process of transforming a mathematical object into its projective form, often by embedding it into a projective space. Projectivize, subjected to projectivization. Projectivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of projectivize. Projectivizing, present participle and gerund of projectivize. Projectization, the allocation of funds to a specific project regardless of any any other consideration. Projectize, to organize using project management techniques such as defined deliverables, fixed timeframes, performance goals, project-based budgets, etc. Projectize, simple past and past participle of projectize. Projectizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of projectize. Projectizing, present participle and gerund of projectize. Projectment, design, contrivance, projection. Projectments, plural of projectment. Projectome, all the neural projections within a brain. Projectums, plural of projectome. Projector, someone who devises or suggests a project, a proposer or planner of something. Projectorless, without a projector. Projectors, plural of projector. Projectory, projecting. Projectoscope, a kind of kinetoscope, a device for exhibiting motion pictures. Projectoscopes, plural of projectoscope. Projector, obsolete form of projector. Projectors, plural of projector. Projectress, a female projector. Projectresses, plural of projectress. Projects, plural of project. Projecture, something that juts out beyond a surface, a projection. Projectures, plural of projecture. Project, a proposed plan, a draft or project. Projects, plural of project. Projections, the ability of an organism to associate stimuli with the direction or orientation of objects in the external world beyond its own body. Projectant, someone or something that launches a projectile. Projections, plural of projection. Pancreas, an organism whose cell or cells are characterized by the absence of a nucleus or any other membrane-bound organelles. Pancreas, plural of prokaryotes. Prokaryotic, of or having the characteristics of prokaryotes, especially bacteria. Prokaryotic, with reference to prokaryotes. Quote, to poke or thrust. Quote, simple past and past participle of proc. Prokaima, plural of prokaimen. Prokaimen, in the liturgical practice of the Orthodox Church and Byzantine Rite, is psalm or canticle refrain sung responsorially at certain points of the divine liturgy or the divine office, usually to introduce a scripture reading. Prover, a prover. Provers, plural of proker. Pokes, third person singular simple present indicative of proc. Prokaima, plural of prokaimen. Prokaimen, alternative form of prokaimen. Prokinesis, a form of mesokinesis that occurs between the brain case and facial skeleton. Prokinetic, having the ability to induce motion in smooth muscles, especially those of the digestive system, gastrokinetic. Prokinetism, any of a family of secreted proteins that contact gastrointestinal smooth muscle. Prokinetisms, plural of prokinetism. Prokinetics, plural of prokinetic. Froke, present participle and gerund of proc. Proklitage, a mountain range in the Balkans that extends from northern Albania to Kosovo, eastern Montenegro, and southernmost Serbia. It comprises the southernmost part of the Dinaric Alps. Prokofiev, a transliteration of the Russian surname Per or Ka or Afuriev, Prokof letter to B9 JEV. Prokofievian, of or relating to Sergei Prokofiev s ya gay ya igatkui pe o ka o f yuryev 1891–1953, Russian composer, pianist and conductor, regarded as one of the major composers of the 20th century. Rakat, a surname. Prokopios, a male given name from Koine Greek Pyromicron Kapomicron Pi Iodomicron Sigma Prokopios, of rare usage, variant of Prokopius, feminine equivalent Prokopia. Prokopovich, a surname from Polish. Prokopoviches, plural of Prokopovich. Prokops, plural of Prokop. Prokopyevsk, a city in Kemerovo Oblast, Russia. Prolabium, the exposed or outer part of the lip. Prolator, alternative form of prolabor. Prolator, supporting or favoring workers. Prolactin, a peptide gonadotrophic hormone secreted by the pituitary gland. It stimulates growth of the mammary glands and lactation in females. Prolactinemia, the presence of prolactin in the blood. Prolactinemias, plural of prolactinemia. Prolactinoma, a benign tumor adenoma of the pituitary gland. Prolactinomas, plural of prolactinoma. Prolactinomata, plural of prolactinoma. Prolactins, plural of prolactin. Prolactostatin, dopamine, when regarded as a regulator of prolactin secretion. Prolamellar, that forms layers of idioplasts. Prolamen, any of a group of plant storage proteins that have a high proline content found in cereals. Prolame, any of a class of proteins high in proline found in the seeds of cereals. Prolamines, plural of prolamine. Prolamens, plural of prolamin. Polyps, to move out of place, especially for an internal organ to protrude beyond its normal position. Prolapse, simple past and past participle of prolapse. Prolapses, plural of prolapse. Prolapsy, plural of prolapses. Prolapsing, present participle and gerund of prolapse. Prolaption. Prolapse. Prolaptions, plural of prolaption. Prolapsus, alternative form of prolapse. Prolapsosis, plural of prolapsus. Prolargen, a leucine-rich repeat protein present in connective tissue extracellular matrix. It functions as a molecule anchoring basement membranes to the underlying connective tissue. Prolarva, an undeveloped larva that lacks a mouth. Prolarvae, plural of prolarva. Prolarval, relating to prolarvae. Prolate, elongated at the poles. Prolated, simple past and past participle of prolate. Prolately, in a prolate manner. Prolateness, the condition or degree of being palate. Prolateral, projecting from a forward-facing side. Prolaterally, in a prolateral manner or direction. Prolates, third person singular simple present indicative of prolate. Prolaticity, the condition or extent of being prolate. Prolating, present participle and gerund of prolate. Prolation, speaking, utterance, the producing of words or speech. Prolations, plural of prolation. Prolative, utter. Prolative case, a declension, in some languages, of a noun or pronoun that has the basic meaning of by way of. Prolative cases. Plural of prolative case. Prolatives. Plural of prolative. Prolatocanaliculate. Having pores which vary in width throughout their length. Gas exchange water-water loss rates are variable, so these eggs could have been laid in many different environments. This type is subdivided into Fovacanaliculate with larger pore openings, and Lagenacanaliculate with narrower pore openings. Pro. A member of the proletariat. A proletarian. Prole. Supporting the League of Nations. Frolegger, a supporter of the League of Nations. Froleggers, plural of prolegger. Prol. Simple past and past participle of prol. Profi. Worthless entertainment and propaganda designed to satisfy the masses. Prole. An appendage of the abdomen of some insect larvae, such as caterpillars, which is used like a leg. Prolgal. Favoring or advocating for the law. Prolgalism. The act or state of being colgal. Proldate. The deputy or substitute legate. Prolgates. Plural of prolgate. Prolgoma. Plural of prolgomen. Prolgomary. Acting as a prolgomen, preliminary, introductory, prefatory. Prolgomen. A prefatory discussion, a formal essay or critical discussion serving to introduce and interpret an extended work. Prolgomes. Introductory, functioning as a preface or prolgomen. Prolgomesly. In a prolgomous way, introductorily, preliminarily. Prolegs. Plural of prole. Prole. A brand of synthetic polypropylene used as a monofilament non-absorbable suture in meshes and in casts. Proleniency. In favor of leniency. Prolentiviral. That leads to the production or breeding of lentiviruses. Prolepsis. Plural of prolepsis. Prolepsis. The assignment of something to a period of time that precedes it. Prolepte. Extrapolated to dates prior to its first adoption of those used to adjust to or from the Julian calendar or Gregorian calendar. Proleptical. Anticipating the usual time, applied to a periodical disease whose paroxysms return at an earlier hour at every repetition. Proleptically. In a proleptic manner, anticipat orally. Proleptics. The art and science of predicting in medicine. Pose. Plural of pro. Proletaire. Synonym of proletarian. Proletaires. Plural of proletaire. Proletaneous. Having numerous offspring. Proletarian. Or relating to the proletariat. Proletarian dictatorship. Synonym of dictatorship of the proletariat. Proletarian dictatorships. Plural of proletarian dictatorship. Proletarian internationalism. The perception of all communist revolutions as being part of a single global class struggle rather than separate localized events. Proletarianization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of proletarianization. Proletarianizations. Plural of proletarianization. Proletarianize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of proletarianize. Proletarianize. Simple past and past participle of proletarianize. Proletarianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of proletarianize. Proletarianizing. Present participle and gerund of proletarianize. Proletarianism. the political character and practice of the proletariat, advocacy or advancement of the proletariat's interests. Proletarianisms, plural of proletarianism. Proletarianization, the act or process of making somebody or something proletarian. Proletarianizations, plural of proletarianization. Proletarianize, to turn a person or group into proletariat. Proletarianize, simple past and past participle of proletarianize. Proletarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of proletarianize. Proletarianizing, present participle and gerund of proletarianize. Proletarianly, in a proletarian manner. Proletarianness, the state or quality of being proletarian. Proletarians, plural of proletarian. Proletariat, the lowest class of society, also the lower classes of society, generally the masses. Proletariat, alternative spelling of proletariat. Proletariats, plural of proletariat. Proletariats, plural of proletariat. Proletaries, plural of proletary. Proletarization, alternative form of proletarianization. Proletarizations, plural of proletarization. Proletarize, alternative form of proletarianize. Proletarize, simple past and past participle of proletarize. Proletarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of proletarize. Proletarizing, present participle and gerund of proletarize. Proletary, a proletarian. Proletariat, alternative form of proletariat. Proletariat, an experimental Soviet artistic institution that arose in conjunction with the Russian Revolution of 1917 and aspired to radically modify existing artistic forms by creating a new, revolutionary working-class aesthetic, drawing inspiration from the construction of modern industrial society in backward, agrarian Russia. Prolecide, the crime of destroying one's offspring, either in the womb or after birth. Prolicides, plural of prolicide. Polydase, is cytosylic dipeptidase that hydrolyzes dipeptides with proline or hydroxyproline at the carboxy terminus but not pro-pro, important in collagen metabolism. Prolidases, plural of prolidase. Prolifer, alternative spelling of prolifer. Proliferant, one who or that which proliferates. Proliferants, plural of proliferant. Proliferate, to increase in number or spread rapidly, to multiply. Proliferated, simple past and past participle of proliferate. Proliferates, third person singular simple present indicative of proliferate. Proliferating, present participle and gerund of proliferate. Proliferation, the process by which an organism produces others of its kind, breeding, propagation, procreation, reproduction. Proliferation therapy, synonym of prolotherapy. Proliferational, relating to or causing proliferation. Proliferations, plural of proliferation. Proliferative, of or pertaining to proliferation, especially of cells. Proliferatively, in a proliferative way. Proliferatives, plural of proliferative. Proliferator, any agent that causes proliferation. Proliferators, plural of proliferator. Proliferatory, relating to or promoting proliferation. Proliferogenic, that generates proliferation. Proliferous, reproducing by budding. Proliferously, in a proliferous manner. Proliferousness, the quality of being proliferous. Prolifers, plural of prolifer. Prolific, fertile, producing offspring or fruit in abundance applied to plants producing fruit, animals producing young, etc. Prolificacies, plural of prolificacy. Prolificacy, great fecundity. Prolifical, producing young or fruit abundantly. Prolific, fruitful. Prolifically, in a prolific manner, or to a prolific extent, abundantly. Prolificos, the quality of being prolifical. Prolificate, to make prolific, to fertilize, to impregnate. Prolificate, simple past and past participle of prolificate. Prolificates, third person singular simple present indicative of prolificate. Prolificating, present participle and gerund of prolificate. Prolification, the generation of young. Prolifications, plural of prolification. Prolificity, the quality of being prolific. Prolific, obsolete spelling of prolific. Prolifically, obsolete form of prolifically. Prolificness, the condition of being prolific. Prolify, grown out into prolification as a tuft of leaves from a cone. Prolificate, misspelling of profligate. Proligand, any compound that is transformed into a ligand. Proligans, plural of proligand. Proligerous, productive, generative, prolific. Prolige stone, a steroidal progestin. Prolinase, a particular enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of dipeptides. Prolinases, plural of prolinase. Prolinate, any salt or ester of proline. Prolinates, plural of prolinate. Poly, a non-essential amino acid C5H9O2 found in most animal proteins, especially collagen. Its cyclic structure leads to kinks in the peptide chain of proteins. Prolinimide, the amide of the amino acid proline. Prolines, plural of proline. Prole, present participle and gerund of prol. Prolinol, the alcohol obtained by reduction of proline. Prolintane, a stimulant of norepinephrine dopamine reuptake inhibitors. Prolipogenic, that promotes lipogenesis. Prolipoprotein, involved in the biosynthesis of lipoprotein. Prolipoproteins, plural of prolipoprotein. Proliposomal, relating to proliposomes. Proliposome, a material that may be transformed into a liposome by the addition of an aqueous phase. Proliposomes, plural of proliposome. Prolix, tediously lengthy, dwelling on trivial details. Prolixicin, an antimicrobial peptide isolated from Rhodnius prolixus. Prolixin, synonym of flufenazine. Prolixus, dilatory, tedious, superfluous. Prolixidase, plural of prolixity. Prolixity, long-windedness, tiresome length, excess of words. Prolixly, in a prolix manner. Prolixness, prolixity. To prowl or search after, to plunder, to rob. simple past and past participle of prol. Prole, a prowler, a thief. Prowlers, plural of prowler. Prole, present participle and gerund of prol. Pose, third person singular simple present indicative of prol. Prole, probably. Prolobided, emanate in the family Prolobidae. Prolobideds, plural of prolobided. Prolock down, in favor of lockdown confinement as security measure. Prolocular, relating to the proloculus. Proloculi, plural of proloculus. Proloculus, an initial chamber. Prolocution, an introductory speech. Prolocutions, plural of prolocution. Prolocutor, a spokesman, one who speaks on behalf of others. Prolocutors, plural of prolocutor. Prolocutorship, the rank or office of a prolocutor. Prolocutorships, plural of prolocutorship. Prolocutress, synonym of prolocutrix. Prolocutresses, plural of prolocutress. Prolocutrices, plural of prolocutrix. Prolocutrix, a female prolocutor, a spokeswoman. Prolog, a programming language developed in the 1970s for artificial intelligence and logic programming. Prologetic, occurring in or serving as a prologue. Prologize, alternative form of prologize. Prologize, simple past and past participle of prologize. Prologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prologize. Prologizing, present participle and gerund of prologize. Prolodes, the writer or speaker of a prologue. Prologists, plural of prologists. Prologize, alternative form of prologize. Prologize, simple past and past participle of prologize. Prologizer, someone who prologizes, a sayer of a prologue. Prologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prologize. Prologizing, present participle and gerund of prologize. Prolegoma, plural of prolegomen. Prolegomen, misspelling of progomen. Prologues, plural of prologue. Prologue, a speech or section used as an introduction, especially to a play or novel. Prologued, simple past and past participle of prologue. Prologue-like, resembling or characteristic of a prologue. Prologues, plural of prologue. Prolauding, present participle and gerund of prologue. Prologize, alternative form of prologize. Prologize, simple past and past participle of prologize. Prologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prologize. Prologizing, present participle and gerund of prologize. Prologuize, to deliver or create a prologue as for an oration or for a written or musical work. Prologuize, simple past and past participle of prologuize. Prologuizes, third person singular simple present indicative of prologuize. Prologuizing, present participle and gerund of prologuize. Prolong, to extend in space or length. Prolongable, capable of being prolonged, extended, or lengthened. Prolongably, such that it can be prolonged. Prolongate. To prolong or lengthen. Prolongate. Prolong. Prolongates. Third person singular simple present indicative of prolongate. Prolongating. Present participle and gerund of prolongate. Prolongation. The act of prolonging. Prolongational. Of or relating to prolongation. Prolongational reduction. The pattern as perceived of tension and relaxation among events in various levels of structure projected from time span reduction. Prolongational reductions. Plural of prolongational reduction. Prolongations. Plural of prolongation. Prolunge. A rope with a hook and a toggle, sometimes used to drag a gun carriage or to tie it to the limber, and for various other purposes. Prolonged. Lengthy in duration, extended, protracted. Prolonged abortion. A missed abortion. Prolonged abortions. Plural of prolonged abortion. Prolongedly. In a prolonged manner, at length. Prolonger. One who or that which prolongs or lengthens in time or space. Prolongers. Plural of prolonger. Prolonges. Plural of prolonge. Prolongest. Second person singular simple present indicative of prolong. Prolana. Third person singular simple present indicative of prolong. Prolongevity. That extends life. Prolonging. Present participle and gerund of prolong. Prolongingly. So as to prolong or lengthen. Prolongings. Plural of prolonging. Prolongment. The act of prolonging or the state of being prolonged. Prolongation. Prolongments. Plural of prolongment. Prolise. Third person singular simple present indicative of prolong. Prolong. Misspelling of prolonged. Prolotherapist. A practitioner of prolotherapy. Prolotherapist. Plural of prolotherapists. Prolotherapy. The injection of an otherwise non-pharmacological and non-active irritant solution into the body, generally in the region of tendons or ligaments for the purpose of strengthening weakened connective tissue and alleviating musculoskeletal pain. Proluciferin. That promotes the formation of luciferin. Proluminescent. Relating to pyroluminescence. Prolusion. A trial before the principal performance, a prelude. Prolusions. Plural of prolusion. Prolusory. Relating to prolusion, preliminary, introductory. Preluvia. Plural of preluvium. Preluvao. Relating to preluvia. Preluvium. A sediment at the foot of a slope, typically of fractured rock, carried by an occasional torrent. Proly. Abbreviation of probably. Prolacopene. A cis isomer of lycopene. Prola. The univalent radical derived from proline. Prolulini. The dipeptide 2-pyrrolidine, 2-carbonyl aminopropanoic acid formed by incomplete protein metabolism. Polypeptide. A region of a polypeptide or protein containing proline residues. Polypeptides. Plural of polypeptide. Polyls. Plural of Prolymphangiogenetic. That promotes lymphangiogenesis. Polymphoblast. A structure that develops into a lymphoblast. Polymphoblast. Plural of polymphoblast. Prolymphocyte, the immediate precursor of a lymphocyte derived from a lymphoblast found during lymphocytopoiesis. Prolymphocytes. Plural of prolymphocyte. Prolymphocytic, relating to prolymphocytes. Prolymphocytoid, alternative form of prolymphocytic. Acronym of programmable read-only memory, a chip that can be programmed one or more times depending on the type and generally cannot be reprogrammed without special equipment if at all. Once programmed and installed in a device, it functions as a read-only chip as if it had been hardwired to function that way. A surname. Prom king. In colleges and high schools, a young man chosen or sometimes elected by his peers to have an honored status over the school's prom and related activities. Prom kings, plural of prom king. Prom queen. In colleges and high schools, a young woman chosen or sometimes elected by her peers to have an honored status over the school's prom and related activities. Prom queens, plural of prom queen. Prom goer, alternative form of prom goer. Prom goers, plural of prom goer. Promposal, alternative form of promposal. Promposals, plural of promposal. Abbreviation of promotion. Brahmachoi, plural of brahmachos. Brahmachos, a deity who fights in front of or champions some person or state. Brahmai, a professionally published magazine. Pramagisterio, of or pertaining to a pramagistrate. Pramagistracies, plural of pramagistracy. Pramagistracy, the dignity or office of a pramagistrate. Pramagistrate, in ancient Rome, an ex-consul or ex-praetor whose imperium the power to command an army was extended at the end of his annual term of office or later. Pramagistrates, plural of pramagistrate. Pronags, plural of promai. Promalignant, that causes or leads to malignancy. Promanation, the act of flowing forth, emanation. Promarginal, relating to the promargin. Promargins, plural of promargin. Promarijuana, in favor of or supporting the use of marijuana. Promarket, in favor of the free market of capitalism. Promasai, alternative form of promazine. Promastigote, a stage in unicellular life cycle, typically trypanosomes, where the flagellum is anterior of the nucleus and free from the cell body. Promastigotes, plural of promastigote. Permastocyte, a form of mast cell. Permastocytes, plural of permastocyte. Promotor, a amateur. Pronax, describing a type of rotation in factor analysis. Promaxillary, at the front of the jawbone. Promazine, a phenethiazine antipsychotic. Prondi, someone from the provinces, a hillbilly. Promdies, plural of prondi. Pro, former name of Pae, Myanmar. Pro-Med, abbreviation of Pro-Med male. Pro-Med male, abbreviation of Program for Monitoring Emerging Diseases, the largest publicly available emerging diseases and outbreak reporting systems in the world. Promekaryocyte, a precursor cell for a megakaryocyte arising from a megakaryoblast. Promekaryocytes, plural of promekaryocyte. Promepoietin, a drug given during chemotherapy to increase blood cell regeneration. Promegestone, a non-steroid progestogen. Promelanin, that promotes the formation of melanin. Promelanogenic, promoting the production of melanin. Promelanosome, that promotes the formation of melanosomes. Promenade, a prom dance. Promenade concert, a concert at which the audience remains standing, originally promenading. Promenade concerts, plural of promenade concert. Promenade deck, an upper deck on a passenger ship on which passengers may walk, which can be covered but open to the air. Promenade decks, plural of promenade deck. Promenaded, simple past and past participle of promenade. Promenader, agent noun of promenade, one who promenades. Promenaders, plural of promenader. Promenades, plural of promenade. Promenading,